quorum. We have no labor update and no request to speak, so we're going to adjourn into closed session. We'll be back at 1:30.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call the San Jose City Council meeting to order for April 16th, 2013. We start with an invocation, and Councilmember Chu will introduce our invocator.
Thank you, Mayor. Today, I'm pleased to have Jose Antonio Salazar, better known as Tony Salazar, here for invocation. Despite Tony's barrier of being both vision impaired and developmentally delayed, he is determined to live his life to its fullest by volunteering and being an active participant in his community. Tony attended the California School for Blind in Fremont for 11 years, from 1993 to 2004, and has been working with the Hope Services for 9 years, working in the Hope Production Service Center, doing a variety of paid packaging and assembly work for local Silicon Valley area companies. He maximized his time not only by working, but taking college classes to improve his ability. Tony also takes the time to entertain his family, friends, and Hope Services team by singing to them. Although Tony cannot read music, he has learned to play piano and accordion at the age of 16. In fact, he is part of a special rock band called the Magic Makers. It's a people of special needs band based in Santa Clara and led by band director David Ladd Anderson. Tony is determined to enjoy life by developing his talent to the highest level. Today, Tony will be performing 2 songs for us. Imagine and Yesterday, originally written and performed by the Beatles. Please join me in welcoming Tony Salazar, who's accompanied by his mother, Emily Salazar, and John Concoli from the Hope Services. Tony, take.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. need for greed or hunger, a brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one. Thank you very much. Yesterday, all my troubles seemed so far away. Now it looks as though they're here to stay. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not half the man I used to be. There's a shadow hanging over me. Oh, yesterday came suddenly. Why she had to go, I don't know. She wouldn't say. I said something wrong, now I long for yesterday. Yesterday, love was such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Why she had to go, I don't know. She wouldn't say. I said something wrong, now I long for yesterday. Yesterday, love was such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is our Pledge of Allegiance. We're going to be helped out with the pledge today by third graders from Payne Elementary School in District 1. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you, third graders. First item of business are the orders of the day. I have one request for a change from the printed agenda order, and that is to drop ceremonial item 1.3 from the agenda. Any other changes from the printed agenda? Is there a motion? We have a motion to approve the orders of the day. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Orders are approved. We've all been saddened by the tragedy, and our hearts go out to the families of the loved ones who were victims of the Boston Marathon bombing. And I'd like to take a moment of silence just to remember them for a few minutes here. Thank you very much. Next item is a closed session report. City Attorney.
There is no closed session report.
We'll start with the ceremonial items. I'd like to start by inviting Councilmember Chu to join me at the podium as we present a proclamation declaring the week of April 14th, 20th as National Library Week in the city of San Jose.
Big group. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank my colleague and the Mayor in joining me to proclaim the week of April 14th to the 20th as National Library Week. National Library Week is a nationwide observance first sponsored in 1958 by the American Library Association and libraries across the United States. It is not only a time to celebrate the contribution of our nation's library and librarians, but to promote library use and support. Every day, libraries across the country open their doors to students, parents, seniors, teachers, writers, readers, and many others to enhance our community and the opportunity for lifelong learning. Here in San Jose, the San Jose Public Library Foundation, founded in 1987, is dedicated in improving advocacy, providing advocacy, financial support, and innovative leadership to transform San Jose Public Library into vibrant learning centers. The foundation also supports programs that promote literacy for people of all ages, such as Partners in Reading and Smart Start San Jose. With the strong support of my colleagues, and I'm very happy to say that we're able to open 4 libraries this year, as Baskin, Seven Tree, Calabasas, and as well as the Educational Park Library in District 4. The slated to open the Educational Park Library is slated to open on Saturday, May 18th at 11 a.m. I would like to extend the invitation to all of my colleagues as well as the community to join me on May 18th for the grand opening. Here today to accept the proclamation on behalf of the San Jose Public Library Foundations are Pat Wolf, the president of the foundation, and the executive director, Mary McLean, interim library director, Ann Kang, and board members, as well as our library commissioners and District 4, Jean Lee, and office manager, Michelle Parcell. So, thank you very much for coming. And I guess the president will say that. Oh, all right.
We'll get to you, and I'll let you say a few words.
Okay. What an exciting year this has been for our public libraries. From starting the year receiving the highest award libraries can receive in this nation from the National Medal from the Institute of Museums and Libraries to opening 4 branches this year. It's a keystone year for our libraries, and the foundation is very excited to have been part of it, along with the staff who helped open the libraries and the library friend groups and the library commission who helped support all of our projects. Over the last 10 years, our foundation has raised $2.3 million just to open the branches that have opened, and we're still raising for the 2 that have already opened this year, and the next 2 we're going to raise all year for that. And our funding mainly goes to technology, collections, and furnishings. To have a library system that people can come to and look into their future, to open the key to their future, is something very exciting, something we all believe in, and I just can't tell you how much fun it is to be there at the opening of these libraries and see these communities that haven't had a library or have had it closed for several years embrace it the day it's opened. We want to thank all the council members for all their efforts to open these libraries, for keeping them open a little bit more. Next year, we really do appreciate that. I firmly believe that the city service that touches more people in a positive way is the library system. And so I invite you all to come and see our libraries. They are vibrant learning centers. They reflect their neighborhoods, and they're there to make a difference. And they'll only make a difference if we, the citizens, use them. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Chu is going to stay here as we present a proclamation declaring April 22nd as Earth Day in the city of San Jose. Councilmember Chu has the details.
Thank you, Mayor, and my colleague to join me to proclaim April 22nd as Earth Day in the city of San Jose. The goal of the Earth Day is to inspire environmental awareness and encourage more conservation, protection, and appreciation for our natural resources and habitat. This year, the city took bold steps to adopt Santa Clara Valley Habitat Conservation Plan and Natural Community Conservation Plan. And we also approved the phase-out expanded polystyrene foam footwear, thanks to our Councilmember LICCARDO and your leadership. And I also like to thank the mayors and the council for pushing San Jose to achieve the Green Vision goal by implementing energy-efficient measures, increasing the number of clean tech job, building and retrofitting green buildings, and adding and connecting more bike lanes and trails throughout the city of San Jose. In celebrating the Earth Day, the city of San Jose is organizing Great American Litter Pickup on April the 20th at various locations throughout the district. I challenge my colleague and all the San Jose residents to take pride in our community by keeping our city clean and beautiful. On that same day, the Guadalupe River Park Conservancy is organizing the Super Guadalupe River Run and Trail Opening Festival, celebrating the paving from downtown San Jose to El Viso. We hope that you are all able to participate and celebrate Earth Day with us. Here today to accept the proclamation on behalf of the residents of San Jose is Deborah King and Jennifer Herron from the Don Edwards San Francisco Bay National Wildlife Refuge Complex. Thank you very much.
It's quite an honor to be here. We are here to represent the Don Edwards San Francisco Bay National Wildlife Refuge, and in particular our Environmental Education Center, which is situated in the community of El Viso. We've been there for over 35 years and are proud members of that community. And we know for certain how important it is that every day be an Earth Day. But April 22nd in particular is a day where we can sit back and reflect what type of world we want to live in, how we can help that world and achieve it. And We are, again, very proud to be here to accept this because it shows the continued commitment of the city and its citizens to help the environment and to protect our public lands. Thank you.
Now I'd like to invite Councilmember Liccardo and Dr. Jim Gardner to join me at the podium as we present a commendation to Good Karma Bikes. Councilmember Liccardo has the details.
We're also welcomed by Councilmember Pierluigi Oliverio, who is the proud host of Jim Gardner's new shop, which we celebrated just a couple weeks ago. You know, it was exactly 50 years ago today that a man who was in a jail in Alabama wrote a passionate letter advocating for human beings who were, as he said, forever fighting a degenerating sense of nobodiness. Dr. King's spirit lives on today in those who are passionate about his dream. And for those of you who missed the profile on Jim Gardner in the Mercury News just a couple days ago, check it out. It is very inspiring. Jim is in the business of rehabilitating spare parts. And he has a shop in Pierluigi's district, as I mentioned, generously provided by Barry Swinson Builder, where he is, for lack of a better term, engaged in bike repair. Now, what exactly he provides is a whole lot more than that. Jim is there with many other volunteers, and they repair bikes, overwhelmingly for people who can't afford bike repair, mostly homeless and low-income residents who come to Jim and his team for help. They also provide free bikes to those same folks, many of those same folks who need transportation. I believe that Jim refers to it as transportation for transformation, and we'll see the transformation in a moment. He also donates bikes to children through various organizations, and we're grateful for all of their generosity to our community. But what's unique is this transformation bit, because Good Karma Bikes provides transitionary employment for many unemployed residents who are, of course, looking for ways to get back on their feet. And through bike repair, Jim is providing and teaching skills, and in fact, many of his volunteers who have been brought into the organization are teaching other volunteers those bike repair skills. They're building resumes. 7 of the volunteers have now obtained full-time jobs as a result of Jim's extraordinary organization and his efforts, in jobs ranging from bike repair in a shop to computer repair. And of course, beyond skill building and resume building, they're building hope and esteem. So there are 2 extraordinary announcements to make in addition to what I just told you about Good Karma Bikes. First, that they are partnering with Envision Shelter Network to offer a transitionary employment at Good Karma, where they are, in fact, taking clients of Envision's, paying 2 of those clients to work in their shop, and Envision provides case management, housing, and job search support. And they are also, Good Karma is announcing that they are working now with neighborhood associations, and to my colleagues, please listen up, neighborhood associations who hold dumpster days to seek the donations of bikes and bike parts. As you can tell, this is an extraordinary organization, and only, what, its first or second year? Second year, Jim? Third year. Geez, it seems like it just started. And we are so grateful for the great work that Jim and his team are doing. With that, I'd ask the mayor to provide Jim with this commendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. The thanks is wholly from our side. It is our goal at Good Karma Bikes to reinvest the kindness that has been visited upon us by San Jose, Santa Clara County, into giving others a second chance, improving the community for everyone. Thank you.
Our next item is the consent calendar. Other items to be pulled off for discussion. 2.11, the Ag News resolution we'll discuss. Councilmember Herrera.
2.14.
2.14. Any others? Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. 2.15.
I have no requests from the public to speak on the consent calendar, or do I? Yes, I do. I'm sorry. But those are on items that we'll take up separately. So we have a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
Mayor, did I put 211?
211, 214, and 215 will be taken up separately. On the balance of the calendar, all in favor? Opposed? Not opposed. That's approved. So first one would be 2.11. Councilmember Chu.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'd like to first of all thank the Assembly Member Bob Wachowski and his office for sponsoring and proposed the AB 503. Also like to thank the Santa Clara Unified School District. I know that Superintendent Bobby Ploud and Board Member Jim Canova is here at the audience, and North San Jose and El Viso community for sharing their concerns with me. I hope that we can move forward with obtaining the Agnew site for a school campus. This has been a long time effort since the approval of the North San Jose Neighborhood Plan by the City of San Jose in 2009, but I know that it's probably backdated to 1995 when the state wanted to take over that site for a state prison in the North San Jose. So Mayor definitely probably has a lot of more background story to share with us later. But to provide the audience with some background information, AB 503 was introduced by State Assembly Member Bob Wachowski on February the 20th, which requires the California Department of General Services, or DGS, to transfer title to the Agnew Development Center to Santa Clara Unified School District for educational purposes at a fair market value. The passage of the bill will allow a mutual understanding between DGS and the school district regarding the pricing and the sale of the Agnew property. Adopting of a resolution from the City of San Jose will confirm our local support at this state level. So at this time, I would really like to make a motion and ask my colleague to support the adoption of the resolution.
We have a motion. I'm assuming the motion contemplates the memorandum Councilmember Chu and I co-authored on this. Councilmember Chu? Okay.
Definitely, and I also wanted to thank the mayor's leadership on this issue.
Thank you. We do have some requests to speak. I'll take that in just a minute. I just wanted to clarify and make sure that everyone understands that it's not just about a school. We've been trying to do a school joint use park facility on this site for a long time because it's been clear to both the school district and the City of San Jose that we absolutely have to have a school in North San Jose. This is by far the best site, and the school district has searched long and hard to identify places where this could be done. And that's why we have been focused on this site for a long time. It's already a general plan for public, quasi-public uses. That's what we've been trying to do, and this is an effort to continue moving in that direction in collaboration with the school and the city. And I just had one question for the city attorney, or suggestion on the form of the resolution. In the whereases, it mentions the joint use plan to use a portion of the Agnews Development Center site for park. It doesn't say that in the resolution, so I think it'd probably be better if the resolution, the last section, refers to educational purposes in a joint use park, just so there's not any question at the state level of what our intentions are. So, Councilmember Chu, I'd like to modify that, if you would, by friendly amendment.
Definitely.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have a motion to approve the memorandum as modified. Take some public testimony at this time. Bobby Plow, and then Vladimir Rakin, and Rocky Fernandez.
Good afternoon. I'm Bobby Plow. I'm the superintendent for Santa Clara Unified School District. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this item. This afternoon, I simply want to thank the city, particularly Mayor Reed and Council Member Chu, for partnering with the Santa Clara Unified School District as we look toward future school needs in the North San Jose area. The Council's support for Assembly Bill 503 will move us one step closer to obtaining the property necessary for a K-12 educational complex to serve current and future students and families in the area of North San Jose and Alviso. I happen to be a resident of that area, as is our board member from Trustee Area 1, who's here today, Jim Canova. So we not only see this from a trustee or a superintendent's viewpoint, but as residents as well. We see new families with children every day, and therefore we're living with the recognition that there's a need for schools in that area, a K-12 complex. We look forward to working with the city in developing a joint use plan that efficiently and effectively uses the land for schools, sports facilities, and open space. We believe, having worked with the city now in a very wonderful partnership, that there are many creative possibilities for that site to serve the residents of North San Jose. And finally, I would be remiss if I didn't recognize your staff members, Councilmember Chu's staff, and particularly Senior Policy Advisor Ru Wirakun. They've just been invaluable to us, and we really, truly appreciate all of the work with the city. So I'm simply here to say thank you very much.
Vladimir Rakin.
Good afternoon. I'm a member of Santa Clara Unified School District Measure H Citizen Oversight Committee. Every time when I come here, I am impressed by this, to see this building, and I think we need to build our new school campuses, which also be a 21st century landmarks. In 2010, our citizen passed Measure H and would like to build a new good school at Agnes. But not only a general good school, but a school with advanced mathematics, science, and modern technology. We want this school to be even better than best schools in Cupertino and Palo Alto. And our citizen, Elsa, would like to see a creative cooperation between our school district and our local world leading high-tech companies and cooperation with local and state government. Lawmakers in Sacramento need to understand that people who work for world-leading high-tech companies in San Jose deserve the world-leading schools for their children. Please support our Agnes school at Agnes and AB 503. Thank you.
Rocky Fernandez.
Rocky Fernandez, District Director for Assemblymember Wojtkowski. Mayor, City Council members, thank you for taking up this resolution in support of AB 503. It'll be heard on May 1st in the Accountability and Administrative Review Committee. And we'd appreciate your support along with the school district. It's important to let the state know what the educational and recreational needs are for the area, and we hope that this will go a long way in making that happen. So thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Wojtkowski for introducing the bill. We're trying to get the state of California to take a lot of money from the school district. The school district has money We have about 8,000 housing units in North San Jose that are either under construction or in their permitting process. They've been paying fees for a school, and everybody agrees we need a school. K-8 is critical at this time, and so we're just trying to facilitate that, something the city has planned on, the school district's planned on. The school district has money. All we need is the land, and this is the best site for it. That's why we're trying to move on this site. Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor Reed. I'm certainly supportive of a school at this site, but I had a question for planning, Laurel Pravetti. When a school decides to build, the city has no, sounds like we have no regulatory oversight on the height and things of that. That's just under the state of California.
We actually, thank you, Councilmember Laurel Pravetti, Assistant Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. Under our zoning rules, schools have a choice. If they wish, public and private schools are subject to our zoning code. The memorandum and the motion before you recommends that we pursue a zoning designation that would make it easy for the school and park to happen. Staff is looking at our zoning code. We think the combined industrial commercial is probably the best designation under our current zoning framework, and that would require a conditional use permit approved by the Planning Commission.
Fair enough. But as far as, sometimes in plannings we have maximums and minimums, and these parcels of land in North San Jose are very valuable. They're not going to come up again. And building a traditional suburban school would sort of squander the land. So does the city have any ability to promote, taller schools? So that way you can have some fields and you'd have the land versus just sprawling it out.
We would certainly work collaboratively with the school district to make sure they use the land as efficiently as possible. The community out in this area is looking forward to having sports fields and other recreational amenities. In order to achieve all of those objectives, we need to use the land most efficiently. We would use our powers as best as we can, but the school district does have the option of working with the state architect, and currently the state rules tend towards a more suburban form.
Okay, and then a question for the superintendent that's here in the audience. So I went to the other school site that was recommended to me at the Rules Committee meeting. I can't recall its name. It's in Santa Clara. And they said that would be the example of the school, which is really only a two-story school in a portion of the campus. And again, that we're building massive density in North San Jose. We're going to have lots of people. Is there any commitment to do it at least 3 stories so we can utilize the land efficiently?
Sure. I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Which school did you go to look at for the example?
Yeah, it's the Don
Calajon.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, first of all, it's important to know that's a K-8 campus, so that's very different than a high school campus. For example, we just modernized Wilcox High School, and that does have a 3-story building on it. So we're certainly not opposed to 3-story. We do have certain parameters we have to meet with the Department of the State Architect. And there's certain acreage we have to have, and they have to approve our buildings. But we're certainly very well, we're willing to work with the city to use the most efficient way to use that land for the buildings.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I had some questions somewhat along those lines, and it's really based more or less on the past discussions that the city and the school district had when this originally started. And there was some dispute. There was some discussion on enrollment levels and whether or not the necessity for a K-8 or a high school was there. And now that we have some development in North San Jose, I'm curious if we've had any discussion or further discussion on the enrollment numbers that we've seen in the schools surrounding North San Jose in the school district that we just spoke about. So I don't know who to pose that question to.
Well, let me speak to it generally. There was a lot of discussion about enrollment numbers and how many kids would be generated, and the developers and people who were subject to the school fees had a lot of questions about that. But I think everybody eventually concluded you need a K-8 for sure. And the real question was, when would you need a high school for the site? Because that's a little bit further out in the future. But in terms of yield out of the projects that have been built in North San Jose, only a small percentage of them are open. Irvine project, Crescent Village, was the first, and they haven't completed all their phases. So I think it's probably a little bit early to know what kind of a yield we'll get out of the new construction. I would defer to the superintendent to talk about the yield out of maybe comparable construction elsewhere in their territory, if you want to ask her that.
No, I wasn't looking actually for the projections, more or less. It's more to the projects that you just spoke about that have been completed and getting a sense of, are we seeing the enrollment numbers that we spoke about? Because as I mentioned originally, the dispute was whether or not this was going to yield as many students as the school district had suggested. And to Councilmember Oliverio's point, this is some very prime development land. And if we're not seeing the projections that we had initially been suggested for the student projections, whether or not folks come out of the multifamily housing or the high-density housing with students, that's kind of the question I wanted to ask before we got to this point where we were advocating for this amount of land to be sold to the school district. Again, I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't. I'm not suggesting that this land isn't prime opportunity and necessity for the school district or for the students. Just trying to get a sense of, are we seeing really just basic enrollment numbers that we had expected? Thank you.
All right, you have a motion to approve the recommendation on the resolution pursuant to the memo with a change in the language to add the joint school use one more time in the resolution. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Motion is approved. Thank you very much, Santa Clara. Thank you, Bob Wachowski. That takes us to item 2.14. Councilmember Herrera wanted to pull that one for discussion regarding AB 639 Paris' Veteran Housing and Homeless Prevention Act.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to talk a little bit about supporting this. In fact, Leslie Corsilia and Roxanne Miller are in Sacramento, I think, as we speak, working on this. This is a speaker bill. John Perez, our Speaker of the Assembly, put forward this AB 639. It's going to be heard tomorrow at Housing and Community Development. It is on a fast track, so once it's approved and signed by the governor, it would take immediate effect, and it's really going to allow us to redistribute some of the money in a bond that had been originally intended only for single-family homes to be able to provide multifamily rental housing. This would go on the ballot in November, and I just think it's very important because it's going to help a lot of our veterans. Unfortunately, we have 25% of the nation's homeless veterans live in California, and although we're not number one, we're number 9 in the San Francisco Bay Area for homeless veterans. We have our share too. So a lot of veterans, unfortunately, weren't able to avail themselves of the ability to buy a single-family home. And this funding, which will mean $600 million of the $900 million in bond funding, will now go to multifamily rental housing. Will be help homeless veterans. Some of that money, hopefully, will make its way back to our housing department to be able to help veterans in this city. So I think it's really important. We support it. I did go out to some veteran organizations because there weren't that many that showed support, but even the cursory talking to veterans groups around our area, they were very supportive. We just speak to the Vet Center. We spoke to the American Legion folks. We spoke to the United Veterans Council, and they were all very supportive. So with that, I would like to make a motion to support the recommendations of staff and support this bill.
Right, we have a motion to approve the recommendation. Did you get the second? Clerk, got them all? Okay. On the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. 2.15, that's League of California Cities proposed amendment to bylaws. Councilmember Rocha, you wanted to discuss that one?
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question for, I think, members of the Rules Committee. My staff did give me a brief synopsis of what took place at the committee, but I was hoping to get a little bit more information as to the direction from the Rules Committee that didn't go with the staff recommendation. And I don't know if this is a question posed for you or council member. I believe Constant might have been the one that made the motion. If you wouldn't mind giving me your opinion or, I guess, best advice as to why we're going against staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Sure, thanks. So in this particular case, several of us have been pretty involved with the League of California Cities, and very rarely do we have situations where the vote is split. In fact, I'd say most of the votes exceed the 2/3 threshold that's contemplated here. However, I believe, and I know several other members or active council members who are active at the California League of Cities, believe that the two-thirds vote is important because when you're speaking on behalf of all of the cities in California, as the league does, especially on a statewide ballot measure, that it should be a big majority of the voting members there. Because as you see in the staff memorandum, it's a low number that could pass 14 people, 14 votes could take a position for the league to represent all cities in the California. And we just believe that because there are so many cities in the state and so many diverse opinions, that if we're taking that much weight on a state ballot initiative, that there should be a higher threshold.
Great. Thank you. That's helpful. Looking backwards at the past election we had, I was trying to get a sense of how different the positions were from the league as a result of what the outcome was, and trying to get a sense of, was there some issue that we were trying to address? I think you just really spoke to it, and that's mainly the membership of the league felt that a higher threshold better served, I guess, the representation. I recognize that's probably pretty common among large organizations, whether such as like the Chamber of Commerce. Reaching that two-thirds threshold is really critical to getting large groups to support initiatives such as this. So thank you. With that, I recommend approval. I'm sorry, did you have something further?
I'll second that, and I'll just add, what's different with the state versus the National League is the National League also has weighted voting, where we as a city, a large city, get a heavier weight in our vote, and they don't have that in the California League. So technically, I mean, you could have a situation where 14 cities under 30,000 people are making decisions that adversely affect the big cities and things like that. So that was just some more of the reasoning behind it.
Has there been any policy discussion about modifying that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
There is weighted dues paying, though. It's not weighted voting. Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I sort of take a different perspective on this. Given that it seems that the board of the League of Cities is made up predominantly of small rural cities, and it's, on a given meeting, rural cities could recommend something that doesn't serve our interests very well. And I know that it's hard to get to two-thirds majority, but if the tables were turned and larger cities or urban areas wanted to be able to put something or get statewide support, we're never going to get there, because we will never get to two-thirds. There's just not enough representation from urban areas on the league, and I'm not sure if the league has ever tackled that issue, and maybe I see Betsy in the audience. Maybe you can come and let us know if that's ever been brought up. This whole issue of rural and urban areas. And I know high-speed rail is a bad example, just because of all the issues that are involved. But getting that to the point that it is, was nearly impossible, and it's because rural cities or towns that could care less about rail or transportation, down this corridor between the Bay Area, didn't see any benefit to it. And I look at it that we should be looking at supporting issues and initiatives that benefit the state and the economic stability of the state. And that's my worry, that a lot of times urban areas don't tend to get enough representation on this board.
Thank you, Councilmember. Betsy Shotwell, Director of Intergovernmental Relations. I really can't answer specifically to your question. It's really case by case on issues, and frankly, ever since Prop 22 and the measures to protect our local revenue, as well as redevelopment, it's been pretty unanimous on these critical key issues. But specifically to your question, probably case by case there have been issues where it has been split, but I can't think off the top of my head.
Thank you.
I could just add to that, Councilmember Campos, that one of the alternatives is the fact that the big city mayors get together. Occasionally we agree on things, and have been in Sacramento lobbying the legislature and the governor on behalf of the big cities which may or may not be the same position as the League of California Cities, but they all the big cities recognize that problem, is that we're way outvoted in terms of the numbers, but our interests are very different sometimes than the smaller cities, and so we have to have another voice beyond the League of Cities. Councilmember Herrera.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one more thing. There was extensive debate about this at the League of Cities, and some of my colleagues were there to hear it, about whether to do the 2/3. I think one of the concerns from the League is that they want to make sure that whatever they support, that there really is a strong feeling on the League to do that, to take action. Because we have to be careful about what we get in front of, so the League's very concerned about not having an issue where they are supporting it and then really not have the resources nor the real support to move forward on an issue. So they want to be more careful about those few issues that they do support and really want to put resources behind.
Right. We have a motion to approve the recommendations coming from the Rules Committee on these two matters. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. I believe that concludes the consent calendar. I forgot to ask if there are any trip reports. None of those, and that concludes our work on the consent calendar. Next item will be item 3.1, report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
We'll move to item 4.1, the economic strategy update, proposed 18-month work plan. We'll take a minute for our staff to come down. There will be a staff presentation before the council discussion.
Good afternoon, Mayor Reed, council members. I'm Kim Wallish, Director of Economic Development. I'm here today with Laurel Prevetti, Assistant Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement, Nancy Klein, Deputy Director of Economic Development, and Chris Burton, who is our Manager of Business Development, as well as our other CSA partners in the audience. And at our March 25th CED committee meeting, we presented a full report on the accomplishments of the economic strategy work plan that has been in place for the last 18 months. You can see that work plan in Exhibit A. And then we also reviewed our proposed work plan for roughly the next 18 months to take us through the end of calendar year 2014, which is detailed in Exhibit B. And I really want to start by thanking our committee, Chair, Councilmember Herrera, Councilmember KALRA, Councilmember Oliverio, and Councilmember LICCARDO. We have a very high-functioning committee and really, really appreciate their feedback. And I think we all see it as a time of great opportunity for our city. 2012 was very good, and 2013 is really turning out to be great so far. So what I'd like to do is just share a little bit about where we are with the economy, and then point out a few of our key accomplishments and what we hope to accomplish going forward. So we've definitely seen very strong improvement in the regional economy and a really great uptick in San Jose, especially so far this year. So activity is definitely accelerating. So our vacancy rates in the last year have declined to 5.6% in manufacturing, which is below the South Bay average. 19.7% in R&D, 15.6% in office. Again, we're just slightly above the overall average. I think most significantly, of the top 10 lease transactions in the first quarter in the South Bay, 7 of the top 10 were in San Jose, which is terrific. And our pipeline of new development projects that we're working on currently is over 16 million square feet of new development. When you look at the office, hotels, and retail, and a 61% increase from 12 months ago in the industrial permits that have been issued. So of course, despite all this positive news, we still have very significant leasing and development capacity in San Jose, which is an advantage, and our team is very committed to take full advantage of this. So we really very much agree with the direction that the memo provides us. Our work plan has 39 action items across 12 strategies because we have a very committed team who takes a very comprehensive approach.
But some of the areas that you have pointed out in your memo, we believe should be top priorities. And I just wanted to show this slide gives you an example of the major development projects that our team has been working on currently. So the first goal, which really is the most important, is encouraging companies and sectors that can drive the economy and generate revenue. This is really our core work, and led by Chris Burton, we are on track to have 250 meaningful meetings with companies this year, which was our goal. And we have many examples of being able to add value to companies with permitting, with facilities, with hiring, with training, with promotion, with partnerships. And this is, of course, a combination of leads that we get from our networks and then proactive outreach. So we will continue to do that work going forward. It's really fundamental. The second goal is really focused on retail, really developing retail to the full potential. Over the next 18 months, we're going to see some significant progress on 3 major developments. The Hitachi Cottle Road retail development. We intend to, with the partnership, have that open and fully operational by the end of 2014. The Almond and Ranch retail should be partially open by the end of 2014. And now we're working on the Evergreen Arcadia, which should be through the entitlement process and poised to start construction by the end of 2014. Each of these will generate $500,000 to over $1 million annually in sales tax revenue to our city. And if you didn't miss it today, go to Muji downtown. Today is the opening for the first global retailer to move into downtown San Jose. It's their second location on the West Coast, and they chose downtown. The third area is, of course, manufacturing. We have strong competitive advantage in San Jose in that companies here have land and facilities for advanced manufacturing, for R&D, and for office uses, all in the same area. And we learned this last year. We have the most extensive concentration of advanced manufacturing in the country is in San Jose. And so we kicked off the San Jose Manufacturing Roundtable, and we intend to continue work with this partnership of industry, education and training institutions to focus on the needs of manufacturers here for land, facilities, workforce, and state and federal advocacy. Goal number 6 is also a very high priority. Of course, we've very much focused on the development review process. We want you to know that in the last 18 months, the team has completed 390 expedited permit projects. So that is the Special Tenant Improvement Program, the Industrial Tools Program, and other express services. This program, especially the STI, is really a competitive advantage of our city. As a matter of fact, we have now, for better or for worse, other cities in the Bay Area, other large cities wanting to visit our city to see how we do this so well. So we, of course, increased our development services staffing to handle the increased volume, and you'll see more staffing proposed in the budget. And we want to really communicate that we really value the mayor's ad hoc committee on competitiveness that has been meeting on monthly, and it's really been profound to build that spreadsheet every month and track these major projects. And it's very helpful communication for brokers and our staff to understand all of the opportunities, projects that are happening in San Jose right now. With downtown, there continues to be very positive momentum downtown. During the period of the work plan, the downtown vacancy rate for office fell from 29% to 19%. We've developed some very robust partnerships with the Downtown Association, brokers, property owners, and probably most importantly, employers who are now helping us go out and recruit and retain other tenants. And of course, we have some very exciting building projects coming with the finishing of the convention center and breaking ground on the One South high-rise as early as next month. The last area you mentioned that we of course agree is the importance of continuing to develop arts, entertainment, and sporting amenities. We're very excited about the Earthquake Stadium and the development nearby. We anticipate issuing a building permit for the stadium next month. And we are going to continue our preparations for a Major League Baseball stadium in the Deardown Station area. So our goal is to finalize the environmental impact report this year. And as directed previously by this council, the city is working with VTA and Caltrain, the two other public property owners in the area, to create a joint powers authority who will be ready to play a lead role in encouraging development on the land near the ballpark site. So again, I'd like to thank all of the folks on our CSA team and our committee, and thank Rue Wirakund for her involvement and support. And we will make a progress report every 6 months, as we have been doing, to the committee. So that concludes our report, and we're here to take any feedback and answer questions you may have.
Thank you. Well, you mentioned a few people to be thanked, but there are a few more. I want to make sure that I take this opportunity to do that, because this is a time where we're seeing the success of years of work. 16 million square feet in the permitting process and more that's likely to get in the process. There's a lot of work there, and it didn't happen by accident. So starting with the City Council, our Community Economic Development Committee, our ad hoc Committee on Economic Competitiveness, Airport Competitiveness, we certainly had excellent leadership on economic development issues. We've all wanted to succeed, and I think we can all share in the credit. Of course, the city manager and the many people in the city manager's staff, the city attorney's staff, that get involved in making a success. And we've got our citywide economic development team, more specifically Office of Economic Development, Planning, Building, Fire, Public Works, Transportation, Housing, Airport, all have to focus and work on this. And we have some partners that have been very helpful to us on a lot of issues, a lot of items, like the Downtown Association, the Chamber of Commerce, Silicon Valley Leadership Group, and Team San Jose, so that we can all enjoy the success we've had and hope the economy keeps moving in a positive direction at a national level, so that we'll continue to surge ahead here. I have a slide that I wanted to put up that's tech companies served by our expedited permitting process in 2012, if I could get that up. You've seen this slide before, using the State of the City speech, but I think it's important just to get a graphic idea of the breadth and scope of the companies that we are working with, that are growing in San Jose and expanding in San Jose, because that's why you've been so good on job creation and revenue growth for the city of San Jose. The Milken Institute identified the San Jose metropolitan area as the #1 best performing area in the country. Our metro area has been tops the last couple of years in the rate of job growth, best in the nation. Our unemployment rate has come down. We've created a lot of jobs. And of course, we share that with the rest of the county, other cities in the county, but San Jose plays a huge role in the success of the county. So we can all be relieved that things are improving after having had quite a few years of things not going well and the economy not doing well. Our tax revenues are up, both on the city side and the successor agency side, and that's a big plus compared to where we were when the revenues were going the other direction. We've had a lot of private sector investment. That 16 million square feet that's in the process that Kim referred to as billions of dollars of private sector investment that'll create more taxes for us. We broke the world record for the most people in a groundbreaking, officially supervised and certified by the Guinness Book of World Records, with many thousands of people at the Earthquakes Stadium groundbreaking. And of course, we had the launch of ANA and are looking forward to the launch of Virgin America service at the airport. May 1st, by the way, to those who are listening, Virgin will be flying 4 flights a day to LA, definitely stepping up the quality of the service to LA. And we've been able to do all this because we focused on the highest priorities. Council has set those, and staff has done a great job of implementing them. We've given you a lot of direction. We haven't given you a lot more staff. And so the folks that have done this work have done an excellent job of delivering by staying focused and working on the important stuff. And there are 26 projects, plus or minus a few, on that major projects list: office R&D, high-rise, residential, commercial, neighborhood, regional retail. There's a lot of things happening, many exciting things, many things going on. We can be happy to see that. And Councilor LICCARDO and Councilor Oliverio and I were downtown. Well, we're already downtown. We were in a downtown building last week for Malware Bytes, a high-tech company that basically grew out of Edendale, moved into San Jose, downtown. They've taken an entire floor of a building, and they are growing rapidly and hopefully will be taking over more space. But it's the kind of thing that's happening all around us, and so it didn't happen by accident. It really happened as a result of a lot of great work that we collectively have done. And just to prove the impact of that, I'd like to have another slide here. I'm not just making this up. Okay, so here's a testimonial, a couple of quotes. One from Samsung Semiconductor's Vice President and General Counsel, Terry Cross. We express thanks for the terrific responsiveness and cooperation we've received working with the City of San Jose on Samsung Semiconductor's headquarter project. We appreciate the city's commitment to supporting our project and are impressed by how the city's actions match its commitment to building business. And as I've said before, being the mayor is a great job. I just get to make promises that these folks have to deliver. And they've got a 100% track record of delivering when the city's made a commitment for on-time delivery, working at the speed of business. We've been able to do it. There's another quote here from David Riley, Chief Information Officer of Synaptics, a name you probably don't recognize, but every time you use a touch screen to pinch and squeeze and move things around with your finger, you're probably using Synaptics technology. It's been an amazing experience to work with the City of San Jose. Synaptics is extremely grateful for everyone's support, planning, building, fire, economic development, public works, and the entire team. We're very happy with the Special Tenant Improvement Program. It validates our choice in relocating to San Jose. And these are a couple of the testimonials. I've heard many, many more from the companies that have been through our special permitting programs that have made the decision to stay here and grow here, which is what we're trying to get them to do. So we can all be proud of that, but yet we can't stop working because the opportunity is here for a lot more. And that's why we have the Economic Competitiveness Ad Hoc Committee, is to make sure we take advantage of the opportunities while the economy is good. We can continue to monitor those and work on those, but staying focused on the most important things is the key to success. It's easy to come up with new ideas and new things, and at one time we had 130-some action items, I think, on our economic development strategies when we first got started on it. We've worked on many of those and accomplished many of those, but there are quite a few left, and that's why we recommended that we focus our efforts in key areas. And I had, I think, one question for the staff, or sort of an assignment for the staff, is you made reference to the 250 visits. I'm curious as to what you've learned from the visits, and because when I visit with CEOs, I usually learn a thing or two about what is important to them, things that we could do differently, or things that we could do better, or problems that they're having. And I don't think you've tried to aggregate the data from your visits in any way. I think that could be helpful if you track it and start seeing trends at what they say might be important to them, that if you could share that with us at a policy level, there may be things that we need to do. And that information is also helpful to me when I'm dealing with the state legislature or the governor's office, speaking not just for us, but for our businesses, can be very helpful at what needs to be done. And we know from all of the conversations I've had and the conversations you've had that there are many problems that we have that are generated by the state legislature. And we have to live with it because we're the city. But to the extent we can identify those things and communicate it back to the legislature and the governor, I think it could be helpful at improving the state's economy, not just ours. With that, Councilmember Herrera, Chair of the Economic Development Committee.
Thank you, Mayor. And first, I appreciate that you've thanked everyone else, and I want to thank you for your extraordinary leadership and for keeping us very focused. Because what's really important about this is doing the right things at the right time, making sure we're doing those things. Again, I want to thank Kim Wallish and the entire Community and Economic Development team for this report and your work every day towards advancing San Jose's economic development goals. Also, Rue Weirkun, who's very helpful in all of her work in moving us forward. And at this time, I'd like to move the memo by the Mayor, Vice Mayor Nguyen, myself, and Councilmember LICCARDO to accept the staff report on the accomplishments of the Economic Strategy Work Plan to date, the status and use of development incentives, the status of campus development and leasing opportunities, and the proposed 18-month work plan, July 2012 through December 2014, with some added direction and honing in on some priority goals. And I'd like to
we have a motion.
speak to that.
Councilmember Herrera?
So the goal of the memo is simply to focus our effort, as the mayor's talked about, on opportunities to capture job and revenue growth throughout San Jose in the next 18 months. We believe that the highest priority strategic goals and actions recommended in the memo will focus our efforts to achieve the greatest benefit and will have then measurable impact on San Jose's jobs and revenue generation goal. And just to mention a couple of these, so item 1, which is goal 6, recognizes again the importance of ensuring the timely delivery of the over $1 billion worth of major development projects currently in the pipeline, and that's the focus, of course, of the Mayor's ad hoc Committee on Economic Competitiveness. Again, we're at a point where we need to maximize those efforts, get the projects in while the getting is good, so to speak. And I think it's really incredible what you made mention of, Kim, this report from Cushman & Wakefield, that 7 out of the 10 biggest leases in the past year were in San Jose. Again, we're hearing good news from our development department that we performed over 15,000 site inspections in March alone, the tremendous amount of volume that goes through our planning and development department. And with this strong uptick in development project and a focused effort to meet the needs of development and business community, I know we're on the right path. Goal 1, which is also in the memo, focusing on staying the course, which is the right thing to do, encouraging the driving industry companies, because they're the areas of growth and job creation that's going to continue to create jobs in city revenue. Goal 2, we're still under-retailed in many areas in San Jose, and this means there's an opportunity to maximize revenue by keeping those dollars in San Jose. And of course, good neighborhoods serving retail vitalizes an area, works together, is also part of attracting companies. As we know, companies are looking for that whole package, including amenities, retail amenities, schools, nice neighborhoods. And of course, small businesses in downtown and neighborhood business districts are an important part of that retail mix. Manufacturing, as we've talked about and as you've mentioned, and in fact at our committee, we've had the opportunity to have some manufacturers come and visit us and actually talk about what it's like to be a manufacturer in San Jose. We know it's alive and well and has always been in San Jose. We're very fortunate to have them, but we have to preserve those job lands, as the memo says, and as I know we have support here, that support manufacturing and make sure that we don't do something that's going to create a situation where we can't have new manufacturing come into San Jose. So I again want to encourage my colleagues on the council, and I know they are, my council colleagues are out there like individual chambers of commerce, welcoming businesses and looking and reaching out to businesses all the time, and want to encourage them to continue to do that with their connections and networks to promote the city of San Jose and bring that business to our city. And I just had a couple of questions for Kim, and not all, some additional things that we haven't talked about. I wanted to ask you a little bit about, because we are an international city and we're certainly focused on those international connections, and the latest one being our connection reaching out to China. And I wondered if you could give us a little update on the China Silicon Valley efforts.
Sure, I'm happy to. I think there's been a lot of publicity in the last week with Governor Jerry Brown's mission to China, and then before that, several months ago, there was the first report ever by the Asia Society that projected the amount of Chinese investment that could be flowing into California between now and 2020, and it's somewhere on the order of $10 to $60 billion of investment in buildings, real estate, and companies. So I think one thing we've learned is the importance of partnerships in economic development and following where the private energy is and where the money is. And so we have had a group of San Jose, Silicon Valley-based business people who have connections in China that are working to form a nonprofit called China Silicon Valley for the express purpose of helping to bring Chinese companies and Chinese investment into San Jose and to help it be successful here.
That it would be similar to the model that San Francisco has with their China SF initiative, which has been successful. And now the state of California has recently set up an office in Shanghai to represent the state of California in China. So they're looking for some city or regional connections throughout the state. So we're a partner in that. It's private sector driven, but we really hope that it comes to fruition. And I can tell you one of our projects right now, the Japantown project that we're scoping out with Williams and Dame, is actively seeking EB5 funding. And it's on the list of projects that Jerry Brown took to China last week. So that's a very practical example of the value of potentially getting Chinese investment to fund projects that we want to see happen in San Jose. So we'll continue to keep you posted on that, but there's a lot of initiative, people who want to help, who have those cultural and business connections on the both sides.
Well, I was at the meeting, at your last meeting, and I was very impressed with that group. And from my little bit of research, I mean, the one thing I am hearing over and over again is this is real. There's real investment money that could come here. And so I'm very interested in seeing how that progresses, because the private sector's interest in putting real money into business opportunities here is what's going to really help us create more jobs. So I think that's a very exciting development that's happening. And do you have any other feedback on the patent office locating in San Jose? Do we have anything on that? Any latest information?
I can say what I know. Mayor Reed, maybe you'd want to add, but basically there's 2 buildings in downtown that meet the specifications for the patent office, and there'll be a process shortly for a formal proposal and then negotiation on buildings that appear to be suitable. We continue to believe that our location in San Jose meets all the criteria that they're looking for in terms of amenities and transit access and urban core, and we continue to be as helpful as we can to the people involved with the process.
Let me just add to that we have focused on the criteria set by the President in executive orders. There are 2 executive orders that describe the kind of real estate the GSA should be looking at. And when you look at that criteria, it fits our downtown locations, buildings to a T. And so there are 2 buildings that I'm aware of where the GSA has done a site visit, done a tour, which is the step after the step after the step. I'm not sure how many steps they have in their process, but it's good that they're following through. They're following what they've said they would do, and using the criteria. So we're very strong, I think, in terms of the probable selection, which could happen in the next couple of months, I think, when they finally got a negotiated deal. And they haven't done that yet. So it's looking good, but in the meantime, they're operating out of temporary space in Menlo Park that they got. It's government space. We had offered up the possibility that we could provide space for them in downtown, including in this building, but they got free space from the GSA in Menlo Park, and that was good enough to meet their very small space needs in the interim. So it looks good. We certainly meet the criteria, and as long as they follow the executive orders, I think our buildings are going to do very well.
For the first year this time, World Intellectual Property Day is not just being celebrated in D.C., but it's being celebrated in the 3 locations where the Patent Office now has regional offices. They reached out to us and wanted to host it in downtown San Jose, so you should have received an invitation to that on Friday afternoon, April 26th.
Great. Well, I'll look forward to that, and we'll look forward to hopefully a positive decision on the location of that office. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to thank the Mayor again for his extraordinary leadership on this issue, and of course, his staff, Ruth Vercoon, for her work on the memo, along with my colleagues, Councilmember Sam LICCARDO and Rose Herrera. I had a couple questions around goal number 3, which was preserve and strengthen manufacturing-related activity and jobs. With the increased advocacy and awareness around domestic manufacturing, obviously both at the state and national levels, and given the fact that San Jose has received really good publicity in terms of the place, or at least the second top cities for manufacturing to happen, I read in the memo that staff has created this Silicon Valley Manufacturing Roundtable. I was just wondering if you can talk a little bit about it in terms of when it was created, what is the goal, who are some of the stakeholders, and what are we trying to accomplish?
Yeah, so I'll let Chris take that question. We created it last December after meeting with 50 or so manufacturing companies in the area.
Chris Burton, Office of Economic Development. Thank you, Council Member. The purpose of bringing together those companies was really after meeting with a wide variety of companies in the manufacturing sector, we understood that there was a real gap of anybody working across all of the different sectors and all the different vertical industries that include manufacturing. And so what we've tried to do in creating that group is bring together a variety of stakeholders. So in addition to manufacturers of all sizes, we have academics from local universities and community colleges. We have other business organizations. We've actually included other cities as well. The city of Fremont, Morgan Hill, and Santa Clara have been involved in that effort, as well as the Chamber and some of the other sort of organizations throughout the valley. Through that work, we've identified 3 key areas that we need to address critical issues up front. The first is middle jobs, middle skilled jobs, so that understanding that although we have a broad workforce throughout Silicon Valley, many of the manufacturers we have are still finding challenges finding the right people with the right skill sets. And so there's an opportunity to connect training providers and academics with the manufacturers on building curriculum. The second is addressing issues around facilities and permitting, understanding that time is still critical to those folks. And then lastly, it really is that awareness at a state and federal level. So there's a lot being talked about at both the federal government and the state government. Staff was involved in the meeting held by the governor's office a couple of weeks ago around manufacturing to give input. And still I think that there's this opinion that manufacturing is elsewhere, and it's not well understood, the resources that we have in San Jose particularly, but also the broader Silicon Valley. So there's an opportunity for us to really amplify that message.
That's wonderful. And how often do you meet, and if there are companies out there that wants to be a part of this roundtable, is it still permissible?
Absolutely. We're meeting on a quarterly basis right now for the full roundtable, and we're encouraging all the companies we run into to participate in that. We're also having subgroups around those 3 key areas in the interim, and have different staff from other cities running those groups for us. So to the extent that you come across companies that may be interested, please pass on their contact details. We'd love to get them involved.
We've also built a website with all sorts of manufacturing resources that are available.
That's wonderful. And then just a final comment. It's really an honor for me, and of course I'm sure my colleagues feel the same way, to serve on the ad hoc committee on economic competitiveness. We get to know more and more details how staff is working, which is really above and beyond the speed of business in regards to some of the bigger companies. But at some point, and obviously I'm very, very aware of the limited resources and staff, that we can't treat the small and medium-sized companies the way that we do with the bigger companies. But it would be great at some point if that was part of our goal or a vision to eventually, in the near future, that we can treat some of these smaller and medium-sized companies the way that we treat the big companies, because we're doing a good job with the big companies right now, but now we're getting complaints from some of the smaller size company and saying that, well, why don't we get the same love? Why can't we get the same attention as some of these companies? Obviously, they don't provide the same type of tax revenue or revenue activities, but they're also the backbone of our economy, and it's just really important. And so I was just wondering if you can just kind of speak to that.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. The small companies are also really critical to the city of San Jose. We need all kinds of companies to really support our diverse economy here. We have hired our small business ally position, so now we have a dedicated go-to person in the permit center, so small businesses can come and talk with him. He is bilingual in Spanish, and then we have also staff who also can assist in other languages. So we do want to provide good hand-holding service, concierge-level service to our small businesses. Sylvia Doe has been promoted to the permit expediter role, so she's definitely supporting us on the ad hoc, but we also know that some of these small companies grow up to be some of the big ones that will end up on that ad hoc committee. So we have other dedicated staff, and as Chair Councilmember Herrera mentioned, with permitting activity growing as we're still trying to hire and keep up with the demand, we are very thankful for the support of this City Council to allow development services to flexibly staff, add positions, and continue to grow to meet the demand. We still aren't staffed up yet. We're working very hard to train our new employees, and we still have ongoing recruitments, and we appreciate your ongoing support in that. So really, it's kind of a work in progress, and we're going to try and do our best to meet our time deadlines for small business as well as the big ones.
And we realized we could do a better job by clarifying for small businesses exactly what our process is and what our steps are. So we previewed for the committee the Business Express online permitting tool, which is in beta now and will be released in the next several months. And it is really kind of a simple, elegant way of saying to a small business, here are the steps, including steps that might involve the county, say for health permits or other levels of government. That's not the only solution, but that's part of the solution, is to be clear up front what the map is and what they need to do to get our sign off.
That's wonderful, and thank you for sharing the information, because I wasn't aware of most of what you just shared with me, so thank you.
Councilor Liccardo.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to echo the kudos. I want to really thank your whole team, Kim. It's been really a pleasure working with you guys. Whenever we hear about a lead, somebody on the team is on it, or Rue is already 2 steps ahead of me, and somebody's been, you know, and I know Rue's not a member of your team, but I know she's been working closely with you guys. So I just really appreciate how responsive everybody's been, given the enormous amount of work that's already on their plate. And a recent example was, I think Chris Burton jumped in when I had a meeting with some folks over at Cupertino Electric, and they wanted ways to connect with manufacturers in the valley, didn't know how to do it, and I said, hey, we've got folks who have been working on this for months. So, so it's really a great way to help our local manufacturers, and now Cupertino Electric is a manufacturer, contrary to what I believe. They actually do manufacturing on their site. So I really appreciate all the hard work. I want to ask a couple policy-related issues, particularly as we think about growth opportunities going forward. And I'm thinking, for instance, of Google's attempt in Mountain View to really integrate housing and work in a way that I think we all recognize is environmentally preferable and certainly in line with our urbanist vision of what San Jose can become in downtown North San Jose and other areas, growth areas of the city. And I'm wondering, you know, as you look at, for instance, 1.4 million square feet that eBay has or other big campuses, you know, if eBay comes along and says, we love to do 1 million square feet of office and R&D, but by the way, we want to build housing on the site. I guess, you know, our answer has to be no, based on the policy we've got. And I'm not suggesting all of a sudden we allow a rush of housing in, but I guess my concern is do we know what we're saying no to, or what maybe that, you know, a broker out there is saying no for us based on a policy that we've got, and we may in fact be missing great opportunities. And is there a path forward where we can get to somewhere other than no, where we can actually say to an eBay, hey, let's take it before council. I recognize we've got an EIR out there, we've got cities ready to sue us if we change things, but it just seems to me that I'm worried about opportunities either we're saying no to or opportunities we don't even know about because somebody else knows what our policy is right now in North San Jose and recognizes we're 7 million square feet away from saying yes to anything.
Thank you, Council Member. I think the key point is, what are those opportunities and how can we find out about them and really understand what exactly that company wants to achieve, what are their goals, and how can San Jose meet those goals. So I think part of it is that communication and the collaboration. So as you hear leads, we definitely appreciate those coming back to us, because then we can follow up either with the broker or with the company itself and certainly dig deeper. You know, it's great that cities like Mountain View are starting to add housing. Quite honestly, they're one of our job-rich communities, so for them to be adding housing in an employment area is a great thing. For San Jose, we're still really trying to bring the jobs to our community. So I think we definitely want to support our colleagues in other cities as they mix the jobs and housing. We opened up North San Jose to housing to facilitate the job growth, quite honestly, and We'd love to get more of the job growth to happen here. So I think as we hear about those opportunities, let's dive into the details, see what we can get to yes on to help that company locate in San Jose. And then if there's a need to bring forward a policy question or environmental studies, we'll certainly do so before the full council. But I think we need to understand what is it that the companies want to achieve in San Jose and how we can really bring them here successfully.
And Laura, I appreciate that. I should add, you know, what happened to Google is they got shut down in Mountain View, actually. And I know there are some cities that we think might be helping the extraordinary job housing imbalance we have throughout the valley, but in that case, they weren't. And I would have loved to reach out to George Sala or Google and say, hey, we got a great site for you, but the reality was I really couldn't because I knew we had, maxed out on 8,000 units. And so I guess I'm a little concerned about not knowing what we don't know. And that is, waiting for somebody to come to us saying, we'd really like to do this, and hoping that that will actually get communicated to us in a way that will enable us to respond. And then our response is probably going to be something along the lines of, well, if we go to council, amend the EIR, get a general plan amendment, and talk a lot about a change in policy, 2 or 3 years from now, you might have something. And I just wonder, is there any benefit in us actually reaching out to find out whether or not there is interest in doing R&D office with housing on the same campus? And if that's true, maybe, proactively finding that out, maybe that would tell us, is it time for us to put the policy on the table again and talk about where their options might be.
Yes, I think, reaching out and having those conversations is always really valuable. As was mentioned earlier, we always learn from the conversations that we have with the development community and with our companies. We also have other places other than North San Jose. Downtown is an excellent location for both jobs and housing. We have great places. Even in this report, we identify where those campus opportunities are, and we have opportunities within our current general plan to do signature projects that add jobs and housing together. We have great sites right now, big parcels, for example, the former Garden City parcel. If we had a job generating use that also wanted to put in some housing, bingo, there we don't need to do general plan amendments. We can come directly to council with zoning and get going. So we have other places within the city where we can bring together both jobs and housing. And I think as we hear about those opportunities or the specific companies that want to pursue that, we should all, bring that information to staff, and we'll be happy to follow up and bring 1 or 2 of you along with us as appropriate.
Okay, thank you. And then about the high-rise incentive, when I'm thrilled that we were able to move forward. We got a lot of interest from developers. We got 2 we believe that we can break ground on in the next couple months, and possibly more to follow. But increasingly, I'm getting a lot of feedback from developers that are really concerned this window is closing very fast if it hasn't closed already. And that is because of rapidly rising labor costs, as we see BART construction, 49er Stadium construction, Spaceship and Cupertino construction, all the other projects that are drawing enormous amount of construction labor, obviously driving up costs, and also material cost escalations, which I really didn't expect given what's going on globally here. But what they're coming back to us with is, first I'm hearing some negativity about venturing beyond these 2 projects because they feel that they're not able to get through this window fast enough. And secondly, a certain sentiment from those who have ventured, actually from both developers now I've heard in the last few days, that when we pass this, we pass an incentive that both cut construction fees in half and promised expedited processing. And never was it mentioned during any of the council discussions that I recall that we'd be charging extra for the expedited processing. And so now they're facing a fee bill with 50% higher fees on the fees that we said we were reducing for them. And their incentive doesn't feel that much like an incentive anymore. And obviously when they're facing millions of dollars in other escalating costs, it's making everybody hesitate. And hesitation, as you know, in a market with a narrow window is your worst enemy. And so I guess I wanted to elevate this issue because it seems to me it's something we ought to talk about. If we're telling people they're getting an incentive with expedited processing, and then we're telling them they got to pay 50% more for it, at the same time we're telling them we're cutting their fees by 50%, it doesn't help our reputation as a city. And right now there are 24 cranes over San Francisco. There are 12 cranes over the city of Seattle, and there are 0 over the city of San Jose in downtown. And that is troubling to me because I recognize this window is closing, maybe closing fast, and I'm worried about the implications. I don't know if you'd like to comment in some way.
Sure. Let me just mention that it's the expedited plan check fees. It's a choice for a builder if they want to go through the expedited plan check. We have other projects on the mayor's, the ad hoc committee list that is going through plan check, and we have others that haven't even applied yet for plan check. So, you know, it really just depends upon where the companies are and where the developers are. If we need to extend the length of the duration of the incentives, that can be a policy question that the City Council can consider. But I do want to remind the Council that the planning permits for One South Market and some of the others, we did not charge a premium to get them through literally in days, 77 days for Samsung, and, you know, a couple months to get One South Market. They did not pay extra fees. I don't think One South Market's even paid yet for I don't think they're even in yet for plan check. So we need to get the projects in the door so we can start doing our review, and then we'll get them through. I know we're plan checking the earthquakes right now. We're going to get them through as fast as possible, but our gating issue is the FAA and needing to get them through FAA. So for some of these, they have chosen not to pay expedited, but we are moving just as fast because we need to get them through.
Okay, actually, I heard from the developers of Centara specifically, and that was my concern.
Okay.
And I'd heard earlier from the developers of One South Market. That was a month or two ago. So somebody in the department is telling them they're going to pay 50% more fees. And it would seem to contravene the sort of the intent of council when we created this incentive. And so that's what I'm concerned about. Sure. And I recognize
Let me follow up on
it's a big organization, and there can be a left-hand, right-hand issue, I know, but it's just something I'm concerned about. And I guess I just want to commend your team for really focusing now with Business Express and the Small Business Ally. I think you're hearing a lot of concern whenever we talk about our big customers, that a lot of the small businesses are feeling really left out and very frustrated. So everything that we're doing now and hopefully in the future to try to close that gap is, I think, very, very helpful. So thank you very much.
Councilor Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 questions, and hopefully they can, well, actually, I think 3, and I'll try and be as brief as I can. On the goal number 6, in terms of the speed, consistency, and predictability of the development and review process, the council made a commitment and invested in a number of new staff for planning, building, and code enforcement. And I was curious if I can get an update as to the progress on that and how that has affected the development process. There's also some anecdotal information I've heard about these folks being hired that we haven't been able to retain them, and we've had some, not significant turnover, but some turnover, and how those positions really reflect right now any vacancies.
Right. We are still at about a 15% vacancy rate in development services, probably a little bit short of 40 positions that we're still trying to fill, and they're at all levels. Engineering, plan check engineers, inspectors, planners, senior planners, supervisors, et cetera. So I know of 2 people who did choose to leave the city of San Jose. We had a planner who was in the retail industry, and his prior company lured him back to have an international retail experience, and he just couldn't pass that up. So that was a very unique case. We are still ongoing with interviews and selection processes as we speak for all across the development sector. We've got new engineers coming on board with Public Works, and clearly we have some training ahead of us to get them up to speed, but we're seeing a lot of great new talent and people who really want to work for the city of San Jose. They're coming from Canada. They're coming from the East Coast, Midwest, et cetera. So they want to be in San Jose working on the types of exciting opportunities here, and they're very dedicated. So we're hoping that they will choose to make their careers here, but we also know that there are other opportunities. So we may be a training ground for a little while, but we're hoping overall we'll settle down. But as demand keeps going and we're still playing catch up with our resources, unfortunately we can't serve everyone at the highest level that we would like. So we're trying our best to meet everyone's time frames. Unfortunately, we're just not there yet.
Gotcha, thank you. I guess I'm looking at 15% or 40 positions, and that's significant, especially as we're making a commitment here and also publicly in the council about trying to recognize we have some customers to serve and we want to serve them. So outside of those factors and those special factors that might lead to someone leaving or not being able to fill a position, it still seems to me that the vacancy rate's pretty high, even though the dollars are there and the commitment's there and the job openings are there. Is there some barrier to the hirings, or is it just a time issue? Or are we just not, I know you mentioned we're getting some good applications, but again, I'm hearing 40 positions open, and as we've made this commitment, I'm just concerned that we're not, that there's something else missing from this formula.
Well, we definitely appreciate the question, and it takes, really the whole city organization to rally its resources around hiring. And it's not just the development services element that's now hiring, but as you see in the job announcements citywide, we've got other positions in other city departments. So we need to grow the capacity in human resources. We've had ongoing great support from the city manager's office to look at new models of how we go through a recruitment process, but it does take time, and when we have limited human resources staffing, things do tend to bunch up, and it just takes time. So we need to be able to invest in our strategic support departments, so that way we can all run at the speed of business.
Gotcha. Yes, I know the time issue. It's just been some time since we made that decision. It has nothing to do with your work here or anything. I'm trying to vet out why it's been so much time, and we're really committed to that. You folks are committed to that, and I want to help us get there. I'm trying to find out how come we're not there. And I don't expect us to always be there or to get there immediately. I'm just trying to better understand the issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
The second one was the goal 2 and the retail development, and I know this council and our staff is committed to retail development, and trying to encourage as much as we can in our city. What I kind of want to mention, and what I don't want to avoid the most is just retail development for the sake of retail development. And I know we talk about quality retail, and generally we're able to achieve quality retail. But I think in my personal opinion is I'd like to see some mention of that, or at least a reference to that, or a goal to attain that. I'll use 2 examples, the Almaden Ranch project in my district, and then also the McDonald's and the Chase, I believe, Bank at Union and Kirtner. Whether or not you would call these quality retail, I felt that we made a commitment as a city and my council office and the community that that's what we'd like to see, and I've heard from the residents that they'd like to see that. They're not opposed to truly new retail. They're not opposed to theoretically just new traffic impacts. They're willing to, I think, to concede that that's just a result of living in a city, in a big city. But I think at the end of the day, working through that Almaden Ranch project, what I heard from the residents and why they didn't show up and oppose it because of new traffic impacts that are going to happen on Almaden Expressway was that they saw the potential for some tenants that they had hope in were quality retail and the development itself. So that long diatribe is really just to remind us that I just don't want to be a slave to retail development and sales tax just for the sake of it without some hope to try and make these developments good, compatible with our community. I think the last question I had was, looking at the attachment, number 12, in terms of the sports component, Exhibit A, develop a distinctive set of sports, arts, and entertainment offerings along with San Jose's diverse growing population. As I was reading this document and the mayor's document, I was thinking a little bit about our efforts on the ACE. And if that's something we want to elevate in terms of whether a council discussion or a public discussion about, is there some some remaining items that we could be investing our time in, and any potential opportunities that we might have to tie out any loose ends up on our side, just to make sure that we're completely ready for any decision by MLB. And that's really not a question I don't think I'm going to pose to anybody. If somebody's willing to step up and speak to that, I'm more than happy to entertain that statement. But I think that, you know, given that we haven't visited this for quite some time on the land acquisition component of it, is there anything else left for us to do just to show our commitment to this project? So,
Councilmember KHAMIS.
I also want to thank you for all your efforts. I've been delighted to walk in, and when the economy is on the upward rise, and I want to thank you for expediting some work for Samsung, and I really encourage that kind of job growth. Some tax revenue. It's all great. I do have one question on Almaden Ranch. I was not part of the voting process that made this a reality. But I am very concerned about the traffic coming off of Highway 87 onto Almaden Expressway. It has been probably one of the most talked about things in my district. In fact, there's been so many crashes on Highway 87 getting off of Almaden Expressway. I'm surprised that nothing's been done already about it. I did talk to the Department of Transportation about putting a sensor at the top of the exit to make the green light turn green longer when the traffic backs up. And believe me, I go home this direction almost every day. I now completely avoid it. I take Almaden Expressway all the way down. But it backs up all the way to Highway 87. I don't know if you could put that picture in your head. It backs up all that direction, and it's a real hazard, inconvenience, etc. And I think our community would be well served to get some more traffic mitigation conducted in that area. I love retail, and I'm not opposed to it. Don't get me wrong, but I think we need to do some more mitigation, and I'd like to see some results. Because I think, the Department of Transportation told me that it was a California highway issue, but they are developing right there. I don't know what can be done, but I'd like to see what we can do to mitigate some of the concerns that the community has and eliminate some of the dangers of what goes on there. So do you guys have any ideas on that issue, or?
Why don't I perhaps chime in? Councilmember Ed Chicot, Assistant City Manager. I think within the context of the economic strategy, the point that you're raising is really the importance of the development review process, as well as operationally, in this particular case, coordination with the state of California. And so I know in this particular case, again, both our City Department of Transportation as well as Caltrans were actively involved and will continue to be involved. It is a constrained location, recognizing the layout of the way that the freeways are constructed there. But I know it's an issue that we'll continue to monitor.
I would just like to be kept apprised of any developments. I mean, I get complaint letters maybe once a week, and every time I go to a meeting, they ask about it. And so I would really like to get some kind of, I think my idea of having a sensor at the top of the ramp, probably a very inexpensive fix. So I was hoping that somebody could talk to that department. I did talk to Hans about it yesterday, I think, or the day before. But I want to make sure that we are looking out for that. There's some real hazards up there.
Councilmember Constant.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things. I won't belabor it too long. First, I want to agree with a lot of the comments that have been made, and especially the Vice Mayor's comments about small business. I think we really need to, as we move into budget time, I know you guys have heard me say this before, but I think we need to find a way to provide some general fund support to planning so that we can get not only our small businesses but our residents through the process. And while each individual small business may be a small fraction of the economy in relation to some of these larger businesses. The fact of the matter is there are 100-fold number of these, maybe thousands-fold number of these small businesses, and they really are what move the needle in significant ways. So hopefully as we can go forward, we can do that. I did want a little question in the staff report. I think it was on Exhibit A. I think it's Exhibit A, item 2B. It says that we have completed the sign code, but we know we haven't. I think the sign code, we're going to hear it again at the end of this month, and we're going to hear a lot more about signs as we move forward. Our sign code has been in need of a lot of work, and we have done a lot of work. There's no doubt about it. But I think there's also still a lot of work to do. And while I would have preferred we take it in one big project, we've chosen to go piecemeal. But I just want to make sure it's really clear that we are not done with our sign code and that there's a lot more steps that we're going to be taking going forward, unless I'm completely wrong.
You are completely right.
Okay.
We have a lot more to do with our sign code. On April 30th, the council will consider large shopping center signs as an example. We're trying to meter the work given some other limitations in other city offices, and our goal is to make sure that our code is as modern as it can be to meet the needs of business.
Those are 3 words that I very rarely hear. You are completely right. So it's just nice to hear that. I appreciate the memo that has all of the extra focus on the priorities that was put out by the mayor and others. One of the things that I know I've talked about, we've all talked about as a council, is the retail sales tax leakage, and not only that, but the TOT. I don't know if you'd call it leakage, but displacement, because over the years we had policies that really discouraged hotels at our city limits, and everybody else encouraged hotels at our city limits, and they've done a very good job. And we know my district is surrounded by 4 cities, District 9, District 6, District 4, all touch other cities, parts of District 8 at the southern end, meet other cities. And I really think that we've talked a lot about prioritizing those areas at the edge of our city where we have opportunities. We know Stevens Creek Boulevard is probably one of our best growth opportunities on a border. And there's a lot of those areas. I just wonder why we don't address that in any of our priorities from an economic development standpoint. It's not articulated that I can find unless I missed it. So just a question either for staff or for the committee that it went through. I'd just like to get some feedback on that.
Yeah, I mean, there are hotels on our major projects list right now, several in North San Jose and one in downtown. And you're absolutely right, hotels are an amenity that should be located in many parts of our city, and we often respond to inquiries and provide information. We're very supportive of all different kinds of hotels throughout the city. Many of them fit into the concept of the urban village, and so there's actually many sites throughout the city, not just downtown and North San Jose, for new hotels.
Just to add to that, we are in more conversations as the economy picks up, showing sites like on Stevens Creek where there are village plans that would accommodate job growth, as well as more hotels that are going forward in North San Jose, just to add to the list that Kim mentioned.
Right, and not just the hotels. I mean, hotels are important and the TOT is great, but the retail sales tax leakage, you know, it's one thing when you're in a district where you're surrounded by San Jose and your choices are which part of San Jose do I shop. It's a completely different thing when you're in District 4 and you're looking right at Milpitas, or in my district where whether you decide to pick this side of the street or that side of the street, or quite frankly on De Anza Boulevard, you can be on the same side of the street and still be spending your money in another city. So I'd like to see at some point we really talk about and address as a goal the sales tax leakage and prioritizing in the appropriate areas, of course, in these village areas, the main thoroughfares, some intensification of the retail and the hotels and drawing people just over the border so that the sucking sound is coming towards us instead of going in the other direction. Thanks.
Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor. I hear there's a lot of work that's been done, and with that, there's some significant wins, and that's been done with staff and leadership of the planning department and other departments in the city and the mayor and others. So that's very good. I understand we need to stay vigilant, right? We have to, keep trying to get all we can so that way we can bring in the revenue, provide services, that there's the opportunity where the general fund could augment what Councilmember Constant was talking about, or others, of where we think development is the key. Then it maybe not is always fee-based, but it's up to us then to fund that through the budget process, and that we're open for big opportunities. No matter what the zoning is, if someone's going to come with a great, unique opportunity, we will entertain it. But it's not for entertaining, converting industrial land to housing, for just minuscule things versus the real big opportunities. So whether it's any mega corporation that wants to do something, we can do it, and it's just a matter of, I think staff and the mayor's office is going to acknowledge that there's some opportunity there, and we'll be able to do it. It won't be instantaneous, but I'm guessing that you're not going to pass on the right opportunity. And then finally, are we ever going to do any upzoning? We have so many parcels that are underutilized, that kind of sit stagnant. Maybe it's a pre-Prop 13 property owner, or just a parcel that hasn't moved, and we want something more to happen. Laurel, do you need us to fund staff to just strategically pick out and do upzoning, or is that really part of the eventual village plans, or something to spur things when they're just sitting there? And of course, it's not a guarantee.
Right, but upzoning is definitely a strategy that we could use. There was a time back 20 years ago when council did fund a program where we were zoning, council-initiated rezonings for private property, and that created a lot of value and then led to development. So that is a type of investment that the council may choose to make, but it does take general fund resources to do that.
And then if you could, you know the city as well as anyone, what's an area that you would consider upzoning? And if you don't want to name a specific parcel, but give me a scenario, if we gave your department money to upzone, what you could change from what it is today to what it could be. Can you give an example?
I can think of a couple properties where I would love to be able to do more mixed use, where essentially they would have all of the development parameters laid out. We've done all of the traffic studies and have completed environmental review, and all they need to do is come in for design review, get their planning permit, and then go straight to building after that. So that I can think of several parcels. Most of them are in urban villages, so as we work through that process, we might be able to rezone some properties through there, but if we want to get to it faster, it's a matter of resources to do that.
And just to confirm, you said in that potential scenario, upzoning would manage all the environmental mitigation.
Exactly. So we would need to, we want to cover all of what are perceived to be impediments or things that can slow us down. So to the extent the city could do the environmental studies, and with the rezoning, then essentially a development permit could come in that meets those environmental parameters and would be able to run a lot faster.
And then what would be a guess on minimal investment the council would make in that position? I mean, based on what you know it takes.
Well, based on our prior experience, legal descriptions are one of the things that kind of hold us up, but we've got great partnerships with Department of Public Works, so we would probably want to fund a portion of a staff person in Public Works to help us crank out the legal descriptions, and then we could start small with a single position at the planner 1-2 level that could be supervised by an existing senior planner. So we could start modest, but we could make a lot of headway. And we did this proactively in our neighborhood business districts a number of years ago, and it really helped small business be able to come on into San Jose.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilor Chu.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Constant brought up about the sales tax leak and remind me about what I read on the newspaper and the Chinese media about the city of Fremont designated an area, I think probably around the Tesla plant site, the old Toyota plant site, as a clean tech science park. Just the naming of that area seems to attract a lot of international attention. So I guess my question to the staff, first of all, thank you very much for your effort, and my colleague sitting on this economic development committee. So my question is to you, Kim, is it seems like a very inexpensive way to just make to name or to provide a designation for a piece of land or an area, and probably the cost of a freeway sign or something like that, to be able to garnish that kind of attention. Do we in San Jose have any potential of naming an area or giving an area certain, catchy names? And by the way, I think that the fact that we have the Little Saigon name of that district and South San Jose, I think it should be considered as an accomplishment as the economic development in the short term. But back to my question. Sorry, I'm jumping back and forth. Is there any area or potential area in the city of San Jose that we can just give them a name and promote it?
Well, I think that's something that we could take a look at. Words matter and names matter, but if they don't have meaning, they sort of ring hollow. I mean, we have a lot of cities in the Bay Area that announce districts and announce names, and it's not real, but it's a way to get attention. So I think part of what we're trying to do is look at where in the city there's really authentic growth happening and figure out how to communicate that. For example, the area we called historically the International Business Park, which is near where the new BART station is going to come into Milpitas, and sort of that northeast corner of North San Jose, is a thriving center for advanced manufacturing now. The vacancy rate has dropped from like 20% to 5% in the last year. So when we talk with brokers and companies and want to point out that that's really a great location because of the transportation access that's there for manufacturing. Or for example, where the Prospect SV Clean Tech Demonstration Center is going to go. There may be some opportunity to talk about sort of a clean tech district or area. But I think it's important that if we think about that it reflect what's really going on and not just be a gimmick or an attention-getting tool, because that can also breed cynicism.
Or a matter of promoting that name,
yeah.
Giving an identity and then promote that identity. The area called what? International?
It's called historically the IBP, right? The International Business Park. It wasn't part of the redevelopment area in North San Jose. And so it didn't get a lot of attention for a lot of years because we just didn't put a lot of resources there. But you pick the lid up now and you look under there, and it's this really exciting place in a very strategic location. So there may be some areas like that we might want to start calling them by words that will communicate their potential or the activity that's actually happening there.
I guess just naming them and then promoting them. Exactly. I think the promoting part is probably as well as important as naming them. This IBP, I've been serving on this capacity for 6 years, and the IBP, I didn't know I have an IBP in my district. So I don't know how many of you, watching the television or sitting on the dais knows about IBP. Yeah. So I guess promoting that may be a very inexpensive way to attract business to the city of San Jose. Mm-hmm. And another thing I just wanted to bring up, again, this is not that I can understand it's not included in the 18-month work plan, but I think when we look forward to be able to attract a business or to attract people that are willing to call San Jose a home, and we need to we definitely need to put some attention to the expanding of the art and the culture of our community. I look at all the priorities stated in the memo. I just felt that we haven't touched enough about creating places, having a here or having the public art that would really attract the people that are willing to live here. And I believe that business will actually follow where people live. I mean, I don't think business will want to locate it in a place that nobody wanted to live there. So attracting the people to live in the San Jose, as I been telling people that the North San Jose plan, although you're talking about 8,000 unit, 32,000 unit in the whole 4 phases, it make people feel that was really a big housing development in North San Jose. And I have to constantly remind people the North San Jose plan is a job plan, but it's important that we be able to have that 32,000 unit in the San Jose. And again, to keep them in the San Jose, we need those public amenity and public art plays a very, very important piece of it.
Yes, I mean, your economic development team couldn't agree more. And the way we summarize the whole Envision 2040 plan is it's 4 words. It's jobs first, great places. And those 2 terms, jobs first and great places, they're totally interconnected over the long term.
Again, I understand. I just wanted to bring up on this report, I understand it's a 18 months work plan, and there was no mention about public art.
Councilor Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to continue on some of the things that we can't afford as a city to omit and throw our hands up because we don't know what else to do, and that's affordable housing. And so, in these place-based, and I see on page 9, talking about the Horizon 1 urban villages, and the descriptive word is place-based. And right now, we've got these 3 place-based strategies to help improve impoverished neighborhoods right now. But we really should be looking at that term, place-based, to be all-inclusive, because we do have a workforce that relies on affordable amenities, housing that will be close to transportation or bike routes or what have you, so that they can support some of the businesses that we're trying to attract. I got stuck in traffic, and I never go north on 680 on a Friday, and it took me 3 hours to get from North San Jose to Sacramento, and most of the delay was, getting out of here. And so if you could imagine folks having to go to and from just to get to work, and this has been a problem we've had for a long time, but it's never going to alleviate itself until we really put our arms around what next. How do we create the revenue or the resources to really put a commitment to affordable housing? And I know that there are some groups out there that are battling against the inclusionary policy, but we need to find something that has teeth. In our inclusionary policy, its teeth used to be, we had a redevelopment agency that had redevelopment law that required a 20% set aside. We don't have that anymore, and so we really need to start figuring out how we're going to be able to provide that. Quality of life. You just said it. Jobs first, great places. Well, great places should be for everyone, and not just a select few that can afford it. And so I really would like to, see some focus on looking at how are we going to tackle that. And then the other thing is, along what KANSEN was talking about, being able to brand areas. All of us have been here for a very long time, and 20 years ago, you couldn't go anywhere else besides downtown and really have options to dine or to spend your entertainment dollars besides going to the mall or going to a movie, going to the movies. But, just in the past 10 years, the Alameda is amazing. You could actually spend a whole afternoon and evening just doing different things there. Willow Glen, again, Midtown is ripe, and I think we could all agree that it's ripe for what's happening there. And I think that's what makes this city, along with, all of that supporting a great downtown. And we're on a good track with the great downtown. But unless we strategically integrate all of this and brand, our areas, these neighborhoods, so that folks that are from Fremont or even San Francisco might say, hey, I'd like to spend a day or two in San Jose. And there's places and areas for people to spend. And I didn't mention Santana Row because Santana Row, and, we can have that all over the city. So.
Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few additional comments. So I just want to address, Councilmember Constant, you were talking about retail leakage, and you asked what had been done. I just wanted to mention we did have a pretty big effort in Shop San Jose since I've been on this economic development committee, to really focus people's efforts in realizing that their dollars ought to be spent here so we can get services here. I'm not saying that's the end about it. We have talked about this on the committee, and it is very important, and thank you for bringing that up. In terms of small business, I just wanted Kim, if you could just briefly list the services we provide small businesses. Small business was not mentioned that much in these memos. It is on the list, but we didn't highlight it as much. But there's a lot of things we're doing right now to assist small businesses, and if you can just list the services we provide.
The main way we deliver services to small businesses, we have this incredibly robust network of over 40 service providers who are there to support small business. It's called Business Owner Space, boss.com, and it is people that can help with business plans and financing and marketing and facilities. We are also in ongoing communication with the different small business chambers and ethnic chambers and the neighborhood business districts. And so we do have staff that reach out, especially to businesses in the neighborhood business districts, along with our partners, to make sure that these resources are available. As you mentioned, we have the Shop San Jose campaign. We have the Small Business Ally. We have the small business permit portal that I mentioned previously. So we have a very robust network of people and organizations who have real resources to support people who want to start a business, people who are self-employed, people who have mom and pops, or people that have a business capable of really scaling and growing.
So I think it's really, really important that we focus, that people know about our services to small businesses. So I think we need to get the word out more so folks know about that, because it is an important priority, and our committee does address that frequently. The last thing is, in terms of creating these opportunities, I think staff, and I think Councilmember LICCARDO talked about it, Councilmember Oliverio mentioned it, if there is a big opportunity that comes, if a company comes and wants to put thousands of jobs, and they want to put the jobs first, and they need a little housing to go with it, I'm sure we'd be looking at it. My concern would be that we don't want to take industrial land and convert it to housing, and then pray jobs will come. I think we've done that too many times. We've got too many cases in the city where we've converted industrial land, it ends up in housing, or we end up with housing too near our industrial land so that it inhibits some of the better uses that we could have, manufacturing, for example. So we just have to be strong. I think this council is going to be tested over and over again in terms of holding fast to our new general plan and making sure that we get the jobs here. Other areas have the jobs. We don't. San Jose does not have enough jobs, and we have to make sure that we have the land for them and that we stand fast on this not converting our precious jobs lands. Otherwise, we will once again end up not getting jobs, and we can't afford to do that this time. Thank you.
I have one request from the public to speak. We'll take that at this time. Ross Signorino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that glowing report that you had up there and all the industries that are coming to San Jose. And It's a bright report, and I'm glad to see it. Not only is our country heading in the right direction, I think San Jose also is heading in the right direction. Many thanks goes, of course, to the people on the staff here who work behind the scene, which I don't see. You see it better, but even though you seem to be surprised too that our staff is so good and they're able to present this situation and problems and try to get around them. Other things that should be mentioned here at the same time is education. We must not forget education, no matter what level it is to be looked at, because that's the whole ball of wax that has to be brought together in this. And then there's the question of immigration. Also, immigration is going to help our city too. People that want to come here and get green cards, engineers, I hope that they don't undercut our people that are here already. That's important. The salaries must be maintained at all levels. And at the same time, the immigrations where we can legalize the people that are here, that they don't have to live in the shadows. And I think now that even in Washington is beginning to recognize this fact. It's going to be good for the city, it's going to be good for the country, and it's going to be good for everything in the future that we will try to do. Thank you very much.
That concludes public testimony. We have a motion on the floor made by Councilman Herrera to approve the staff report and move the memorandum dated April 12th. Any further discussion on that? So on the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Motion is approved. Our next item is 7.1. It's actions related to amending Title 15 and 20 of the Code regarding water efficient landscaping.
Staff is here for questions.
We have a motion to approve. Councilmember Constant.
So I have just a question, a couple questions. So if I guess I'm not sure where the line between kind of rehabilitation and minor projects and projects that would trigger an entire a house to comply with these new landscape requirements. So if I were to knock down all but one wall of my house and rebuild it, what we consider a major remodel because we're leaving the one wall hanging, does that trigger this type of regulation?
The regulations for the water efficient landscaping really pertain just to the landscape area itself. So what we did was we took the state law and we modeled it to fit the San Jose situation without adding new permits, to try and do it in as streamlined a way as possible. So it really depends on how much landscape area is affected by the remodel. You could be redoing your entire home, but not touching the landscaping. If you're not touching the landscaping, then this ordinance won't affect you. But if you're adding a swimming pool and adding some other landscape materials that add up to about 2,500 square feet of affected area, then this ordinance might kick in for you.
So currently, if I'm renovating my backyard, which I just finished doing, you don't need permits for that.
No.
So how do you know when someone's doing that?
Well, we don't. So this is really a self-certification type of ordinance where those who are working with licensed landscape architects would self-certify that they are using drought-resistant plants. San Jose's been a leader, just so you know, on xeriscape, and we've had ordinances for a long, long time that already address doing drought-tolerant plantings and that sort of thing. So what this ordinance does is really modernize our code and bring us closer to what the state law enables.
So then change the scenario a little. I buy a home that's been built in a new development and it's gone through this process, so it has less than, I forget the number, 1,250, I think it is, square feet of turf.
Mm-hmm.
But I got 5 kids and I want them to be able to play soccer in my backyard. This, I wouldn't be able to do it. Is that correct?
Well, there are some options in terms of how to calculate the water use. So there might be more efficient ways of irrigation or other ways to still get the kind of ground cover that you need, but to just do it in a more water-efficient manner.
So me as Joe homeowner, I'm going to have to go hire and pay somebody to figure out how I can have enough grass for my kids to kick a ball around in the backyard.
Right, so that's the trade-off, is we didn't want to create a new permit, so we thought a self-certification was a better option for San Jose residents to have to, because we really don't want to be in the landscape permitting business. We want to make sure that people are getting the information that they need and can make the choices. So there are some options in terms of selecting plant types, choosing appropriate irrigation, or, if you're close enough to the recycled water pipeline, tapping into that. Yeah.
My district's nowhere near it.
Yes.
But I guess my concern is, and I know we didn't choose to be in this, the state drug us into this, which they tend to do on a lot of things, but it kills me that, I can own property in San Jose and not be able to landscape it in the way that best fits my family. And the plant of choice for someone with 5 kids is grass. And I think that, and you guys have heard me say this a million times, I'd rather see us incentivize people to figure out ways to deal with all of their water usage and give away for us who want to have a quality of life that we want to have for our family, be able to have it. I know it doesn't matter. I'm going to vote no just on principle because I think our state is screwed up and this is a stupid rule and I don't like it. And I don't like that we're dragging our residents into it, and I want to be able to tear my house down and redo my yard again in the future, and I don't want anybody telling me that my kids should be running around cactus plants or some sort of other desert material when they're trying to play ball, and I just don't like it, so I just don't like it.
Is it possible to have a cap-and-trade system for grass?
We might need it.
Councilmember LICCARDO.
Trying to imagine the cactus plants running around Pete's yard. I'm guessing that's not exactly what he meant. But anyway, so I actually had a slightly different take on this. It seems to me that we're giving 3 options to folks, and they can either choose the water budget option or the recycled water option or this plant restriction option, right? And I was wondering why we weren't shooting a little higher on the plant restriction option, because it seems to me that folks have the ability to meet one of these other 2 goals, and if they don't, a more ambitious approach like, hey, only drought-tolerant plants or drought-tolerant plants or contribute something to help build out the purple pipe or something like that. I'd like to see us be a little more ambitious, but for fear of running into trouble with Pete's kids, I'm going to refrain from saying anything more.
So, do you have any more speakers? I was going to move approval.
You can make the motion if you want.
I'll move approval with also additional direction to send a code enforcement officer to Councilmember Constance's house, given the new information you shared about his remodel.
He's gotten the work done before the new permits are required. Is there a second to that?
I'll withdraw the code enforcement.
Okay. I think we already have a motion to approve this. Councilmember Herrera, I think.
I just wanted to clarify, so we're doing this because the state it's a requirement. Staff didn't just think this up as a new way to torture residents, so we have to comply with the state's requirements, right?
That's right. This is state law, and all cities are required to comply with state law. So what we did was we took the model ordinance that the state did and adapted it to San Jose's situation. So it's consistent with state law, but again, we wanted to make sure that it would work for us, make it easy for our homeowners, as easy as we can, and still comply.
Yeah, I don't like it either, but I think you did a good job of making it not so onerous. It's not a new permit, and so thank you.
And Councilmember, this is 3 years late. This, under the state law, was supposed to be in place by January 1, 2010. So we're catching up.
Councilman CAMIS.
Well, I have to concur with Pete on this. I actually did redo my lawn and my backyard, and I did a drip system, and I I see nothing wrong with incentivizing people with, and I didn't get a permit, by the way, for the whole process. But I think the thing is, we need to incentivize people, not restrict them. This is completely unenforceable, and it's something that the entire population of San Jose will not know anything about unless they're listening to the TV right now. There's nobody who's going to follow it, so that's why I think putting rules that are unenforceable, that are an inconvenience, is not something I'm willing to vote for.
I think that concludes the discussion. Did we have a motion? I think we had a motion. City Clerk says we have a motion. We did. We have a motion to approve the recommendations, noting that the state's making us do it. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? I count 1, 2 opposed. Constant and CAMIS opposed to the motion. I think everybody else votes in favor. Okay, motion carries. Taking us to item 7.2, Burrowing Owl Habitat Improvements at Water Pollution Control Plant Report. We have a motion to approve. I have a question regarding what kind of brownie points are we going to get in a habitat conservation plan if we protect 180 acres of owl habitat here? How does that relate to what we've agreed to do in the habitat conservation plan? And also, as long as we're talking about that, I think the work has been done that the council directed on the habitat conservation plan, and that we're in a position where the manager could sign documents.
The manager has signed the documents as of last Friday, and we will get all that information out to city council members.
Okay, so now we at least have signed a habitat conservation plan. I don't know what anybody else has done, but we will certainly be faced with dealing with it. And I'm just interested in how this fits into that.
I'm going to need to get back to you on the specific details. There are portions of the plant lands that are within the habitat plan area and portions that are outside of it. What we're trying to do is make sure that we're managing our habitat appropriately while making sure that we can still do the operational things that we need to do at the water pollution control plant. You're correct, the habitat conservation plan is pretty much done and ready for signature. We are working on a memorandum that would identify how the final document addresses all the points that the council identified when you took action, so you'll know how they were resolved. But we'll need to get back to you on the specific relationship of this action as it relates to the habitat plan, because it may be outside of it.
One other related question. It wasn't clear from the staff report why we're doing this, how we get started on this path ahead of our master planning or during our master planning process.
Good afternoon, Carrie Romanow, Environmental Services Director. We embarked on this project last spring. As you may recall, we hired some biologists from San Jose State to give us a status report on our habitat and the owls, and we noted that the sheep and goats were causing some duress for the owls, and that prompted us to take some proactive action to restore the health of that particular population. We did it at a very low cost. We stayed within the defined area of the preferred land use alternative for the plant master plan, and we felt it was a good proactive step to ensure the owls were doing well.
Anybody else on this? I have no requests from the public to speak, I believe. Do we have a motion? Yes, we do have a motion. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Report's approved. Taking us to the last item on the afternoon agenda, which is 9.1, designation of Chief Financial Officer for the successor agency to the redevelopment agency. We have a motion to approve. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. Before we adjourn, we have open forum, and we'll take a recess until 7 p.m. On the open forum, Mark Trout. Can I bring my scripture sign up? No, no signs.
Well, I was thinking about what I should say, and I thought about that scripture, how Jesus said, when you're brought before powers and authorities, don't worry about what you're going to say, because my Father will give you the words. And I know I'm not being forced to come here. It's of my own free will that I come here. But I really didn't prepare anything today. And what I'd like to say is that, of course, we all know that Easter was not too long ago. And the whole thing hinges on the resurrection of Jesus Christ. If Jesus stayed in that tomb, then there's no hope for anybody. If he resurrected, then there is hope of salvation. And the lie that was spread by the unbelieving Jews really, in a strange way, proves that Jesus must have resurrected from the tomb, if you think about it. What the Jews said is they paid money to the soldiers and said, tell everybody that while you were sleeping, the disciples came at nighttime and stole the body. You ever think about that? That was the lie that was spread. That could not have happened. The guards would have been executed if they fell asleep, and the Christians never would have had any motivation to steal the body. We didn't even believe, and I'm speaking for the church here, we didn't even believe that Jesus was going to resurrect, even though we had been told many times by the Savior that he was going to be resurrected. But strangely, the unbelievers did, and they went to the Roman authority and said, we remember when that deceiver was yet alive, that he said on the third day he'd raise again. So give us a guard so we can watch the tomb so the disciples won't steal the body and that lie be first than the worst. I mean, the first than the first, worst than the first. I wish we had it like San Francisco does. You can tell exactly how many seconds you have left, but how much time do I have?
12 seconds.
12 seconds. Believe on Jesus. He is real. Okay, the Bible is real. Judgment Day is coming soon. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life.
Ross Signorino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Microphone's falling apart here. Fixed it. No time. Yesterday in Oakland, there was a baseball game. Yesterday in Oakland, there was a basketball game. In spite of the fact, the threat of terrorism in our country, people went on with their lives. It's good. You can knock us down all you want. We'll keep getting up. That's the spirit of our country, the United States of America. We've gone through a lot of tough times, and we'll keep going through tough times. But nonetheless, you are not going to take away our spirit of being an American. Thank you.
That concludes the open forum, concludes our afternoon agenda. We're going to recess till 7 p.m. Earlier, we have an agenda for this evening, but we will start with some ceremonial items first before we get into the business agenda. But you can see from the size of the crowd, there are a lot of people who want to speak. I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to speak on several items that are of interest. So I'm going to limit comments to 1 minute. So work on your remarks to be short and sweet, and that way everybody will get a chance to speak, and you won't have to go home before the meeting is over. You can wait till the end if you want to. So we will start with our evening ceremonial number 1, which is a presentation of a proclamation declaring the month of April as National Autism Awareness Month, and I'm going to invite Councilor Rocha to join me at the podium to do that.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me first start with thanking my colleagues for supporting me in signing this commendation in support of this event. And I think there were 2 other representatives here, and I was going to see if they're here. John Christensen, CEO of Hope Services, or Mary Ellen Peterson, CEO for Parents Helping Parents. If not, then we'll move ahead. Okay, thank you. Well, autism is affecting more and more individuals and families, And this issue was brought to my attention by a family, the Crosby family that lives in my district, and I really appreciate their advocacy on this issue. I'm happy to support them. In fact, studies show that there's been a 78% increase in autism spectrum disorder diagnosis since a decade ago. And with that, we have also with us here Athena Crosby, Miss California Junior Teen, and her platform issue is autism awareness. And I've been following her a little bit since I've been a council member, and she has made this issue very important to her and all those around her, and I'm in awe of her work, and thank you for having her. So with that, I ask the mayor to present the commendations, and if you wanted to say a few words, Athena.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming out today. I just wanted to start off by saying that not many people know that autism is the fastest growing serious developmental disability in the U.S., and it is more common than childhood cancer, juvenile diabetes, and pediatric AIDS combined. In 2000, the CDC said that 1 in every 150 were diagnosed with autism, and in 2013, CDC says that it is now 1 in every 50. Autism is said to be lack of what is perceived as normal communication, social interaction, or understanding that others have intentions different from one's own. It is a spectrum disorder, which means that some may be low, medium, or high-functioning autistics, but all different and each with different needs. Why am I so concerned greatly about autism? The answer is I live with it every day. My younger brother, who turns 13 today, is autistic. So I know what it's like to live with the symptoms, the sacrifices, and I know how much he struggles to make sense of this world and the very complex societal rules and expectations. The public school districts are the federal entity that by law have to provide appropriate education and services, and they're trying as much as possible not to provide any. Teachers are requested not to tell parents if kids may have disabilities because the school districts will have to do the evaluations. And instead, when parents ask teachers if their kids have a disability, the teachers are told to tell the parents to talk to their pediatrician. Families have to hire advocates and lawyers to be able to get any school-related services for their kids. If parents are low income, not well informed, culturally or languagely impaired, their kids may receive the least interventions and the least services. It hurts me to see how autistic individuals are discriminated, judged, disserviced, misunderstood because of their behavior as if they were to be aware of it. Today, I'm asking you to prepare our great city of San Jose for what is coming. In just 5 years, a wave of autistic adults and the school districts are not training and educating autistic individuals as to how it should be because of low budgets. I am proud of your recognition of April as Autism Awareness Month and April 2nd as Autism Awareness Day. With this act, you can help increase awareness that families and individuals affected by this disability need our help, acceptance, and understanding. Each autistic mind is like a puzzle, but together we can make all the pieces fit. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite Councilmember Oliverio and the nominees of the Outstanding Child Care Awards to join us at the podium. Today, we're presenting a commendation to the nominees of the Outstanding Contributor to Child Care Awards. Councilmember Oliverio has the details.
Thank you, Mayor Reed. As all those that will be coming up are in process of coming up, I'll let everyone know that each year the City Council we provide an outstanding award contributor to those who perform the work of child care as the liaison to the Early Care and Education Commission. And before tonight's council meeting, and I know a lot of you in the audience came specifically for the ceremony, we awarded the awards for the Early Care and Child Care Commission. And I want to recognize Don Perry, who's organized the outstanding award, And then we're also going to have another award that we'll go for. So first, we'd like to have the mayor present a letter to Olga Garcia. Olga? Where's Olga? She's with Little Steps Family Child Care. The next one will be Maria Fushiki. And Maria Fushiki is with My Dream Academy. And the next one, Mayor, will be Achiever Christian School. Achiever. And then the next one, Mayor, will be Parkway State Preschool, Head Start. And then also want to have special recognition for the 2013 Georgie Howard Memorial Award for Volunteerism, which is going to be, accepting that will be Vicki Smith on behalf of the YWCA Rape Crisis Center. Is Vicki here? Yeah. And then I would invite Don Perry to say a few brief words, if you feel, since we have so many recipients, so maybe you can encapsulate all the feeling for everyone.
Okay, thank you. The Outstanding Contributor to Child Care Award has been part of the Month of the Young Child celebration every April since 1988. The Early Care and Education Commission for the City of San Jose is the body that selects the award winners every year, and I think they've outdone themselves in these 5 recipients this year that really represent licensed child care centers and family child care homes that do extraordinary jobs in preparing children for school and for the rest of their lives. And then our Volunteerism Award, which is really for Vicki Smith, who is an extraordinary volunteer with the Rape Crisis Center, dealing in the darkest days of children who are the victims of sexual abuse and really supporting the child and the family through that crisis so that they might have a brighter future. So again, I'd like to thank every one of them for all of their hard work and for supporting the young children of San Jose and their families. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Our first item of business for this evening will be item 6.1, which is actions related to the award of a ground lease and operating agreements to Signature Flight Support. This item was deferred from last week, and the council took a series of actions regarding the RFP on the west side. We've come back tonight for a hearing specifically on Curview provisions, and we'll get to public testimony on that in a moment. But let me, for those of you who didn't hear it because you weren't here when I announced it earlier, we have a busy agenda, a lot of things on it. A lot of people want to speak, as you can see from the crowd. So we'll limit public testimony to 1 minute when we get to public testimony. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our airport staff led by Bill Sherry for some staff presentation, and we'll have some public testimony and get into council discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Bill Sherry, Director of Aviation for the City of San Jose. To my left is Dave Moss, Deputy Director of Planning and Development for the airport, and to his left is Kevin Fisher, Deputy City Attorney. At the April 9th City Council meeting, staff recommended, among other things, delegated award of a 50-year lease agreement to Signature Flight Support. Council subsequently approved the negotiations with Signature Flight Support and further directed staff to return to the April 16th evening session of the City Council and report on the curfew provisions contained in the existing agreements with West Side tenants versus the general provision recommended by staff, at which time the Council also expects to delegate authority to the City Manager to execute the agreement with Signature. I have a very brief presentation on the two provisions regarding the curfew, so I'd like to go into those now. Just for background purposes, the curfew ordinance is described in Chapter 25.03 of the Municipal Code. Aircraft may not operate at San Jose International Airport between the hours of 11:30 p.m. to 6:30 a.m., but there are stated exemptions. The exemptions or exceptions are aircraft that fly and operate below 89 decibels. If you operate below 89 decibels, then you can fly in. If you are above 89 decibels, at or above, you cannot fly in. There is a list of grandfathered aircraft contained in the ordinance. There's also exemptions or exceptions for force majeure events. Force majeure events are events that are outside the operator's control. Such events would be things like air traffic delays, weather delays, mechanical delays, et cetera, et cetera. Other exceptions are emergency operations and also government operations. If your operation does not fit one of those exceptions and you operate between those hours and you're at or above 89 decibels, then you are fined $2,500 per operation. And just so we're clear, an operation is either a landing or a takeoff. So if a plane were to fly in, drop off passengers and fly out, that would be a $5,000 fine, $2,500 per infraction. Additional provisions in the existing West Side tenant agreements. Just for Council's background, back in 2003, the city was in the process of transitioning the ordinance from a weight-based ordinance to a noise-based ordinance. During that time, Council had concerns that the ordinance or the curfew might not survive the transition. And so when FBO agreements were coming up, the Council directed that we insert curfew language above and beyond what we call the general provision. The general provision is a provision that basically says that tenants are to be in compliance with all federal, state, and local laws and ordinances. Of course, the curfew is a local law, and therefore the tenants would have to be in compliance with that. But because of the concern that the curfew might not survive the transition from weight-based to noise-based, we put in specific curfew language that says that the tenant shall be in compliance with the curfew. In addition, the specific curfew language also says that if for whatever reason the curfew ordinance is repealed, the language in the provision would survive. Given that, the city has the right to evict FBO tenants and subtenants for a violation of the curfew, and these provisions only apply if identical provisions are put in subsequent FBO leases. So in other words, that's me too. So we have these provisions in 3 agreements, AVBASE, ACM, and Atlantic. Those provisions apply so long as we stay consistent and keep those provisions in all subsequent FBO agreements. In 2007, the City Council reviewed and approved new airline leases, and at that time the City Council reviewed the curfew language in the FBO agreements and decided that the general provision was adequate protection for the city to enforce the curfew. And so with the airline agreements, Those agreements contain the general provision. Staff recommends that the provision remain consistent with the airline agreements to be used to obligate signature to comply with the curfew. With that, Mr. Mayor, we stand ready to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, staff. Before we get into council discussion, I think I'd like to take the public testimony. That was the reason to have a week's delay, just to have people have a chance to speak that maybe didn't have a chance last week. So I'd like to do that first, and then we'll get into a council discussion. Christopher Lesher, Ed Hodges, Matt Mayhood. Please come on down when I call your name so you're close to the front. And as I said earlier, we'll limit public comments to 1 minute.
Good evening, I'm Christopher Escher. I'm on the CMOF Oversight Board and also on the Shasta-Hanchett Park and Neighborhood Association Board. I'm here to oppose the west side expansion of the airport to accommodate private jets flying during curfew hours. We are firmly convinced that our neighborhood is already unfairly burdened by the environmental externalities of various transportation developments, noise and pollution from CMOF, noise and pollution from Caltrain, noise and pollution from 3 freeways, and noise and pollution from the airport. The introduction of yet another pollution source, nighttime curfew hour jet travel, is a non-starter for us. Of special note, the potential for unforeseen noise and nuisance consequences is dramatic. We really have no sense of how disruptive the introduction of a large number of sub-90 decibel jets will be, and have no sense of how effective the curfew violation fines will be on over 90 dB aircraft. Needless to say, if we approve the expansion of our ability to manage, if we approve this expansion, our ability to manage this will be sorely limited. Thanks for your time.
Okay. Ed Hodges. Ed Hodges, then Matt Mayhood, and Patty Bassert.
Hello, everybody. I represent CAP. I'm one of the co-chairs. If the city approves the signature aircraft lease, it will accomplish 1 good thing and 2 bad things. The good thing is the airport will get $3 million a year in rent, and the city gets about, from my calculations, about $1 million in jet plane taxes. Now, the first bad thing is there's going to be about 5,000 more jet flights per night during curfew hours. The second bad thing is the trust that you've gained with the neighborhoods surrounding the airport on this curfew issue will be eroded. I recommend that you maintain the existing curfew language.
Matt Mayhood, Patty Bassert, and Tina Morrill.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council and staff. Matt Mayhood, President and CEO of the San Jose Silicon Valley Chamber. As many of us know, having a successful regional economy requires a strong regional airport, and it's time to continue the growth at San Jose International Airport. This is the airport that our high-tech, our venture capitalists, and our entrepreneurs, they want to make this our home airport. This project is a good thing. Bringing signature flight services to San Jose and the founders to Google to SJC is a good thing. $82 million in investment, construction jobs, permanent jobs, many of which are from Nevada, and the annual rent is all a good thing. Let's get this deal done tonight. Let's bring signature flight here, and it's time to approve it. The San Jose Silicon Valley Chamber supports this project tonight, so thank you very much.
Patty Bassert. Tina Morrill, Bill Huff.
Hi, I live in Rosemary Gardens neighborhood and was around when all the planning was done in the late 90s. The whole focus then was on jobs and money and not the quality of life of our communities. The only thing that we got out of that whole work was some, I'm sorry, this is hard to talk in front of you guys, but the curfew, as well as some acoustical treatment program. I live on San Juan Avenue. I do not need to put an alarm on in the morning because at 6:20 I start to hear the revving of these airplanes. In the middle of the night, sometimes at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, I hear planes coming in, probably from sports events that we're allowed to fly out after hours. Having 17 flights every night is going to have a significant impact on our community.
Sorry,
and
your time is up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Tina Morrill, Bill Huff, Max Rosenberg.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tina Morrill. I live in the Vendome neighborhood, which is about 2.5 miles from the airport. I live right by the flight path. I believe that a 50-year lease is much too long. I believe that there are going to be more nighttime flights, and how many is anybody's guess. I've seen a lot of numbers flying around, a lot of corrections flying around. I feel like there's too much uncertainty. I'm asking you to strike a balance between business and neighborhoods as promised. I'm asking you to look at ways to reduce costs like one council member suggested. And ultimately, I feel like Signature is asking for preferential treatment, and they're throwing plenty of money at us to see that they get it. I feel like they should play by the same rules as everybody else. This proposal is wrong. Thank you.
Bill Huff. Bill Huff, Max Rosenberg, Randy Ortega.
Good evening. I live on North 2nd Street between Bassett and Hensley Streets, so I'm within a couple of miles of the airport. And I'm here to tell you that not everybody that lives near the airport hates the airport. Some of us like the airport. It brings jobs, it brings tax revenue, and in these bad economy times, anything that brings in jobs and tax revenue means that there's less likelihood of my taxes going up, and my taxes are way too high. So I support Signature. I support the gentleman that spoke from the Chamber of Commerce. I think it's a good proposal. I think it's going to bring jobs to San Jose. I think it's good for the economy. It's going to make companies want to relocate here and bring their jobs here, pay taxes here. So if you want to complain about noise in the neighborhoods, let's talk about 6 a.m. garbage pickups. We got to fix that. It's a lot more irritating than a couple of airplanes. Thank you.
Max Rosenberg, Rudy Ortega, Susan Price Chang.
Hello, my name is Maxwell Rosenberg, Mayor Reed, Council. I do fly those jets that make the noise. I'm a frequent visitor to San Jose Airport. I've used Atlantic Aviation, the current FBOs there. I've used Signatures all over the world. Signature is a first-rate facility. They're extremely safe. They're extremely competent. They're very conscientious of the community. This is an organization that is going to put the community at the forefront. These complaints about the curfew and all this other stuff about 5,000 additional flights, I don't get that. I fly up here during the day. If anything, you're going to see the bar raised on the competition at this airport. You're going to see a welcome increase in better, more efficient service at this airport. As somebody who flies here frequently and has been doing it for 30 years, Signature Flight Support is a great addition to your airport. I think you guys have done a great thing by having an RFP and having a company like that come into this airport. I strongly support it as an owner of Santa Barbara Aviation. I fly up here frequently. The level of service will get better, and they're going to be dealing with the community in a positive way. Thank you.
Rudy Ortega, Susan Price Chang, Steve Frost.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Peter Marana, and I'm a San Jose State Aviation student and a member of the student organization American Association of Airport Executives. As many of us are preparing to graduate, we are looking for jobs. Sadly, many of us have to go to the North Bay or the East Bay to find jobs. It is important that we keep our talented San Jose aviation students in San Jose. So on behalf of San Jose State Aviation, I kindly urge you to please support Signature's proposal. I thank you for your time.
Rudy Ortega, Susan Price Jang, Steve Frost.
"54 neighbors, that's how many I talked to or emailed today. These neighbors couldn't be here tonight, so I put them down on this paper to show that each and every one of these people that I talked to wanted to keep the curfew. Out of everyone I spoke with, not one agreed to lift the airport curfew. We have 1,222 neighbors in the Wyndham neighborhood. If I went door to door and I spoke to each and every neighbor, 1,222, that number would be the same added to the curfew. The Wyndham neighborhood is the closest neighborhood to the flight path. We are the most vulnerable to noise and pollution. I can actually smell kerosene on a daily basis. When the wind blows south, is this safe? We will be smelling this all night long during the summer when we have our windows open. Please consider keeping this curfew. Thank you.
Susan Price Jang.
Hello, Mayor Reed and members of the City Council. My name is Susan Price Jang, and I live in the neighborhood south of 280 off of Lee Avenue, commonly called Sherman Oaks neighborhood or the Rose Glen neighborhood. The airport is not considered to be very close to us, but nonetheless, whenever there's a curfew violation, I wake up because I can hear it, even as far as we are from the airport. I urge you to not support the expansion of the West Side facility for private jets because I can see that would be a huge increase in the amount of noise. 85 decibels is too much late at night. Please think of the people of San Jose who depend on a good night's sleep so that we can maintain our health, our wellness, and our productivity. Thank you very much. And there's a lot of us.
Steve Frost. Wait just 1 second, Mr. Frost. After Steve Frost, we'll have Phil Hood, Cameron Singh, and Helen Chapman. Go ahead.
Mayor, Council, and staff, thank you for allowing me the moment to speak. I've been a 27-year business owner on the west side of the airport. I encourage additional business on that side. The curfew is certainly a hot topic, but when the curfew regulation was put in place, we were operating airplanes far noisier than we have today. We're burning half the fuel, which means half the operations at the airport, in quieter airplanes. Please don't lose sight of the fact that an airport, the key word is port, it brings commerce to our city. I don't want to discourage that. Thank you.
Phil Hood, Cameron Singh, Helen Chapman.
Hi, my name's Phil Hood. I represent the Delmas Park neighborhood. We polled many of our residents, and we heard 2 or 3 different kinds of comments. The first was, hey, I live downtown. I support the growth of San Jose. If people are complaining about noise, they shouldn't have moved here in the first place. This is good for us. The second kind is really concerned. It says, look, the city invited us to move here and share in a sense of well-being downtown, and we have to have cooperation between the transit needs and our homes. My interest as a neighborhood leader is in seeing that the neighbors benefit materially from development and that the community gets stronger and safer from development. Development can make both of those things happen, but I think we're short-sighted if we force all of the costs of the externalities onto existing residents. Delmas Park itself in Greater Diridon is going to have a growing housing stock, and over the next, between now and 2027.
Sorry, your time is up.
All right.
Cameron Singh is our next speaker, followed by Helen Chapman, and then Diane Carter and Tim Murray.
Good evening. My name is Cameron Singh, and I'm a graduate of the San Jose State University Aviation Program.
I congratulate this council on completing the RFP process, as I know you've been working on this for a long time. Signature Flight Support has given me an opportunity to begin a career in aviation. I was hired as a customer service representative about a week before I graduated college. I've always wanted to become an airline pilot, but since joining Signature, I plan to go into FBO management. Signature is currently helping me pay for my master's tuition at Embry-Riddle. Signature is also a professional development reimbursement program where they help pay for aviation-related memberships, conferences, and seminars. Currently, Signature is funding for membership for the AOPA and the Northern California Business Aviation Association. Because of this program, it helps me stay involved in the aviation industry. Signature Flight Support will provide opportunities for the students of the San Jose State Aviation Program. Signature Management is currently working on a partnership with the aviation program that will provide jobs to assist them with their education, to allow them to assist.
Sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Ellen Chapman, Diane Carter, and then Tim Murray.
Good evening, Mayor Reed and members of City Council. My name is Helen Chapman. I'm speaking on behalf of the Shasta-Hanchett Park Neighborhood Association. Many of the neighbors we represent live close to the airport and its flight path, are well acquainted with the externalities associated with living proximate to an airport and the importance of a well-enforced curfew to preserve nighttime peace and quiet. We also understand the importance of the airport to San Jose and the greater community and are sensitive to fiscal difficulties the airport is experiencing. As a result, we request the Council to be diligent about preserving the enforceability of the curfew and the restrictions on disruptive curfew hours operations as it looks to new ways to develop the airport and generate revenue. We will oppose any development that diminishes the overall power and enforceability of the curfew. We understand there are various options that the Council can utilize to enforce the curfew, from lease restrictions to escalating fines for repeat offenders and accounting by pilot license as well as vessel tail numbers. We're sure there are more. We respectfully request the Council to review all options, determine the best fit for San Jose in its goal to develop the airport while maintaining the important safeguards or our current curfew policies. Thank you.
Diane Carter. Followed by Tim Murray and Jim Lynch.
Good evening. Many people here have talked about they don't want interrupted sleep, and I'd like to tell you why. The effects of interrupted sleep. If left untreated, frequent sleep interruptions, note that's not full wakefulness, that's just an interruption in the depth of the sleep, can result in a number of health problems, including high blood pressure, stroke, heart problems such as heart failure, irregular heartbeats, and heart attacks, diabetes, depression, and worsening of ADHD. In addition, untreated sleep interruptions may be responsible for poor performance in everyday activities such as work, school, motor vehicle crashes, and academic underachievement in children and adolescents. There's also a concern here for emissions causing difficulty in breathing, exacerbating allergies and asthma. There is a transient population just south of the airport. When these symptoms take them to the hospital, city and county funds will pay for their care. Not to mention the lower tolerance caused by the feeling poorly will cause more police calls, the sirens creating more sleep interruptions.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Tim Murray. And then Jim Lynch and Leslie Miller.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Tim Murray. I'm a General Manager of Atlantic Aviation. On April 14, 2013, I submitted a letter to the Mayor and the City Council related to our concerns regarding the curfew provisions of the proposed West Side development lease. I'm asking that the letter, which I have provided to each of you and the City Clerk, be included in the public record in this hearing today. In an effort to avoid litigation and demonstrate our willingness to solve the challenges the airport faces on the West Side, yesterday, we provided the city attorney with a proposed tolling agreement, which was rejected by the City Council. The essence of that agreement was to finally get a resolution to runway 1129. Repeatedly over the last 2 years, airport staff has stated publicly that if runway 1129 were to revert to its temporary closed status to active status, the airport would need to take back property from the West Side tenants, including Atlantic Aviation. For 2 years, we have urged the city to determine the future of the runway so Atlantic could understand its future at the airport. For 2 years, our concerns have gone unaddressed. Our tolling agreement simply asks that the airport work with us regarding
your time is up.
on how to address.
Jim Lynch is our next speaker, then Leslie Miller, Brownwin Lacey, and Sarah Lott.
Good evening, Council and Mayor.
I'm Jim Lynch. I've lived in the Rose Garden neighborhood since 1992, and I moved here from 20 years under the flight path in Santa Clara. Things have improved from those days. So I'm here because I feel like this is not a good deal. It's 50 years at an estimated $3 million a year revenue. And what I haven't heard is what other options have you folks looked at, and why were they rejected? I mean, there's a lot of smart people in San Jose, and it seems to me that you should get some help if you can't come up with better ways to make more than $3 million, help the airport with its finances, and not further impact the sleeping hours of an otherwise productive San Jose population. Thank you.
Leslie Miller, Brown and Lacey, Sarah Lott.
Good evening. I'm a resident of the Rose Garden as well. And one of the questions that I have, and I think it's facing many of the area neighborhoods, and this has not been addressed in any communication that we have seen, is has there been any analysis on how this affects our property values? And if there has not, what is the plan to do that? Because you are lowering the tax base for the county of Santa Clara, which means fewer dollars are paid into the city if our properties are reassessed at a lower value. So what I would like to hear from the City Council is, what is the plan to do that if an analysis does not exist at this point? Thank you.
Brown and Lacey. And then Sarah Lott and Tessa Woodmansey.
Good evening. First, I'd like to thank Councilmember LICCARDO and the mayor for moving this to an evening meeting so all of us could attend. Secondly, I'm here to protest the removal of the lease provision regarding terminating the lease for curfew violations. I think that's the city's biggest tool for enforcing the curfew against these corporate jets. There's been a history in San Jose in the last 15 years of corporate jets from big corporations here in the Silicon Valley and for the sports teams here in Silicon Valley of violating the curfew, and a lawsuit by the city to bring in an injunction against some of those sports teams has not been very effective. So has anybody considered doing any sort of lease provision other than just wiping this out, such as if there's so many violations in a quarter or a month, that there's some sort of liquidated damages provision? I mean, I'm an attorney. I draft these lease provisions all the time for a city. I'm sure your city attorney has creative ideas on drafting lease provisions other than just wiping this one out. Thank you.
Sarah Lott, Tessa Woodmansey, and then Brian Brennan.
Hello, my name is Sarah Lott. I live in the Rosemary Gardens neighborhood, represented by Mr. LICCARDO. I'm here to express my opposition to this action. And two comments on that. I believe the 50-year lease is extremely long for an unknown entity. I will be 90 by the time their lease is up. And also, I do not believe that $2,500 is any sort of deterrent to a company such as Google, Yahoo, Oracle, Larry Ellison's private jet. That's kind of a joke. Thank you.
Tessa. Then followed Tessa. I'm sorry, just 1 second here. After Tessa, we'll have Brian Brennan, Frank Sweeney, and David Truslow. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Yes, Mayor and City Council, the last time I came, I made a statement that I was saying, well, I know this is going to go through, but let's have noise and pollution controls in our city, because we have very weak noise controls and pollution controls. But I feel that that was a poor choice to make, because we really need controls of our airport too. I mean, I don't want to say that our neighborhoods should be, forfeited the airport controls as well. And the thing that we're having trouble with in our city is that even when you say now that the municipal code will cover the problems of the airport violations, currently our neighborhood is dealing with corporations that are breaking the municipal code, and there's no enforcement. I've been writing letters to our city manager, our mayor, our council members, saying that we need controls of corporations that are breaking municipal codes right now, and there's no enforcement. So for you to say is a, is fabrication to say that the municipal code
Sorry, your time is up.
will prevent the noise.
Brian Brennan, Frank Sweeney, David Truslow, and Yolanda Reynolds.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you. My name is Brian Brennan. I'm representing the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. We're an association of 375 Silicon Valley companies representing about 250,000 jobs in this region. We're strongly supportive of the Signature Flight Support application. We think the airport is a gem. We've been excited to work with the council through our CEO Airport Task Force to increase choices through new flights from Virgin America, from ANA. We see this as a continuation of that momentum. We think it's really important to the competitiveness of our region and really appreciate the way this process has gone. So we're strongly supportive of Signature Flight Support's application. Thank you.
Frank Sweeney, David Truslow, Yolanda Reynolds, Robert Harmson.
Frank Sweeney, a member of the San Jose Airport Commission. The Commission recently endorsed the Signature Flight proposal unanimously. It's a good deal for the city, and it will not bring overwhelming noise to the city, as some people seem to believe. The city, even if the provisions are removed from the leases, all of the leases, the city still has its city ordinance, which will hold up, in my opinion, in the courts. So I support the proposal. I support the airport staff's recommendation. Let's get on with it.
David Truslow, Yolanda Reynolds, Robert Harmson, Mike Fox, Jr.
Good afternoon. I'm Dave Truslow. I'm president of the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association, and we are affected by airport noise. Other people have spoken much more eloquently than I can about the impact, so I'm not going to go into that. But what I would ask you to consider is the following. First of all, the fines are way too low. $2,500 is chump change. It should be a minimum of $25,000. And furthermore, that money could be used to pay for soundproofing of those of us who are outside of the immediate overflight boundary, but nevertheless are adversely affected by airport noise. So if we're going to have this, and there may be very good reasons to have it, at least do something about the noise that's affecting all of us. Thank you.
Yolanda Reynolds, Robert Harmson, Mike Fox, Jr.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I want to say, first of all, that I hope you listen to those people who've expressed objection to this agreement, because their concerns are very genuine. And I don't think any one of us are opposed to corporations or business, but we really have to have a balance between that and our homes. Keep that curfew, please. I'm not reading all this. I'll hand that in. But I do want to say something I haven't heard before, but I've become aware of it in my neighborhood, is that I see corporate jets flying overhead of our neighborhood, and we never had them before. And you claim that they are below that 90 decibel sound, but when they fly very low, and it is extremely frightening. I happened to be in my home when a plane landed, crashed on our street. And when those planes come low like that, I get goose flesh all over. So I don't know what these new jets are going to do. Are they going to be buying on the commercial flight or on the separate one?
Your time is up. Robert
And
Harmson.
thank you.
Mike Fox, Jr., Tom Sawyer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Robert Harmson. I'm one of the co-chairs of CAP. I want to incorporate my letters of April 8/13 and 4/11/13 and all previous communications from CAP to the Council on the West Side development. I could talk to you about the 50-year lease and the logic of 50 years. Really? It's a very long time. Or I could talk to you about all the projections in the master plan that were completely and grossly inaccurate. Or I could talk about how the city is kowtowing to a special interest, moneyed corporation and ignoring many good citizens of San Jose. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to talk instead about the insult of a 1-minute comment from citizens to this board after the city has studied this project for 4 years. It's pathetic. Thank you.
Mike Fox, Jr. And then
Mr.
Tom
Mayor,
Sawyer.
Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Mike Fox, Jr., President and CEO of Goodwill Silicon Valley. I strongly urge you to approve the Signature Flight ground lease. Signature's proposed entry into San Jose means job opportunities for those at the base of the pyramid, economic opportunities for our business community, and much-needed revenue opportunities for the city of San Jose. I've personally met with the Signature team and impressed with their commitment to our community. Please vote in the affirmative. Thank you.
Tom Sawyer. If anybody else intends to speak, you haven't put in your card in, I'm down to the last, so this is it.
Mayor, City Council, Tom Sawyer. I live on Shasta Avenue. I'd like to talk on two things fairly quickly. One is the length of the contract. I cannot believe that this is an unmitigated 50-year contract. President Kennedy was alive at this time 50 years ago, and who would believe everything that's happened since then? 50 years from now, all of us are going to be termed out not only of office but of life. This is way too long. Most business plans that I've seen pay off in 10 to 15 years, and as an inadvertent investor in this from the city of San Jose, I'm seeing my money tied up for 50 years. That's absolutely ridiculous. No investment plan, no one would put money into a stock investment if your payoff was 50 years. Secondly, the flight paths are not just the ones over 10th and 9th. They're flying by our schools. I mean, the general aviation flight path is way too broad, it seems to me. This whole thing really appears to be a 1% giveaway to the 1% corporations and corporate jets against the 99% of us who try to make a living.
That concludes the public testimony on this item. We'll now bring it back for some council discussion. I'm not going to repeat everything I said last week. Last week, the council voted to proceed with the West Side Development Project and the RFP, and tonight it's about the curfew. So I want to talk about the curfew and not about the project and everything else that goes with it. But I have to go back more than 15 years when I first got involved with this particular airport. The council just made the decision more than 15 years ago that we would expand our airport, rebuild our airport, and invest a lot of money in it. And over the last 15 years, more than $1 billion is invested just on the airport proper, and probably another $1 billion around it with other developments for transportation infrastructure, as well as things like soundproofing houses that got paid for with federal money. So we've been operating on this for a very long time, this master plan. We had litigation over the environmental impact report. We had litigation over the curfew. We've had a fight with the Federal Aviation Administration. It is the Federal Aviation Administration. It is not the Federal Protect anything else. They're about aviation, and we had to fight with them to hold on to our curfew. We had to litigate with a billionaire to hold on to our curfew. We've had to litigate with others to hold on to our curfew. And throughout that time period, and I've been on this dais as a mayor and council member for about 14 years, I have never seen the council waver on the curfew. Never. Not in open session and not in closed session. We have fought for the curfew. We have a curfew. We're going to keep the curfew. But we do not have friends. Okay, so, all right. We don't necessarily have friends in the aviation industry at the FAA. They're in the aviation business. They're not in the curfew business. And the city attorney probably made a half a dozen trips alone negotiating with the FAA. And we were fortunate to be able to keep our curfew. We had to change it from a weight-based curfew to a noise-based curfew. We were fortunate that they allowed us to do that. But the council has been solidly supportive of the curfew. Every airline that comes in here has to sign a lease that has provisions that they will follow the curfew. We're going to protect the curfew. We know how important it is to you, and it's important to the rest of the city. So, of course, there'll be different councils in the future, but I'm just telling you that all of the council members I've served with are solidly supportive of the curfew, and we're going to maintain it. What we're talking about tonight is particular language provisions that would go into a lease, whether it's the old language or the new language that we're using with the airlines. We are protecting the curfew with the language that we're proposing to put into the lease for this particular operator. It's the language that we use for airlines. We have a couple of dozen signatories to this language with the airlines. It works. It'll protect us. It'll protect the curfew because that's important to you and it's important to the entire city. And then a couple other things. Why are we continuing to expand the airport even though we made the decision 15 years ago? Well, we've done some expansion. We've spent some money, but we're only partway through the master plan. We've always contemplated having general aviation. We've always contemplated having people help us pay for the airport. And this is a way to help pay for the airport because, like it or not, we have a beautiful airport. It's convenient, comfortable, it's safe. It's one of the best in the world. And I've heard that not from our people, but from CEOs of airline companies. It's a great airport, but we have to pay for it. And we have debt service that's going up. This council has taken numerous actions to control the costs. We've done all the easy stuff. There's only a very few number of things left to do, and we're going to have to do them all. We're going to have to outsource the police work. We're going to have to outsource the fire work. And we need to get some money out of the West Side lands. So it all fits into the master plan. We've been working on it a long time. We're going to protect the curfew with a recommendation that's in front of us tonight that I hope my council colleagues will support in a memorandum that I and Councilmember Liccardo and Councilmember Herrera signed explaining how we're going to protect the curfew. With that, I would turn it over to Councilmember Liccardo.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank all the members of the public who came out. I know that you're here because you're passionate about your community, and I appreciate that passion. It's particularly important as we consider very important issues that balance our need and desire for economic development, our desire to sustain a critical tool in this city that is our airport. At the same time, we protect the quality of life in our neighborhoods. And we know that you will keep us honest in striking that balance. I wanted to thank my council colleagues also for agreeing last week to defer this item for a week so that this issue could be vetted. I think we recognized that last-minute changes during negotiations, and negotiations are still ongoing, by the way, but the last week or two, change in negotiations between the parties and the airport resulted in changes to curfew language that reasonably set off alarm bells for a lot of folks because this is complex stuff and any change in the language is going to make people concerned that the curfew may be at risk. I'd like to address those issues in just a moment, but before I do that, I wanted to thank Councilmember Chu for co-signing a memorandum. Similar to the memo that he filed last week, we have a memorandum going to the Rules Committee next Wednesday seeking to have public discussion about the curfew fines and whether and how they might be increased. I recognize the FAA may have a word or two to say about that. We want to have a public hearing to understand whether and how they might be increased to reflect the city's very serious attitude about enforcement. There are very significant limitations to our enforcement, however. And you've heard about some of them already. Most critically, any plane below 89 decibels, for the most part, is exempt. That is, we have no power to regulate or enforce the curfew against those planes. We never have, and we won't in the future. That is, we never have since we changed this ordinance to a decibel-based ordinance, which we were required to do virtually by federal law. And if we didn't do that, the whole ordinance was going to get stricken from the books. So we preserved the ordinance, kept a decibel threshold in place. That decibel threshold is 89 decibels. And as a result, we've got a serious limitation to our enforcement. And it's something we recognize, and I think many members of the public recognize. And undoubtedly, there are members of my household who wake up at odd hours as well. And so I hear about it, not just on the streets, but in fact at home. I'm a heavier sleeper, though. I want to assure everyone, as the mayor did, that there is no plan to eliminate the curfew. And as the mayor mentioned, we have fought many legal battles against Larry Ellison and others to preserve the curfew to the extent we possibly legally could. We've fought bureaucratic battles against the FAA. The FAA has succeeded in eliminating the curfew in every one of the American cities in which it existed, other than 9. We are one of 9 remaining cities with a curfew. And as you can imagine, we've got to fight to keep what we got. Now, we have, as I understand it, and Rick, Kevin, perhaps you can correct me on this, we have brought suit previously against a leaseholder in the airport to terminate a lease for frequent violation of the curfew. Is that right, Rick?
I'm not aware about going after a tenant. We have gone after frequent violators. So
Okay.
the company that owned the plane that frequently were intruding during the curfew hours, we brought unfair business practice allegations against them. The case was resolved, significant penalties plus an agreement not to ever violate the curfew again, and so far so good.
Thank you. Thank you, Rick. So there's no plan to eliminate the curfew. There's certainly a lot of question about whether there is a plan to weaken the curfew, and I know that's a great concern to everyone. I think it's been said, but I'll repeat it, that Signature and subtenants would be bound by the same language that all of the airlines are bound. Now, how do the airlines get to that language? That language essentially is that the tenants are required to comply with all state and local laws, and one of those very important local laws is the Muni Code provision that contains the curfew language. So, and back in 2007, when we tried to renew the airline lease, we attempted to insert explicit curfew language within the lease. And there were concerns in the community that the way in which we were doing it might actually negatively impact our ability to enforce it. So we pulled the language out of those leases before the council signed off, and the council agreed to do so at the insistence of, among other groups, CAP, Citizens Against Airport Pollution, who insisted that the way we had it, with the way we have it now, which is that all airlines are to be bound by the Muni Code, is sufficient, or at least was preferable to the prior language that we had. So that's the language we've kept in place for all the airlines. That is the language to which Signature would be bound. And I should point out, and neither Signature nor Google ever sought to change the curfew in the city of San Jose. They never lobbied to change the hours. They never lobbied to reduce the thresholds. They agreed to be bound. They simply didn't like the language that would be inserted into the contract that would differ from that from which other airlines were bound. And so, as with Signature, as with all other operators at the airport, we will have the same remedies. We can enact a $2,500 fine for those flights which violate curfew. And in fact, in extreme cases, we can try to seek to terminate the contract. Now, I know that there's been a lot of concern. I've seen the email traffic going around about a number. That number is 5,000 flights during curfew hours that we will be subjected to. I can't say I know the exact origin of that. I am told there is a bit of an urban legend, and I'm sure that it's true because I've heard it from enough people that somehow it came out of somebody from the city, from airport staff at a community meeting last year when we were having this public discussion about whether or not to launch this effort to expand and develop on the Airport West property to begin with. So during a public conversation, somehow this number of 5,000 came up. I wanted to unpack the numbers a little bit so people can at least understand the numbers that we're dealing with in our projections. And the last time we've had any projections for growth in general aviation aircraft at the airport, my understanding was in 2009, when we had a consultant prepare projections in preparation for an amended plan that we were going to bring to council that we did in 2010. And I think everyone, or most people are aware, originally in 1997 there were grandiose dreams of expanding the airport to a very large number of flights, huge terminal expansions, et cetera. Since that time, the plans have been winnowed down considerably. They're much smaller. That is, the future plans are much smaller than they were back in 97. So this amended plan in 2010 is a much more modest proposal for airport growth. And I'm not sure if you're able, Manny, to be able to get my screen up on the overhead screen. Yeah, I'll give you a piece of paper instead. That might be easier. So I just wanted to pull up a report that's publicly available. And okay. We'll hopefully be able to get this on a screen so everyone can see. But what I wanted to be able to show folks is that the growth projections in the airport have little to do with whether Signature signs a contract or not. That is, there are projected growth numbers that we've been relying on since 2009 that have an awful lot to do with planes moving in and out of the airport. And if anything, the fact that we are moving planes to base them at the airport has less to do with those numbers than anything else. Is it possible to focus on that at all to get larger numbers? If not, yeah, it's not possible to focus here. You can't focus there. Control plus. All right, I'll take your advice, Pete. Thank you. Do the magic. Okay, great. So we will. You know lots of things, Pete. Thanks for the help. All right, so the issue really is whether or not the signing of this contract is suddenly going to result in thousands of flights during curfew hours. And I think it's important for us to understand what this contract does. Essentially, by Signature and Blue City Holdings signing on, we will have the benefit of having planes based in San Jose. Now, previously, an awful lot of those flights that picked up corporate executives in San Jose came from other airports. And Bill, you know the other airports better than I do. I know one of them is Hayward, is that right?
I'm sorry?
The other airports where planes are based when they're picking folks up in San Jose?
Stockton, Sacramento, Merced, all over the Central Valley area.
Okay, and do we get any fuel flowage fees or property taxes from planes that are stored in Hayward or Stockton?
No.
Okay. Now, when a plane comes to pick up a corporate client in San Jose, because this is where the corporate clients are, and they're coming from Hayward or Stockton, can you explain to us how many operations, in the terms of that the airport uses, how many operations are typically involved in that pickup?
Yeah, sure, Council Member. You have a local executive who, say, wants to fly to New York. If the plane is based, let's say, in Stockton, the plane has to ferry in, pick up the executive, fly out to wherever that person's going. So that's two operations, an arrival and a departure. And then when they return, they drop the executive off and then ferry back out. So there's essentially one trip, but four operations in order to accommodate that trip. If that aircraft were able to be based here, then that same trip would only generate two operations, a takeoff and an arrival. So the theory there is the better able you are to be able to base and accommodate aircraft, you can actually lower total operations.
Okay, so an operation is a flight, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so and I use the word operation because that's what's used in this chart, and I know that's what's used in the industry. So picking up one group in San Jose for a plane based in Hayward will fly in, fly out, fly in, and fly out. That's four operations for one trip.
That's correct.
Okay, and by having Signature here or another fixed-base operator here, housing the planes here, now you've cut that in half.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so, and there's a term that is used, I know it's itinerant operations. Could you describe what itinerant operations are?
An itinerant operation is a flight that really isn't based here. So, say, for example, a flight comes in from Saigon visiting a high-tech company and then departs. So that plane isn't based here. It flies in, it does its business, and then it leaves.
Okay, or a plane based in Hayward or Stockton.
Correct.
Would also be itinerant.
That's correct.
Okay, so it's important for everyone to understand the difference between itinerant flights and flights that are from planes that are based here, local flights. Okay, so as we look at this chart, this describes, and I'm going to try to zoom in again. That was Control Plus, is that right, Pete? You got a real future in this. Pete's gone, unfortunately. All right. We lost him. He'll be back. All right. So as we try to zoom in, I don't know if folks are able to see or if I should zoom in again. Should give it another shot? Yeah. All right. Let's keep zooming. Okay. So now we're looking at the top level here. Starts with historical information back in 2002. and we look at the total aviation operations in 2002. And in case anyone's wondering at home, this is publicly available. It's on the city airport website. That website is iFly. It is flysanjose.com, www.flysanjose.com. You go to airport improvement and West Side Development. It has lots of reports, and you'll see this report among many others. This report is appropriately named Summary of Aviation Demand Forecasts. Okay, so as we see on this page, page 38, describes historically back in 2002, we had 78,000 total GA operations. Is that right, Bill?
That's correct.
Okay, so over 78,000. Now, we had a big drop after that because of change in flight patterns and an economy, a bad economy.
Mostly the economy, yes.
Okay, so over that period of time, then, the number dropped considerably to where in 2008, the last year that this measured, we had 55,000 GA operations. That is general aviation. Those are the operations on the west side of the airport. A significant drop from the 78,000 only a few years before. Okay, so now this study, of course, was done in 2009 and projected that by this year we'd have some 50,007 general aviation flights. In fact, do we have that many general aviation flights today, Bill?
Roughly, that's about what we're occurring, yes.
Well, I want to pull up a report.
31,000. No, it's not 30.
I see a number here in a report that you just released about
31,000.
31,000, right. So in 2012, we had 31,000 general aviation flights. Is that right?
Far below the forecast, yes.
Okay. So we didn't even meet our forecast. We're way below.
Correct.
And in fact, we have less than half as many flights as we had back in 2002.
Correct.
Okay. So let's blow this projection all the way out now to 2027, because I know that's the number often used when I've seen this 5,000 number shoot around in the email circles. The projection, the number that's used is 73,000 flights. Is that right?
That's correct.
Over 73,000 flights, a number, by the way, that's lower than the number that we had back in 2002.
That's correct.
Okay, and since that time, of course, I believe we've had some changes to the airport. A large portion of the GA facilities were eliminated with the extension of runway 30R. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we're contemplating the elimination of another runway as well.
Correct.
Okay, so very important context here. We're at less than half as many GA operations as we had a decade ago. Important part of this big picture, and a big picture that's often missed. And even in the wildest projections, we're still at numbers below what they were in 2002. Important context as well. Now, as we think about the projections, what we see are different columns here for across the top, itinerant general aviation operations, that's GA, and local GA operations. And Bill, as you described, itinerant operations are those planes that are stationed in other airports that are coming in.
Correct.
And local operations are planes that are based here.
Correct.
And when we look at the growth, the projected growth of flights under the local, that's that last column on the right, what we see is we start in 2009 at about 16,000 is what they project, 16,300, and it drops in 2027 to 15,800.
Correct.
What does that tell us about what we expect to have happen with fixed base operators keeping planes in San Jose at San Jose Mineta Airport?
It's declining. The growth is in the itinerant aircraft.
Okay, so that's the column that's the second to the last set of columns, labeled itinerant. It starts at 36,600 and in 2009 goes all the way up to 57,400.
Correct.
Okay, could you describe why in the world we're seeing enormous growth projected in itinerant aircraft flights or operations and no growth in base aircraft flights?
That's essentially a growing community. In other words, the planes are coming in because of a growing community, not because of a growing airport.
Okay. So in this case, these projections, when they prepared these projections, this organization, which was Ricondo and Associates, were they assuming we're going to build out West Side Airport?
Yes, sir.
And we had, what, 100 acres to build out?
Yes, sir.
And how many acres is Signature taking up of those 100?
29.
Okay, so Signature's taking up 29% of the projected development potential.
That's correct.
And they're operating fixed base operations for planes that are stationed here, primarily. Is that right?
Here and itinerant.
Okay. So the planes that they keep here, those would fit in that last column.
Correct.
Okay, and those flights aren't going to significantly increase.
Correct.
The itinerant aircraft may increase.
Correct.
And why would itinerant aircraft increase even though we're not basing more planes here?
Again, because of a growing community and a larger need based in the business community.
Okay. So whether Signature signs or whether they develop this or not, we're going to have more planes coming in from other airports because Silicon Valley is growing and demand is growing here.
Correct.
Okay. I think that context is critically important as we think about the impact of this contract on whether or not people are going to get a night's sleep. These growth projections were based on plans that were amended in 2010, significantly more modest than we ever had before. And there is no suggestion, based on the data that we're seeing, that somehow or another the signing of this contract is any kind of departure from plans that we have had for many years and publicly disclosed about need for growth at the airport. Now, the last thing I just want to address was this issue about how we continue to sustain the airport financially. We all know it's been on rocky times. We're having challenges. We know we've got to keep costs down to address our need to finance our debt at the airport. And in the time that you have served in your tenure, Bill, could you describe how many jobs we've cut, folks we've employed at the airport?
Yes, sir. At the airport, in other words, the airport department itself, we've gone from 400 employees down to 187. At the airport as a whole, I don't have the exact numbers with me, but I think we formerly had about 6,000 badges, in other words, employees with airport badges, and we're down now to about 3,500.
Okay, so just in terms of the number of people that you employ, that number's gone from 400 to less than 200.
Correct.
And we've also outsourced some services.
We have.
Like janitorial and others.
We have.
And we're considering outsourcing others.
We are.
And we've also cut pay and we've cut benefits.
We have.
Okay. So in terms of the cost cutting at the airport, do you see a lot of opportunities for more cost cutting?
No, sir. I've informed the council. I think we've cut more than 50% of the operating budget, and I've informed the council that, in my professional opinion, we've cut all we can cut.
And I would agree, after many painful decisions that we've collectively taken again and again here on the dais, and you have always been the bearer of bad news, honest but bad news, and we have had to cut as a result. And so, for all those reasons, because I believe our only path forward is growth, I think that's true for this city as well. We have cut painfully and repeatedly, and it is time for us to start to take advantage of opportunities that this valley affords for economic growth. For that reason, I support this plan to move forward. And for that reason, I'd like to make a motion to approve the memorandum co-authored by the mayor, myself, and Councilmember Herrera.
Second. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Councilmember Constant.
I'm not sure there's much left to say, so I'm just going to say, I was going to yell objection at one point, and I decided not to. I'm just going to say, I agree.
Wow, I'm impressed. Councilmember Chu.
Your Honor, no further questions. No, but I really want to take this opportunity to thank them and the airport staff and the members of public. I have met with Jim Kanin and Signature Flight, Eric Hilta on April the 10th. I also wanted to state that the memo that co-signed with Councilmember LICCARDO is by no means to weakening the curfew, but to strengthen it by escalating the fine for the repeat offenders. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Councilmember Rocha.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to follow up on a question that I posed
last week, and given the benefit that we've had a week off, and there's some other folks that might have an interest in that answer, could I ask you to repeat the answer to my question, which generally was the language that we're talking about that Signature has an issue with, that they're not willing to sign the lease agreement with, that you mentioned also exist in the current FBO contracts. Can you speak to and repeat, I guess, your answer as to why, if those other ones are able to operate under those existing conditions, why Signature wouldn't be able to?
Yes, council member, and of course Signature is in the audience, so they can reply to it as well. I think there's a misconception that Signature is not agreeing to comply with the curfew, and that's a wrong perception. There will be a provision in the lease, very similar to the airline lease, almost exactly to the airline lease, that requires compliance with and adherence with all laws, federal, state, and local. The ordinance, the curfew ordinance, is a local law, so Signature will have to comply with the curfew. I think the objection is that the specific curfew language survives even if the council were for some reason to repeal the curfew, and I think that's the objection, is if the council for whatever reason down the road decides to repeal the curfew, Signature wants to be able to adhere to whatever the current law is.
Okay, thank you. Now, are we going to go into the other contracts that we have with, such as Atlantic, and revise theirs? Or if they ask, I don't know.
All three of those have what's known as Me Too language. So if we move forward with the Signature lease, then those agreements would revert over to the same type of language that the airline agreements have.
And that would happen immediately, or do we have to do that at a certain point within the contract?
That's a question for the city attorney. I believe it happens immediately.
By the terms of the contract, it happens immediately.
Okay.
So once the agreement's signed with Signature.
And that's an administrative action, we don't have to take action?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And some of the comments that I heard and some concerns about entering into such a long lease arrangement, can you talk about the current lease arrangements we have with the company? I'll keep using Atlantic because they're the largest ones out there. They have their FBO. Can you talk about how long that term is?
Yes. Well, first off, most businesses buy land on a fee simple basis, which means they own it for as long as they desire to own it until they decide to sell. At the airport, because we can't transfer title, we lease land as opposed to allowing developers to purchase it on a fee simple basis. Leases and the terms tend to mirror the capital investment. So if the capital investment is relatively small, say a couple $1 million, the term is usually small as well, say a couple years, maybe under 5 years. The council has previously approved a leasing policy that stipulates the capital investment as it increases, so does the term. And in this particular case, the capital investment exceeded the maximum capital investment, which was provided for a 30-year term. So we said in the RFP that we would consider a longer term up to a maximum of 50, given if the capital investment is large. Of course, this is an $89 or an $82 million capital investment, which is considerably large. So we think a 50-year lease is appropriate given the capital investment. Other leases at the airport range in terms, but the Atlantic lease, I believe, has a term in and around the same time, 50 years, albeit that they've gotten that through extensions as opposed to an outright lease. But their term basically mirrors about a 50-year term.
And how far into it are they at this point?
I think they're 1985 was the original.
Okay, so they've got a little bit of time left.
Right.
Okay, thank you. And there was a mention from the mayor about the action that we're dealing with today, which is just the curfew component. But if I'm to understand this correctly, we still haven't executed the lease agreement, so we're...
I should clarify, my motion is to give staff authority to execute.
Okay.
The actual agenda item is last week you gave direction to negotiate. This week it's to accept the curfew language and to delegate to the city manager signing authority.
Okay, thank you. And again, for the benefit of the public, any questions about this operation being within the scope of the master plan and the AIR associated with it? Can you talk a little bit about what was contemplated in that master plan and the AIR approvals, if you don't mind? Just
Yes, sir. There was some comment that this use is outside the uses that were contemplated, land uses in the airport master plan, and quite the contrary. This use is precisely the type of operation and use that was anticipated in the airport master plan. In other words, accommodating aircraft, fueling aircraft, maintenance on aircraft, loading and unloading of passengers and cargo, and all the associated services that go along with that, so including the storage of aircraft as well. So this use is precisely the type of use that was anticipated in the airport master plan.
okay. And the language within that master plan, did that speak to the amount of flights, the amount of square footage out there, the amount of acreage? Did it contemplate any of that, or it just talked about uses in a general sense?
No, the master plan covers all of that, including NEPA and CEQA approval. It has the forecast that we just went through previously. So it looks at the available lands, the type of use that those lands would be used for, and then tries to, on a macro basis, anticipate and forecast the number of based aircraft and the number of operations and so forth, which is what this document is here that's presented on the screen.
Okay, thank you. There's a few questions that I had. I've been pretty public about some of my concerns with the approach that we've taken on this RFP, where we went ahead with this and talked about the acreage and put it out for an RFP prior to knowing what we're going to do with the runway and really having a sense of what our footprint's going to look like long term. I've talked a little bit about the RFP development and the guiding principles that are associated around that, and then the public process associated with this RFP, which got us here today. But at this point today, those decisions are all made in this moot. So with what's in front of me today and the decision we're making, I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. It really was like a courtroom scene for a while there. I would have objected, I thought the mayor would have sustained it, but I'm pretty sure the rule really does take me back to being public defender. But in any case, I'm really glad that first of all, that we that we have the matter put over from last week so that we had an opportunity for members of the public to be here. I think it was very worthwhile for us to hear that, and I think that to hear the concerns, and I think it helps all of us individually and as a group reestablish our commitment to the curfew. And I do appreciate Councilman LICCARDO and Councilman Chu's memo as well that talks about evaluating it, taking a look at the fine, because we want to ensure that it's a level where it is a deterrent, and we want to have the punishment for violation targeted towards the right people. And those are the ones that are actually flying in the planes, that are coming in late, that may be flaunting the rules if they feel that the fine is something they can easily just pay. And so in any case, if that's something that we can certainly evaluate. And as I mentioned last week as well, as we go forward, I'd certainly like to also see what, if any, measures can be put in place in regards to air quality at the ground level, as well as in terms of the planes that come in and out of our airport. And that's always going to be an ongoing discussion, especially as technology improves and technology changes, and what we know about air pollution changes, because there's certainly even more information now than there was even 4 or 5 years ago about particulate matter, and both fine as well as larger particulate matter. And so I think that information will help inform us as to what we can do to make the environment, particularly around the airport, but just in general, because air pollution doesn't, isn't bound by any boundaries. It goes everywhere, but it certainly affects those closest to the airport more than anywhere else. And so I look forward to that. As Councilor Rocha indicated when this first came up, I had a different opinion as to how we go forward. That decision was made. I'm satisfied with the RFP process and what's coming before us, although I do think that the neighbors and the community raise legitimate concerns, and if it's not clear to us up here about the concerns regarding the curfew, I don't know how else it can be made more clear. And so although I do support the motion, I think that it's not going to be something that we're going to brush aside as we go forward.
Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to say first thank you to the community for coming out tonight. I listened to each one of you. I took notes on what every single person said. And many of you were very eloquent. And I want you to know, at least from me and I think from the rest of this council, that I support the curfew. And the rest of this council also does. In supporting this project, I think it's been very important to be able to recommit to the curfew. Unfortunately, it was unfortunate, I think, in the way that the language came about in our last session up here that necessitated the need for having this meeting, because I think, you know, we wanted to make sure that there was sunshine on this and that we heard from the community. And so I think it's been really good to hear from you, and I also support the idea of looking at the fines. I think that was a very important point that was brought out tonight, and I'm supportive of Councilmember Chu and Councilmember Liccardo taking that to rules and seeing what we can do about that. Obviously, the fine needs to be meaningful, and I think that also lends credibility to our saying we support the curfew if we can actually make a difference in that fine level. So thank you again for coming out tonight, and I will be supporting the motion.
Councilmember CAMPOS.
I actually enjoyed the back and forth with Sam, and I appreciated the details that you guys got into and explaining to the public of what's really going on and how the flights are expected to increase regardless of the signature airlines being based here or not. And I appreciate the hard work that you've done. I want to make sure that everybody knows that I did speak with Signature. I spoke and I had a tour of the facility with Bill Sherry, and I was very impressed with the project, the details that it went into, and I'm very supportive of this effort. And I'm excited to have new jobs, new tax revenues coming into San Jose, and thank you again for all your work.
Councilor Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor Reed. Let me start where we all agree. The economic viability of this airport, it's in a dynamic yet precarious position. These bond payments are due for the $1 billion plus expansion, and ultimately the payment, if we don't run the airport in the black, could fall in the general fund. So we all as a council want to avoid that. We want to avoid a bailout. We want to make sure the airport runs efficiently and we make these bond payments. So I think the council's acting in the best fiduciary manner when it cares about trying to do this thing to keep this thing solvent, because we don't want it to go to the general fund. So as we've heard, there's two ways to do this. You either increase revenue or you reduce expenses. And as we've heard, we've laid off a tremendous amount of airport staff, and we still know we have to do more, especially because we compete against other regional airports. Airlines have a choice of where they fly. Now, I'm talking about commercial airlines, by the way. And they have a choice where they fly, so we have to be cost competitive because they know Bay Area residents may well likely drive for the right flight and the right price, and we can't always expect them to be here. And so we have to make the airport cost competitive in that manner. Now, we've also done things to increase the revenue, things that we all supported, expanding the food courts, the retail, the rental cars, advertising within the airport. And obviously tonight we're looking at the option of growing future revenue through the West Side expansion. And the council acted a year ago. I did not support that, and to move forward in that regard. And as you've heard, there's a proposal here. It'll bring in $2.6 million a year in rent to the airport and another $400,000 for jet fuel, so for a total of $3 million to the airport. But I think the contention is, for me and for others in the neighborhood, is that most of these new airplanes that will be housed there are going to be exempt from the 11:30 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. curfew and be able to fly in and out of San Jose Airport 24/7. So basically the airport expansion increases the total inventory of these planes, and thus increases some probability of more disruptive time at night, noise at night. So in my view, the new revenue comes with strings. It comes with the unfortunate byproduct of greater noise pollution late at night and into the wee hours of the morning. So it really just begs the question, how much is a good night's sleep worth in San Jose? When it comes to projections, numbers over total flights based on forecast, it's a number. However, it does not predict what personal choice of those who own curfew-exempt planes and what time they fly in and out of San Jose. And when we had the 2012 community meeting here with a full room, and I've all appreciative of airport staff, we discussed this, and we discussed it, we did the scenarios of a flight base elsewhere and a flight base here, and there was just no way from airport staff to promise the number of curfew departures and landings. There was just no way, because it's unpredictable. Again, if you own this plane and you're so lucky to be in that position, your choice of when you fly is when you fly. I can't control that. And that's I think, the issue that I think people are seeing. And then we have also covered, again, how can we make this thing more efficient? And airport staff came to us March 8th, 2010, provided us a variety of options that are all abided by FAA regulations. And as you've heard, we had the option of outsourcing police and fire services, and we would save $9 million a year. And for an example, you'd have a sheriff with a gun instead of a San Jose Police Department officer with a gun. However, the council hasn't acted on this recommendation yet. And tonight actually is the first time I'm hearing that the council will do this. So I'll actually believe it when it happens. And so my thing is, if I have known cost savings of $9 million versus forecasted revenue of $3 million, and the $9 million doesn't come with any waking anyone up at night, well, then I'll go with the $9 million. Now, if I get to the point of where I'm still in a bad situation, then I'm forced to look at options like this, but I can't do so when I still have that option before me. And then, as we've talked about here, the legal enforceability of this. And I'm just skeptical of, there's a talk about curfew, but no matter what anyone says, no municipal code or contract language can stop a curfew-exempt plane from flying during the curfew hours. There's nothing we can do up here to stop that. It's going to happen, and it's just, again, it's a matter of the total inventory within your airport. So I voted against expansion last year and again last week, just because I believe there's other options without disturbing the traditional quiet time for our city residents. After all, why disrupt the sleep of thousands of residents when we can provide the same or greater cost savings from simply managing our staffing differently than we do today? I understand all my colleagues have, as we all do, we have a variety of viewpoints, and not every vote is as easy as others. There's levels of consternation that we personally grapple with, but in the end, I've been consistent on not being able to support that for those reasons. Thank you.
Councilor Constant.
Thanks. It was just a joke when I said I wasn't going to speak. Thanks, Sam, for clarifying that the motion included the execution of the contract, because I think that's a key point. We've had a lot of discussion about the curfew, but not about the execution. I think it's because we had all that discussion last week. But I think it's important to say, we've got a great airport, and Bill, you've done a great job, your whole team, in getting us to where we are. And operating an airport like that runs on time, and your bags are sitting there waiting for you by the time you get down to the baggage claim. Just everything has been very good at the airport. I agree with a lot of stuff Pierluigi said on areas that I think we still can get some improvements. And we know that we have some self-inflicted wounds over there that we've discussed up here that we're not willing to give up on those for other political reasons. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't still look at them every year when we go through the budget process. So I'm looking forward to doing that. But I think it's also important to say a big thank you to Signature, because they are investing a huge amount of money in our city, and of course Blue City Holdings as well. $82 million of private money and jobs, lots of jobs coming to San Jose and our airport in particular, and that's really important. We have an international airport that's going to serve a lot of people, and I'll tell you, once our companies that are housing their planes there keep flying out in their private jets, they're going to realize the value of having their employees use that same destination to go out on their trips, and that's going to bring us a lot more of those commercial routes that we've been begging for over the years. So I think it's really important that we publicly acknowledge the folks who are putting their money where their mouth is and investing in not only an expensive facility, but a beautiful facility. I was shocked to see how much design is going into that building. So thank you on behalf of all of us, because I know everyone up here believes the same thing. I look forward to getting this moving, and unfortunately, many of us will be gone by the time the groundbreaking happens, or not the groundbreaking, the ribbon cutting. So we'll be there for the groundbreaking, and just remember to invite us back to come watch you cut the ribbon.
Thank you. Well, I'm sure you're all glad to hear we're just about to wind this down because we still have a couple hours ahead of us on another item, and people have been waiting for that one as well, so we're just about done with this. I just wanted to have some closing comments. I want to thank Councilman LICCARDO for all the work that he's done to make sure that the people he represents and the rest of the city understand the issues facing us, understand the data, and have good objective information on which to make the decision. We have to be driven by that. And the reality is that there's demand for service that gets filled, whether or not the airplanes are based in San Jose or not. When somebody wants to fly out of the airport, they can. Those aircraft are either exempt or not exempt from the curfew. Whether or not they're based in San Jose, it doesn't matter, because the curfew is good as we could get from the FAA, and I'm grateful that we have it. And I think the entire city benefits from the curfew, as annoying as it is to some people who would like to fly in during the curfew. But it's our curfew. It belongs to all of us. And I'm committed to ensuring that the curfew stays in place. I know that the rest of the council is as well, because it's for the good of the entire city. But we have an opportunity here to get some development on the west side. I want to thank Signature for their willingness to invest over $80 million. When you invest $80 million, you're here for the long term. We appreciate that investment. That'll help us with revenues. And to respond to what Councilmember Oliverio said, yes, it's true, we have not yet decided to outsource the police and the firefighters, and that will save us some money. But if you look at how much debt service we have to cover, we're going to have to do it all. So what we're doing tonight here does not solve the problem in terms of what we've got to cover over the next few years with the increase in debt service. So we'll be back doing things. I think Bill Sherry has correctly identified the fact that we've cut as many people as we can out of the airport operations. We are working hard to get additional service during the daytime, during the hours in which we want our airport to operate. And if you haven't booked your flights to LA yet on Virgin America, they're starting May 1st. During the daylight or daytime hours, they're not flying during the curfew. They don't want to fly during the curfew. And if they did, we wouldn't let them, because we value the curfew. The same thing is true with Signature. They're going to operate in compliance with our laws. If they don't, it's not just a $2,500 fine. We have the ability to bring an action to terminate their lease. They have to comply with the municipal code. If they don't, there's tools that we have that we've used in the past, and we'll use them again. But they have never asked to be let out of the curfew. They haven't talked to me. They've never talked to anybody else that I'm aware of. That's not what they're about. They want to operate within the conditions that we have. They're okay with the conditions that we have, and I'm sure they will. And if they don't, we have our enforcement tools, our enforcement mechanisms, and we'll also have their money. So we do have quite a bit of leverage over making sure that they follow the rules just like everybody else is required to at the airport. So with that, I would urge my colleagues to support the memorandum put out by Councilmember LICCARDO and his motion. And with that, I think we're done with the discussion, so it's time for the vote. On that motion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? I count one opposed. Councilmember Oliverio opposed. Motion carries on a 10-1 vote, concluding our work on that item for the evening. So we'll ask you to exit quietly because we have other matters to take up, which we will move to in a second. Please take your conversations outside because we need to take up item 11.2. That's an administrative hearing and consideration of an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny a conditional use permit. And for those of you who haven't figured out, it has to do with the McDonald's drive-thru. We'll take a minute to get our staff in place. We'll have a staff presentation. We'll take some public testimony, and we'll have a council discussion before we make a decision.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Laurel Privetti, Assistant Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement, and with me this evening is Mike Enderby, Senior Planner, who's been overseeing the management of the proposed McDonald's drive-through at Miller and Bollinger. The project before you is an appeal of a decision that the Planning Commission made to deny the drive-through restaurant on Miller Avenue. You can see from the aerial photograph a yellowish patch of land on the Miller Avenue side. That is the vacant piece of property that the subject proposal is looking at. At the very corner, you see a grayish area on the map. That is a pad building that was previously approved for a, no, leave that one on, please. For a bank. So essentially the property owner is interested in investing in the shopping center to add a drive-through restaurant in addition to building a corner building. So you can see the shopping center, some of the labels from the Google map identify Safeway and some of the other major tenants. The aerial photograph also shows the surrounding context, which is primarily residential. So this is truly a neighborhood center right in the middle of a neighborhood. And the next photograph provides a little bit more context on that. What this is a photograph looking down Miller Avenue. On the left-hand side is the center, and you'll see the bus shelter that's currently there. Beyond the trees and the landscaping is where the existing commercial buildings are. And on the right hand in the distance, you see a single-family home. And that's pretty important because what you see is that while this street may be 4 lanes, it's actually much more of a residential street. And further south on Miller, it actually chokes down to 2 lanes. The city's added bike lanes in our effort to put a street on a diet. And we can just go back to that earlier photograph. So the issue before you is really whether or not we should put a drive-through right on Miller Avenue so close to existing homes. The planning director recommended denial, the planning commission agreed, and now the applicant, thank you. Oh, okay. And now the applicant is here to appeal that decision and ask for your approval of the use permit. The applicant, since the denial, has submitted revised plans, and staff does appreciate the efforts that the applicant team has made to try and improve the situation, but the drive-through aisle is still in the very same location. So for the benefit of those in the audience, this is the site of the drive-through. The aisle is right next to Miller Avenue, right here, and again, less than 200 feet, we have single-family homes just across Miller Avenue. You can see how this is a 4-lane street and chokes down to 2 lanes. So the residential context is very important as you consider the testimony that you're going to hear this evening. So that concludes staff's opening comments. We're certainly available to respond to any comments or questions that you have after hearing from the applicant as well as the public who's here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to hear from the appellant. Before we take the public testimony, we give the appellant 5 minutes to present their case, and then we'll take whatever public testimony people want to give.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, city staff, and community. My name is Margaret Trujillo, and I'm a construction manager with McDonald's, and I'm here tonight to present our appeal on behalf of McDonald's and the Marchese family, and request that the council uphold our appeal and approve our application for a McDonald's restaurant with a drive-through at the Orchard Farms Shopping Center. Also present this evening to assist you with any questions is our architect, Ken Rodriguez, as well as our consultant team. I must first begin by not only thanking the neighborhood residents and planning staff, but also the community for being vocal and giving their respect to allow us to give our side of the story. I have a lot of important information to share tonight as a direct result of this feedback from the community and staff that's been subsequent to the Planning Commission hearing. Your consideration is greatly appreciated. The local owner-operator community in San Jose has been incredibly active, forming community partnerships as well as sponsorship of civic, educational, and health organizations in San Jose. And based on the number of restaurants and the number of people our McDonald's restaurants employ in San Jose and the demand for our services, McDonald's really truly is an integral part of San Jose's community and economy. We requested a continuance at Planning Commission because we're aware that there was more work to do on the project. As a result of the additional outreach since Planning Commission, we've identified specific improvements to the project that will enhance the development and better align with neighborhood priorities. We've explored many project design aspects and have fairly considered every scenario that was suggested. Mitigation measures and enhancements to the project include center directory and pedestrian wayfinding signage, pedestrian access, rumble strips and pedestrian signage, a covered trellis and porte-cochere, sound and headlight wall along the drive-through lane, bike lockers and bike racks for the public and employees, as well as enhanced design of the trash enclosure, outdoor dining, a realigned stop sign per the traffic study, as well as a one-way exit. This is an example of the low wall that I mentioned that's going to help screen headlights and add some sound attenuation, as well as an example of the trellis and porte-cochere in a rendering and a built example. The project meets or exceeds, in our opinion, most of the elements of City Council's drive-through policies on zoning, traffic, transit, vehicle stacking, ingress, egress, as well as pedestrian paths of travel. The key recommendation in the policy at issue is our drive-throughs policy in proximity to the residential. The CEQA analysis of the proposed drive-through and associated noise sources at the project site shows consistency with the city's general noise level guidelines and standards, as well as compatibility with nearby residential uses when the hours of the drive-through are restricted to not operate past 11 p.m. or before 5 a.m. With that mitigation, this project could meet the intent of the policy and be a better project. The following elements are existing setbacks and elements of the Miller Avenue that separate our drive-through from the three most impacted residential houses. There's 30 to 40 foot mature trees and a 50-foot landscape setback, as well as the 2 lanes of vehicular traffic and a bus stop, another median with trees and landscape, 2 additional lanes of traffic and a bus stop, as well as sidewalk, landscaping, and fencing on the residential side of the street. Current noise levels at the project site are illustrated here per the noise study. The existing noise levels at the 3 affected residences at issue average 62 decibels from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. The proposed drive-through noise levels at those same 3 residences will average 54 decibels at the same time frame, which is also below city municipal code thresholds. The result of the traffic and noise assessments were that there were no significant impacts, as the noise from the existing 4-lane traffic is higher than the proposed drive-through noise levels. This graphic reflects the existing hourly noise levels along Miller Avenue. The dark solid line and dashed lines represent the noise levels of existing vehicular and ambient noise levels along Miller, averaging 62 decibels. The red bar represents the average noise levels of the proposed drive-through. From 11 p.m. to 5 a.m., the existing vehicular and ambient noise levels drop below the noise level of the proposed drive-through restaurant. This is the red zone. For that reason, we are proposing to limit the hours of the operation of the drive-through from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Approving this drive-through would be consistent with other recent drive-through approvals adjacent to residential, such as the Taco Bell on Bascom, which was 100 feet to residential, or the Jack in the Box, which was 110 feet from residential. Based on community feedback, the project will add signage on the property to better direct those who access the restaurant as by pedestrian activity or bicycles. Most importantly, after hearing from neighbors' concerns over pedestrian safety at the recent community meeting, McDonald's consulted with a national safety expert to evaluate the project. The expert has provided written testimony asserting the safety of those who access the site as pedestrians, bicycles, or by vehicle. I have submitted the letter to you for review from our outside national safety expert, James Stanley, who supports the project design. I have copies with me today if you were unable to read that letter earlier. At the heart of everything we do, the food we prepare, the communities we serve, and the projects we build, is McDonald's commitment to our shared community values. There is nothing we value more than the trust of our customers and being allowed to be part of their community. On behalf of McDonald's and the Marchese family, I'd really like to thank you for your consideration of our proposed development, and I'm available along with my team to answer any other questions that you have. Thank you so much, and thank you to the community.
Okay, that's the applicant appellant's presentation. Before we get into public testimony, I will see if the staff has anything that they wanted to add, and if council members have any questions for the appellant. I think Councilmember KANSEN had some comments he wanted to make before we start the public testimony. So I'll take him now.
Yes, Mayor, I just want to make sure we...
You can go ahead and sit down. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure we got into the public testimony before we got into too much discussion up here. There's a lot of people who have come. As I know many of you know, based on the communications that you've received, we have a very passionate group that wants to speak tonight. I would just ask, we know that things got a little heated towards the end of the community meeting, and I just wanted to remind everyone that it doesn't matter what point of view you have, you're welcome to come up here and make your point, and I just ask everyone to respect everyone's point of view, even if they don't match your own point of view, but we want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to talk. And then, of course, I'll address the issues after everyone has an opportunity to speak.
Okay, well, it looks like everybody left here wants to speak tonight because they've got a very big stack of cards. So we'll work our way through it. Staff, did you have anything you wanted to add in terms of the appellant's presentation before we get to public testimony?
We do have a few comments. Mike?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mike Enderby, Planning Department. A couple of fast food restaurants that were identified are probably not comparable circumstances, and we've seen many drive-through uses get built over the years. In some cases, there are remodels of pre-existing ones that were in place, in some cases, before the drive-through policy was adopted. In some cases, they were there before the residential was built, and so the residential came after the drive-through, and those are important considerations to note. We evaluate that when we look at these proposals. The first example that Ms. Trujillo brought up about the Taco Bell on Bascom Avenue happened to be a new one, but it happened to replace an existing one, which is really not conforming in a bad way. And so while the new one doesn't conform, it was much better and a much better circumstance than the one that had been there previously. The Jack in the Box that was identified is actually in the city of Campbell, and so that's not really relevant to our proposal here. And so we do take a look at the existing circumstances. We do take a look at what the drive-through use is for. The policy applies to a wide range of different types of uses. They apply to car washes. They apply to drive-through pharmacies, things that sometimes maybe are less intense. And we do recognize that when we have things such as like a drive-through pharmacy, that's not going to get nearly the traffic that a drive-through restaurant would receive. And so we do take that into consideration. We try to take a look at the value of the project from a building standpoint of it being a new building versus a remodel. And so that taken into consideration, been my many years to have been involved in a lot of the drive-through proposals, and I think the city has done a very admirable job in adhering to the letter of the guidelines and the policy, and recognizing in some cases that there are issues that come up with drive-through uses that are frankly outside the realm of things that you can predict. In other words, a car full of people playing a stereo really loud. The best laid practices of a management of a restaurant is something that can't really address that. And so those are the kinds of things that were put in place when the drive-through policy was adopted back in 1985. So with that, I have no other comments. Happy to entertain any questions later on during the public hearing. Thank you.
All right, I would like to get into the public hearing. A lot of people want to speak. Again, as I announced earlier, we're going to limit everybody to a minute so that we can get through the testimony.
Mayor?
We have at least an hour's worth of public testimony here. So, Councilor Chu.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to let you, because I saw a lot of young adults here. I wonder if there's no objection from the public, we can allow the student to speak so that they can go home and finish their homework.
I think that's a good suggestion. So anybody who's got a card in here who has homework for tomorrow and promises they will leave and go home and do their homework and go to bed in time to get ready for school, we'll let them speak first.
Be honest.
So, yes. So if there are students here who really should be home doing their homework, please come on down. And in the meantime, I'm just going to call people a few at a time. Please come on down when I call your name so you're close to the microphone. Let's start with Sue Lupteville, or Vic, Edward Janko, Cheryl Mercer. Please come on down. Whoever gets there first can go first, and then everybody can just line up behind them.
Hi, Sue Luptevich, Mayor, Council. Thank you for allowing us to speak. I've been a resident of West San Jose for the last 35 years, and I'm requesting that you deny this permit, CP 11-026, as the city planners have recommended. We really have traffic concerns in our neighborhood, and if you really don't believe me, just come drive. You'll see it's very dangerous. And with Hyde Middle School directly across the street from Orchard Farm, the kids are going to be coming over to McDonald's, and we will have more safety risks. So I do ask you to consider that and deny this permit. Thank you.
Edward Janko.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Edward Yaiko. I'm a resident of the Fairgrove Eichler section of Cupertino, right across the street from Orchard Farms, right across Bollinger. I'm unalterably opposed to this McDonald's or any other fast food operation in Orchard Farms, with or without a drive-in. It doesn't belong there. There's the Hyde Middle School, Hyde Junior High is right across the street. Do the words attractive nuisance not come to mind? Do you want to explain to your voters someday why you approved a situation that caused the serious injury or death of a child that was intent on getting a Happy Meal? Furthermore, another consideration, it's an area of million-dollar homes. Those 3 houses are not the only ones that are effective. The whole area in San Jose and Cupertino, million-dollar homes. The property values are bound to go down. Beyond that, your planning commission
Sorry, your time is up.
Gave you abundant reasons why to deny this.
Cheryl Mercer, Michael Barshow, Al Milgram.
I'm going to time myself quickly here. Hardly see that dot. Okay. My name's Cheryl Mercer, and I've lived in this neighborhood for 25 years. My house is 2 blocks from this intersection, so I'm intimately aware of this entire intersection and all the businesses surrounding it. I decided to speak here to the City Council tonight because on March 28th, I was really prevented from speaking candidly about this because there's such opposition. I wanted to make sure that my concern was that there was a special interest group creating an appearance that the neighborhood doesn't welcome McDonald's public eating establishment at this Orchard Center. I, for one, support it, and I want to make sure that that viewpoint gets stated tonight. I think there are many advantages for senior citizens in our neighborhoods, for this low-income people, fixed-income people in the neighborhood, and we have a lot of them there, that they can take advantage of the food service that McDonald's can provide them. The food menu items are wholesome, low cost, and clean service, and it does meet the needs of people in that community.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
Michael Barshow, Al Milgram, Benna Bishop.
I'm Michael Barshow. I live across the street from Orchard Farms West. I've lived there since 1980. I was here the first time they opposed to put a McDonald's there, and it was rejected. And McDonald's at that time said, we don't want to be in a community that rejects us. And they changed their mind, I guess. Biggest concern I have, which you can see on the map there, they pointed out, they said there's 4 lanes there, but the exit from McDonald's, if you're going back on the Miller to go back to the right, you have to go down all the way close to where the dance center is. And it's only 2 lanes there. It's not 3 lanes or the bus stop. And there are so many accidents in that intersection right here. It's not an accident intersection, it's where you go out. We hear the skidding of the cars frequently there. We're just waiting for them to hit. There's been 2 deaths on Bollinger. One was a child quite a few years ago, and there was an elderly Chinese lady that got hit by a car. So that street in this area isn't really the safest. And also the ones they said they had.
Your time is up.
Yeah.
Okay. Al Milgram. Benna Bishop, Carlin Black, and Jerry Sheehan.
I strongly object to the proposed McDonald's drive-through because of the reasons given by the San Jose Planning Commission and Jenny Nussbaum. Some of the non-mitigating reasons are that the drive-through lane, 1, would be inconsistent with the San Jose land use designation, pedestrian-oriented in Vision 2040, intended to be easily accessible and convenient for pedestrians and bicyclists. Number 2, it prioritizes automobile convenience at the expense of pedestrian and bicycle connections. Number 3, it wraps along 3 sides of the building and provides an obstacle to encouragement of use by pedestrians and by elderly and disabled people. 4, it creates obstacles to direct pedestrian access to the shopping center from Miller Avenue and to the restaurant's entrance. Pedestrians must cross the drive-through lane to get to the entrance. The San Jose Planning Commission denied the drive-through lane. The appeal, which is supported and given by Mr. Constant, does not provide a mitigation for the denial of the drive-through.
Your time is up. Benna Bishop.
Honorable Mayor Reed, Vice Mayor New, and members of the council and the city. My name is Benna Bishop, and I request your support in denying CP 11026, which is 11-2 on your agenda this evening, for safety reasons. All of you received a personal email from me explaining my reasons of making the left-hand turn out of the shopping center onto Miller Avenue, which is only 2-lane with a middle turn lane. Less than 75 feet away, about the length of our dance studio, is Hyde Avenue, which is a T street and dumps onto Miller. Perhaps many of you may not know, but over in the late 1980s, when our shopping center was reconfigured, there was an exit from the shopping center onto Hyde Avenue, which a council member helped us eliminate when the shopping center was reconfigured. And I see no reason why we want to add more traffic with the drive-through at this time in an area that was already eliminated way back in the late 80s.
Sorry, your time is up.
90s.
Carlin Black, Jerry Sheehan, Ray Sasaki, Claire Arnold.
Hello, I'm Jerry Sheehan. I'm a voter in District 1. I'm here to respectfully oppose the drive-through
restaurant at the Orchard Farm Shopping Center. I'm also here to rebut Pete Constant's characterization of the community meeting he held on March 28th. I'd like to read just one sentence from Mr. Constant's memo. He said, "The meeting got to a volatile point where we decided to end the meeting due to their disrespectful and disruptive behavior. Mr. Constant, that is an inaccurate account of my neighbors, friends, and family at the meeting." Thanks for your 1 minute.
Carlin Black, Ray Sasaki, Claire Arnold, Lud Renner.
Okay, Council, I think you've all seen this and done your due diligence and read it, so we'll forget about that right now. But if not, it's in your email. I would therefore like to spend a few seconds on the Legal Dream World traffic study by Hex Consultants. First and foremost, I would pray for the school kids running past Safeway and scootering over the speed bumps, and for my handicapped neighbors who might have to use one of the handicap walkways in front of Safeway to get to their cars or their bank, and all of the able-bodied neighbors with shopping carts getting from existing building A, that is Safeway, to their cars. And I pray that that dream world traffic in front of Safeway never happens. But thank you, Hex, for the clearly marked orange and blue X for the accident that is waiting to happen on Bollinger. Thank you.
Ray Sasaki. Claire Arnold.
Ready? Mayor, council members, I'm a longtime resident of the West San Jose neighborhood, and I'm asking you to deny this appeal. If McDonald's or any other business wants to develop this space, they need to follow the general plan policies. They are there for a reason, and you and other councils have proved them. McDonald's doesn't have to have a drive-through. This is a very residential neighborhood, as we've all said, and people can walk, bike, drive, and heaven forbid, park their car, get out, and walk inside to get their food. If they don't have time to do that, there's another McDonald's a mile away with the drive-through, still in San Jose, so revenue goes to the city. Please listen to us. We live there. Listen to your expert planning staff and listen to the Planning Commission when they denied this appeal. Please deny the appeal. We don't want the drive-through.
My name is Ray Sasaki. I'm a longtime resident in there, and I really oppose McDonald's being there. Not specifically, the drive-in, but McDonald's in general. I really do not like to see a youth enticing business there that would create some situation that somebody may get hurt, especially after school. There is a middle school right across the street from there, and I worry about that every day. Thank you.
Lud Renner, just a minute, Mr. Renner, Adrian Renner, Rourke Barkalow, and Baya Bromberg.
Yes, my name is Lud Renner. I just wanted to say that this shopping center is a reasonably quiet, pedestrian-friendly shopping center. It's not like a busy shopping center that you might be familiar with. This drive-through, I think, is going to, along with about 90% of my neighbors, I'm talking about many hundreds I've spoke to personally, most of the local stores in this shopping center, and your own planning commission is opposed to this. And I want to agree with them. I'm opposed to it also, and I hope you agree with us. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mark Baraclough, and I am for the McDonald's. I'm glad to see that the McDonald's has actually gone through the solving of those initial problems, because that's what I came here with my notes. And jobs, economy, all those problems are solved. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Adrian Renner, Baya Byla Bromberg, Karen McDonough.
Hi, my name is Adrienne Renner. I've lived in this neighborhood since 1977. I was here and spoke before the board when in 1990 against McDonald's, and I'm still against any fast food restaurant with a drive-through in this neighborhood. My point is, why do we need it here? If you look at this map, within minutes, we could be at any fast food restaurant with a drive-through. McDonald's has one 1.8 miles away. It's only a 4-minute drive. They have another one 2.2 miles away. It's only a 5-minute drive. So why this shopping center? We're a very quiet neighborhood with a lot of entrepreneurs that opened up their own businesses, and we all support. I don't want to see their businesses hurt by this McDonald's. Thank you.
Byla Bromberg, Karen McDonough. I know this has been a long meeting, so some people had to leave. Susan Steckler, John Christensen, Ginny Luciano,
Hello, I'm Susan Steckler, and I'm a homeowner in this area being affected by this proposal. I have twice been rear-ended driving along Bollinger Highway. The roads, Miller and Bollinger, they are not designed to be high-traffic area for large commercial drive-in usage. One of the accidents totaled my car, had $8,000 and $9,000 worth of damage, and then I had a lot of injuries, and I spent thousands of dollars trying to get rid of my back troubles. The other concern I have is the noise level. My home is about 1,000 feet from this proposal. It's a nice, very nice, quiet neighborhood, and I'm concerned about hearing the noise that would be generated due to the drive-through. And people do blast their cars, and then my other concern is that there's 3 high schools in the area. We'll have children who are driving their cars.
Sorry, your time is up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor Reed and City Council. My name is John Christensen. I'm the CEO of Hope Services. For the last 19 years, the Marchese family has allowed Hope to maintain a trailer on this property that realizes about $576,000 a year for us. We desperately need that income to help support the 2,500 individuals with developmental disabilities that we serve. Having McDonald's franchise there also at that space helps us garner donations, and McDonald's has long been a big employer of individuals with disabilities, so I urge your support for the appeal. Thank you.
Ginny Luciano, Chun Lu, Deborah Haley, Jin Chen.
Hi, I'm Jenny Luciano, also with Hope Services. I just want to follow up on John's comments. Part of what our organization does is provide jobs for people with developmental disabilities, and the donation collection bins, as well as our e-waste to wages project that we referenced in the letter that we sent to all of you yesterday morning, is a big provider of jobs for our clients. So that's a significant consideration when you consider the fact that 87% of them are unemployed in the state of California. Thank you.
Chun Lu, Deborah Haley, Jen Chen, Elaine Reiling.
My name is Chen. I live in the neighborhood. My home was broken into on March 5th. Not only we suffer monetary losses, we felt it's no longer safe in my own home. For the first couple of nights, my daughter kept asking if the bad guys will return. And she didn't want to sleep in her own bedroom. With the proposed driving-through eatery, I believe such incidents will become more and more frequent. I'm requesting you to deny this permit and give my daughter a safer neighborhood.
Good to go? All right. My name is Deborah Haley, and I've been a part of the West San Jose community for many decades. As a young girl in the 50s, delivering mail for 25 years, and presently living there. On a personal level, the thought of another McDonald's is disturbing. Now, if if McDonald's is your kind of place, I don't mean to be offend, but this food is not fit for human consumption. If anyone is prone to Big Mac attacks, there are actually 3 very close by. Arguments against the building of this McDonald's: added traffic, which is already bad, proximity to schools, late night drive-through, litter noise, especially the smell. I thought it was important to show my support here tonight for my neighbors, especially those west of Miller, as well as the homes and businesses surrounding Orchard Farm. I'm certain they're not loving it. Thank you.
I'm representing here for Jin Chen. We are live around the 100 radius. First of all, there is no benefit for us for having McDonald's, and I want you guys, all the city council and the investor, and also the builder, to put the feet in our shoes. What do you think? You live across the street of the McDonald's. It's almost $1 million home, and there is school around it. And across the street, the school have a running field, and there is a Safeway already. And can you imagine live across the street, there is a drive-through, and 6 o'clock in the morning, and there is a beep, welcome to McDonald's, how may I help you? And then once they got their food, there will be trash, and people will not drive safely, and the kid was there. So for that reason, I want each of you to put a feet in our shoes for the safety of the kid and also the community, and especially the investor and also the developer. Thank you very much.
Elaine Reiling and Rebecca Fernandez, Abe Bromberger, Rob Carnahan.
Good evening. My name is Elaine Reeling, and I'm a longtime resident of West San Jose, 32 years, and my husband 54. I'm against the plan to have the McDonald's drive-through on Miller and Bollinger. A drive-through located directly from these residential homes, causing litter and noise from early morning to late at night, and also the pedestrian and vehicle congestion from the local schools, the high school and the middle school. And I'm concerned about property values, how they'd be affected. And we already have McDonald's in the area. Within a mile away, you can drive through and get whatever you want there at that McDonald's on South De Anza Boulevard. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Abe Bromberg. I've been a resident of that community for 44 years. I walk to and by the shopping center 3 or 4 times a week. I've seen traffic increase, and I think it's going to increase a lot more if there's a restaurant drive-through. What I don't understand is why my representative, Pete Constant, is attempting to override the decision of the Planning Commission, a professional group trained and educated in planning for communities. There must be a hidden agenda. Are you planning to run for mayor next year? If you are you counting on support from McDonald's? Because you're really not representing us. It's a betrayal of the people who elected you to the city council.
I live in a townhouse unit directly behind Orchard Farms Shopping Center. I'm opposed to the conditional use permit for a drive-through because it will degrade the quality of life for neighborhood residents. First, it will cause excessive noise in the early morning hours and late evening hours when the ambient noise level is very low in this residential neighborhood. The noise spikes caused by revving car engines, drive-through speakers, and blaring radios carry far during those quiet hours. The project claims an average noise of 62 dB. They measure across an hour. When you have very quiet time period and then sudden noise, you're going to get woken up. It's going to carry far. Second, the increase in traffic congestion on Miller Avenue and in the shopping center will make a bad situation worse and lead to more vehicle and pedestrian accidents. Ingress and egress is already terrible. The developer claims the drive-through exit's on a 4-lane road. It is not. Miller has a single lane at the proposed point of exit. I measured it with the tape measure this morning, and the second lane does not begin until 79.42 feet past the drive-through exit. There's
I'm
a bus
sorry,
stop.
your time is up.
Thank you.
Mr. Carnahan, and then Nairi Cortes, Cynthia Schultz, and Kavish Trudy.
Thank you. My name is Robert Carnahan. I own Calabasas Cyclery, and I want to thank you for letting us speak and voice our opinions. I've worked at Calabasas for 20 years, and it's a great shopping center, the Orchard Farm Center. My main concern is the safety, and it's the safety of the children that are going to come and go from the shopping center. On a daily basis, when I leave or arrive or drive through the shopping center or ride my bike through the shopping center, it's pretty amazing what transpires. And I'm very concerned that the children that will be coming from Hyde Middle School and the surrounding schools will run into danger just because of the level of driving expertise that's in our area. And if you ever have a question about that, if you just drive through our neighborhood, see for yourselves in the morning, in the afternoon, it's quite the sight. And it is a great shopping center, and San Jose is a great city. And I just want to see the city be that much better, and finding a better business that could enhance the community would be well suited for our area. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Schultz. I humbly request the City Council not approve the drive-through at the Orchard Shopping Centers. The neighbors don't want it. The Planning Commission didn't approve it. I do want to address the Hope issue. They said that they get a lot of benefit from being on the land, but they could easily move on the other side of Safeway, right next to the recycling bin, and get the same population of people. So I don't see that there's any loss to Hope. I think it's a great organization, and I just want to say they don't even have to leave the area. They can just go next to the recycling thing next to Safeway. I also want to address the issue that there's lots of other locations they could go to. 1 mile away on Lawrence and Bollinger, where Moore Park starts, is a VTA parking center that's been abandoned, and I don't know if it's been sold, but they could easily buy that. It would have easy egress and ingress. It wouldn't be a temptation or wouldn't be predatory with junior high school kids, which is part of my issue with McDonald's. You're about to tell me my time's up, I think.
Hello, respected Mayor Reed and council members. My name is Kavish Trivedi, and I'm a member of the Future Generation of San Jose. So let's imagine a situation. A mom having a son studying in a school that has a drive-thru right next to it. Her son is constantly hungry. So when she goes to pick him from school, he's always staring at the drive-thru. And he always wants to eat at the drive-thru also. The drive-thru is delicious, it's easy, and it's quick. The mom wants her child to eat healthily. But despite all her efforts, her son gains weight. Child obesity is a problem nationwide. The thought leaders of New York are planning a ban on sugary drinks, and the leaders of San Jose seem to be offering the exact opposite. It is the right of McDonald's to do business, but it's the right of thousands of children to have a healthy life. Thank you.
Kind of difficult to go after that, but I believe that the reasons as to why not to allow the proposed McDonald's be built is very clearly stated in the Planning Commissioner's report that denied it the first time. I find it very unfortunate that the community is possibly being portrayed as an anti-McDonald's as a whole and painting a portrait of us as being rowdy, disrespectful people. The community is very passionate about the community base that surrounds the center. We are not against McDonald's as a restaurant, but rather as a fellow neighbor in our community because of the danger that they pose to the children, elderly, and community. The close proximity to homes and surrounding schools, a threat of decrease in property values to residents, the safety threat they pose to pedestrians walking by because the customers of McDonald's are in a hurry to get their Happy Meals. I've spoken with many local police officers who have also stated to me that their concerns that the types of people that a fast food chain attracts is not the safest and that they are very concerned with its development. The list goes on. As a tenant in the shopping center, my understanding is that there is a suggestion for Hope to clean the garbage that will be polluting our shopping center, and that there's also a suggestion that there will be a crossing guard provided to assist children and people crossing. For how long will that happen, and who is going to pay for that? As a tenant, I don't feel it's fair that I have to pay for that.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Pamela Raybeck, Jean-Pierre Wilser, Lisa Wilser, Eileen McLaughlin. Pearl Hall.
Hi, my name is Pamela Raybeck. I live in the Recanata neighborhood across the street from Bollinger, and I feel a part of the community to West San Jose since I'm in that area a lot. You see the same people at the shopping center all the time. It's a neighborhood shopping center. Putting a drive-through is going to bring outside traffic. We have a community that is health conscious. Lots of people walk their dogs, they power walk the neighborhood. And I think that we should have the right to decide what we want in our neighborhood. And we do not want fast food in our neighborhood. I just want to say a bacon and egg cheese McGriddle has 410 calories, 18 grams of fat, 240 milligrams of cholesterol, 1,080 milligrams of sodium, and 15 grams of sugar.
Good evening. My name is Jean-Pierre Wilser. I'm a resident of the townhouse complex right behind the planned site for the McDonald's drive-thru. I'm convinced that this location is not well suited for a drive-thru restaurant. It is right surrounded very closely by a residential area all the way around, and it really doesn't fit there. I walk every morning from my house to the bus stop that's right adjacent to this site there, and at 6:30 in the morning it's pretty quiet there. There's some traffic, but the shopping center is fairly quiet, and I think that would change dramatically when we have this drive-thru going at that time. My wife has actually had to go home and take care of the children, so she won't speak right after me. Thank you.
I'm Eileen McLaughlin, and for decades this has been my home turf. In the last century, during the great expanse of San Jose, there was a mindset that could place drive-thrus at virtually every commercial site in the city. We've moved on. We have Envision 2040, and we have the concept of urban villages. The city planners included Envision 2040 and the nature of the surrounding community as factors in recommending denial. They considered San Jose of today and of the future. This center does not have an urban village specific plan, nor has Councilmember Constant sought to develop one. Instead, he asked that you exempt this project from this century's planning. To do so would permanently alter any subsequent urban village plan. Do not allow that to happen. Thank you.
Pearl Hall and then Jeff Hall, Doris Livesey, Uda Streselia, and Lynn Woolhouse.
Mayor, Councilman, my name is Pearl Hall. I live and work and shop in the Orchard Farm complex. I'm a paraeducator within the CUSD. I've been PTA Vice President of Lynbrook, and as I say, I shop in this neighborhood. If I wanted to drive to a drive-through, I could drive to 8, at least, within a few moments. The staff and the Planning Commission have clearly articulated why we don't need a drive-through. Please protect what we do have, which is a walk-up residential plaza. Don't make us another strip mall. We have plenty of those to drive through. What we lack and what every other neighborhood might want is what we have, where we can just walk to our Safeways and our Rite Aid, and we don't need to deal with a drive-through, its attendant traffic and trash. This will irrevocably alter the traffic pattern. I understand that there have been tried to be remediations. I don't think any of them would work. Hope or want to see them there. I hope that they're not tied to McDonald's.
Sorry, your
we love
time
their
is up.
services. Thank you.
My name's Jeff Hall, and I'm another neighbour. I'd like to point out I was looking through the appeal document, and it states that the project will provide multiple benefits to the surrounding community. Well, it seems that an overwhelming majority of the surrounding community do not agree. I looked also at the memorandum that was put in suggesting that there was an anti-McDonald's faction using this project to attack fast food. It seems that we're on the defensive here. It's not that we're finding a McDonald's to go and daub slogans over. It's that we're just trying to maintain and preserve an existing, quite pleasant neighborhood and an existing, well-balanced...
Sorry, your time is up.
Good evening. I'm Doris Livesey. I'm sorry. Well, it doesn't want to stay.
It'll pick up your voice. Go ahead.
Please support the Planning Commission's recommendation. San Jose's general plan promotes a city designed around people. The center is too close to the homes for a drive-through. Why would the city council adjust the policy for one fast food vendor? It doesn't make sense in light of the fact that the neighbors don't want it. It's just wrong. We have a lot of older people who walk in our neighborhood and shopping center. A drive-through would encourage more cars and potential for accidents and injuries. There are 3 McDonald's, 2 Burger Kings, 2 Taco Bells, Wendy's, Carl's Jr., and Jack in the Box within a mile and a half if people really need to go through a drive-through. The drive-through configuration in our area would interfere with convenient pedestrian access to the shopping center and is inconsistent with the general plan. As stated in the Planning Commission's report, this is not the right spot for a drive-through.
Sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Razila, and I'm teaching at San Jose State right across the street. So this brings up the first pop quiz question. Why does McDonald's want to build a restaurant right at that place in that small shopping center? The answer is the middle school and another school, because you can see from today, they are actually putting their place in a hostile neighborhood. And also they put a drive-through there because all of us could walk 1 mile radius around from that point zero, ground zero, and here's a McDonald's here. We could actually walk to the place. We don't need a drive-through there. Second point is I've been living over here for 30 years in a quiet area, and right now the traffic will be real bad, and kids and traffic will not mix. And in fact, 1 week ago I took pictures for the
Sorry,
meeting.
your time is up, sir.
I always was dreamed.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Lynn Wilhouse, and then Claire Tennings, Cindy Stormo, Sue Regal-Mendoy, and Tak Chun. Go ahead.
My name is Lynn Woolhouse, and I've lived across from Hyde Middle School on Hyde Avenue for 30 years. The traffic has gotten really bad in recent years, and every weekday around 3 o'clock, the parents are coming to pick kids up from Hyde and also Dilworth, which is on the other side by Safeway, and Sedgwick. And the kids are going to be going across the street, the middle school kids, even though the school administration warns them about it. I'm really concerned about safety because they are already going over there to the Starbucks that's inside Safeway. It's very crowded around 3 o'clock, and they don't always have the best judgment in the world, and they do cross, instead of going up to Miller Avenue, they cross illegally, and that's my main concern is safety. Thank you.
That's my neighbour, and I'm not a special interest group. Mayor Reid, council members, we strongly urge the City Council to support our community's position and to vote against applicants' appeal of the Planning Commission's unanimous decision to reject this drive-through project. That Planning Commission decision listed 3 major issues. 1, non-conformance with Policy 610 with 4 sub-issues, the first of which is the 200-foot rule. Number 2, incompatibility with Hyde Middle School across Bollinger and with residences across Miller. 3, inconsistency with the pedestrian-orientated character of the Envision San Jose 2040 General Plan, the land use designation of neighborhood/community commercial for the urban village the site is in. The project does not meet the requirements or intent of Council Policy 610. The project is 35 feet short of the required 200 feet.
Sorry, your time is up. Claire Tennings, Cindy Stormo.
The project is 35 feet short of the required 200 feet separation from residents. Planning has informed us that the 200-foot rule has been held to quite strictly, with precedents showing only one expectation made. In District 9, Councilman Roach can explain that case and how very different it is from this case. In the exception, you had a site in the middle of a sea of commercial with only one patch of apartments nearby. In our case, you have a sea of single-family residents plus a church and a school with an island of commercial that is for now quite pedestrian-friendly. Another 610 issue is that the nearest 2 ingress-egress points to the drive-through on Miller Avenue are into a 2-lane road, not a 4-lane required by policy.
Sorry, your time is up.
The other 3 entry points require passing through Safeway's end of the parking lot, where pedestrians with their shopping carts use the aisles, through the lane closest to Bollinger, where parents drop off and wait to pick up middle school children, so as to avoid the traffic jams across the street. Planning also notes how the drive-through lanes will interfere with vehicle circulation aisles, something quite obvious to those of us who use the center. Planning further notes that pedestrian paths of travel are blocked due to the drive-through wrapping around the proposed building. Planning's statement about the property's proximity to Hyde Middle School doesn't list the actual distance. Google Maps show it as 445 feet, far less than the half-mile some may have heard. We now will discuss the memo, a recommendation from council members KANSEN and CAMPOS, released at close of business last Friday. This memo proposes various mitigation line items and recommends that public comment be closed at this time.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Sir, before you go, just wait, let me call some more names. Vasantha Tamana, Xiaodong Zhang, Haribabu Jagalamudi, Susie Woolhouse.
The line items are then to be developed into actual plans, and the result brought to a later consent calendar. We strongly oppose the memo's recommendation. The mitigations lack substance, and as such are not yet reviewable. Public comment should not be closed until a project plan, including any mitigations, is well defined. Some of the mitigations proposed do have value, but as a whole, they do not resolve planning's findings, nor do they resolve resident concerns. Many of the mitigations have nothing to do with the drive-through or are already part of the plans in the appeal. We now turn to memo details in order from page 1. Recommendations, traffic parking, bullet 1. Provide one-way exit only at front parking area to restrict left turns into side from Miller Avenue entry. This is unclear. Depending on whether site refers to the project or the shopping center. A diagram is required.
Your time is up.
A diagram is required, but under both interpretations, it appears this will increase congestion and will also reduce vehicle accessibility to existing tenants, damaging their businesses. Nor is there any defined need for this change. Bullet number 2 and 3. These seems to be filler in that they are already in the plan. Bullet number 4. This employee parking item is more filler. It's fine, but is unenforceable and addresses no key concern. Recommendations and pedestrian safety, bullet 1. Ongoing tax dollar funding of crossing guards so as to secure benefits for the applicants. Some of us call that crony capitalism. Let the applicants fund this item. Recommendations, pedestrian safety, bullet 2. More tax dollars now for bus stop improvements. This has nothing to do with the project's problems. It is pure filler, feel-good filler. Recommendations, pedestrian safety, bullet 4 and 7.
Sorry, your time is up.
Recommendations, pedestrian safety, bullet 4 and 7. The wayfinding signage and the directory are more filler, like the bike lockers, who also do nothing to address the problem. Recommendations, noise, bullet 1 and 2. Noise and deliveries are currently restricted between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. So this is at least expand the noise experience to 10 p.m. and leave open to the potential for deliveries even later. Noise bullet number 3, constructing a 4-foot wall will limit headlight radiation towards the nearby homes and will do a little to attenuate the bass throbbing from car sounding systems. Further, noise will bounce off the building, radiate over the short wall, and any wall at the front of a shopping center reduce pedestrian friendliness. Bullet number 4, now for noise, seems already in the appeal plan, more filler. How exactly can direct the pedestrian and bicycle access from the
Sorry, your time is up.
provided?
Good evening. Thank you for listening to us. My name is Susie Woolhouse. I'm going to just continue here. With a bridge or a tunnel, 6 to 10 states, no pedestrian crossing of the drive-through lane shall be allowed, and crossing at a drive-through egress is always risky. We are strongly opposed to closing public testimony until we can review the appropriate resolution and permit language. We agree that Policy 610 was not put in place as a means to stop businesses from conducting their legal right to do business. 6-10 is to define the requirements to build a drive-through, what is needed to have a legal right to a drive-through. Applicant has built to the requirements of 610 before. Applicants were aware of the requirements of 6-10 and chose to go ahead with plans that meet neither the letter nor the intent of 6-10. We note there is much reference to this intent, but we've not seen the intent established. The policy.
Sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Could you wait just a minute? Let me call some more people down. Ellen Moore, Conrad Minshall, Ishan Sharma, Melissa Yant Hunsinger, Marilyn Miller. Go ahead. Thank you.
Analysis, paragraph 3. This paragraph is not an honest representation. Distortions like this are to be expected when politicians throw mud at each other in election season, but should not be directed at one's own constituents. Was there a disruption? Absolutely. However, the tone of the meeting was not at all aggressive or stifling. McDonald's presented on their own behalf to an entirely polite response. Hope Services, another supporter of the project, presented and was very well received by the community. However, after Kip said that we were out of time, had drained the speaker queue, and was closing the meeting, an individual rushed in and insisted on speaking. Her primary point seemed to be asserting that the previous speakers were dishonest and exaggerating the facts, although she also said she'd not been able to arrive sooner to attend the entire meeting, so she did not hear all that we had said. At this point, Kip probably should have intervened, as attacking other speakers is disrespectful and usually leads to trouble. Hissing and booing soon began.
Your time is up.
We seem to have run out of speakers on our great speech. So I'm just going to have to skip all the others. We thoroughly deconstruct that memo. It is full of it's full of BS. It really is. And I'm sorry, I'm just going to have to skip all that and come on down here. I'm with tax leakage. I'll finish that one. For favorable tax leakage, San Jose needs to encourage a business which is not already available nearby in Cupertino. For example, a high-end Indian restaurant. There are already many fast food drive-thrus nearby. Another one, conclusion, paragraph 5. Here the memo limits the issues to the intent of the 200-foot rule, continuing to disregard all the rest of planning's findings. In closing, we want you to know that we like what the general plan has in store for our community. We want to stay on track for the pedestrian-oriented urban village, which, incidentally, should be excellent for jobs and tax revenue. We urge you to vote with those long-term interests in mind rather than with short-term thinking. We strongly urge you to reject the recommendations of the memo and to also vote.
Your time is up.
Hi, my name is Ishan Sharma, and I'm a former 3-year student at Hyde Middle School and a freshman at Cupertino High School. Being 3 years at Hyde, I know that students like to go across to the shopping center and buy treats. So before and after school, the streets are busy with student pedestrians. To add, students also go running during the track and cross-country season around this shopping center. These students are sitting ducks, and their lives are endangered to the drivers with their eyes on Big Macs and their hands on their sodas. The drive-thru is also adverse to Cupertino High School. The drive-thru would attract inexperienced high school drivers to the area. Being an open campus, student drivers would have the chance to carelessly speed to this area with their Happy Meals to get back before the 6th period bell rings. With 3 major schools in the area, one including an elementary school, the traffic is already congested. Along with bad pollution, adding a drive-thru would be a danger to our students and my classmates. You guys as city council members should ban this drive-thru to help save our posterity, students, and community. Thank you.
I live in the neighborhood across the street from the proposed site of the drive-thru restaurant, and I have lived there most of my life. I'm here to plead with you, our government representatives, to follow the recommendations of the Planning Commission and to really hear and honor the objections of the clear majority of the neighbors in this residential community where many of us have lived for decades, as well as the objections of neighboring government leaders and citizens of Cupertino. As stated by the Planning Commission, a drive-thru is thoroughly inconsistent with the Envision San Jose 2040 general plan for the neighborhood. We do not want to be awoken in the early morning hours or late evening hours by people hollering out their food orders into a speaker, nor be subjected to hearing their idling vehicles, honking horns, or blasting radios while they wait to order their food. The proposed amendment would not prevent this. I support growth and the addition of new businesses and restaurants, but without a drive-thru right next to people's homes. Please use your power to represent the powerless. And in a world of such cynicism, it is my hope that the young people involved in this effort will walk away with a belief and trust in their local government's willingness to represent its citizens' effort. Those are my daughters who walk to school every day by that business.
Wait just a minute while I call some more names. Philip Dodson, Bernie Sheehan, Logan Stormo, Shadaj Ladad. Go ahead.
My name is Marilyn Miller, and I have lived in the neighborhood since 1967, and I'm very proud of our little We Think Village neighborhood. I feel a drive-in would not be an improvement. It would negatively impact our neighborhood. I personally have felt safe in our area, but as one of those who are the older citizens, I will not feel safe with increased traffic and the potential for crime activity, especially after dark. I do much walking around the neighborhood, and I feel that that is a real concern. I ask that you support the written and verbal concerns of our village and say no to a fast food drive-through. As property owners who choose to purchase homes in quiet residential neighborhood with a close-knit community, our property values and quality of life will be negatively impacted. Thank you very much for listening, and please, we hope that you can help us with our cause. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to me. My name is Philip Dodson. I've lived within 1,000 feet of the proposed project for the last 34 years. I'd like to make something very clear that doesn't appear to be very clear. There is no time after the Bollinger intersection that Miller is a 4-lane street. There have been a number of people who've said it is. It's not a 4-lane street anywhere after Bollinger. At best, it's a 2-lane street in the northbound direction of Miller, about 60 feet beyond the nearest ingress-egress. The project policy 610 requirement for a 200-foot setback is not met, and there is no way to make it be met without somebody coming up with a street stretcher. The two ingress-egress driveways nearest to the drive-through on Miller do not meet policy 610's requirement for a 4-lane street. They're both 2-lane streets where it meets. Mitigations proposed by council members Constant and Campos do not address the problems of the drive-through standoff or the primary street access. I strongly disagree with council members.
Sorry,
Constant.
your time is up.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Logan Stormo, and I'm currently attending Miller, and through interviewing my classmates, I can say confidently that the majority of them do not fully understand how unhealthy McDonald's is. All they care about is that it's cheap and quick. And it terrifies me that McDonald's can so easily get a fast food restaurant so close to 3 schools, 2 middle schools, a high school, and an elementary school. And I just think that's terrible. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shadaj Ladad. I'm also a student at Miller Middle School, and I completely oppose having a drive-through at McDonald's. I live quite close to my school, Miller, and I walk across Miller every day, going to school and coming back. Already the traffic is extremely bad, and with the drive-through, it's going to make it even more dangerous. Our teachers ask us to exercise, walk every day, but I'm afraid I won't be able to do this and maintain a healthy body with this drive-through. So I urge you to oppose the McDonald's drive-through.
Wait, just, ma'am, if you'd wait 1 minute, let me call some more names. Joseph Koha, Wenji Lee, Randall Shingai, Tristan Lorak. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Bernie Sheehan. Thank you. I live in San Jose, just behind the Orchard Farm Center, and I work with children. I am a track coach across the street at that school. The developer has every right to build a restaurant in this spot, but to defy the Planning Commission's unanimous denial of this drive-through, not once but twice, and for this to be pushed through against the obvious wishes of so many citizens, this saddens me. These mitigations do not change the issue. I was at a restaurant today, a fast food restaurant, appropriately located in a commercial business. The manager said to me, "I hope you win tonight because this would be bad for your neighborhood." It is inappropriate. I hope that you will look, if not at us, at the wishes of the Planning Commission and renew our faith in government, uphold the denial, agree with the Planning Commission, hear our voices, and vote to deny this appeal. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Wanjili. I'm the resident in the area of the Orchard Farm. And I'm here to tell you guys that we really against this proposal of the fast food restaurant in this area. And I agree with all the other people's opinion about the against. And my own concern is, first one is the students' health because of the fast food within the walking distances. So what do you expect those guys to do for those kids? So I'm really concerned about my son's health. If there are too many fast food within their walking distances, it may hurt their health for the long term. The second concern is about the traffic, because we live just beside the Bollinger Road. In the rush hour, it's really hard for us to back into the street already. So if there's a driving through, what will happen? We probably will be stuck into the house in the rush hour, so it will be disaster to us. So before I end, I would like to request all of you to think before you vote. Think those kids as your own kids. And okay. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm Randy Shingai. Right now, no child has to cross Bollinger to get to their home school. School attendance boundaries are set up with Bollinger as a boundary so that they don't have to cross it, okay? My child attended Hyde Middle School. He's at Cupertino High School now. I have no other children. I live in San Jose, incredibly enough, by this McDonald's on Stevens Creek. About 30 or 40% of the kids that go to Hyde Middle School live in San Jose. They're mostly on the other side of Lawrence, so they're not close by. But their kids go to Hyde Middle School, and Hyde Middle School will be affected, and they will come to know about this.
Hi, my name is Tristan Lorac, and I'm few streets from the project. I go to work by biking 4 days a week, and I passed by Homestead where there is a Jack in the Box and a McDonald's drive-through, and I avoided a few times some possible accidents because of people going out and watching at their hamburgers. And I can tell you it's true. It's a real issue, and not talking about the smell. It really smells boiled oil. So anyways, I think it's going to happen the same in our neighborhood, and we deserve better. And kids are going to rush because, you know what, I have two kids and they don't like the food at school. They don't like it. So they will rush as fast as possible to the McDonald's, at least for some of them. And we know it's not healthy for them because they're not educated yet in their taste. They're teenagers, and we have to take this into account. Thank you.
Let me call one more speaker, Charles Tucker. That's the last card I have. If anybody else wanted to speak, now is the time.
Thank you for letting us address you tonight in this matter. It's certainly important to our future and the future of San Jose, as many people have already stated. This issue has galvanized our community, and how many people are opposed to the drive-through? And how many of you on the council live across the street from a drive-through? How many of you would object to them putting a drive-through across the street from you? I therefore ask you, when you consider that and the vote, what our neighbors will have to put up with, not just because of the elevations, the pretty elevations that have been shown by McDonald's, but this is what you'll actually get: advertising. Advertising on tacky signs, as well as the noise. McDonald's said at the meeting that they had at the Orchard Farm Center that they would not go into a neighborhood where they were not wanted. I do not understand how they can persevere. When I look at these reviews, I see thousands and thousands of names that say, we do not want you in our neighborhood. They have not mitigated the objections that the Planning Commission had, and...
Sorry, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Charles Tucker. I've lived in the community as a citizen, a proud citizen of San Jose for over 13 years. The Planning Department has made a recommendation to deny a zoning variance on this project. They state the proposed drive-through does not meet provisions of the City Council 610 for drive-through uses. The Planning Department considered the law, looked at the development, and came to a reasonable decision. I've heard no argument to justify reversing that decision or the zoning law it was based on, when such a reversal would so directly impact the lives of my family and community. I urge you to uphold the Commission's decision. Thank you very much.
Bill Bruns. Mr. Bruns is our last speaker.
Hello. I'm here in opposition to the drive-through at McDonald's, mostly because I believe that the citizens of the neighborhood have spoken and they deserve to be represented by their council. I have heard several times that the council has considered in other issues brought before them about the various plans for the airport or the plans for other items. And in this case, the council is ignoring those plans, whereas in the past issues, the council has used those plans as a reason to move forward with the plan against the wishes of those citizens. And so it amazes me and it makes me a bit cynical, and not only me, I think, that the citizens are facing a lack of representation.
That concludes the public testimony on this item. We now need to spend some time with the council discussion so we can make a decision. We'll bring it back for council, starting with Councilmember Constant.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, we've had a lot of input on this project through a number of stages, and we've had some questions come up that I want to address first before I get into the memo. One person questioned who's going to pay for all of these mitigations, and let me be clear, it's not the taxpayers. These are conditions on the applicant and the business that will be going there. They have the responsibility of paying for each one of these. There were some questions on how was this list made, because this list that is included in the memorandum that Javier and I put out is very similar to the revised plans. Well, that's not by accident. That's because we had extensive discussions with not only the representatives from McDonald's, but the property owners. And the discussions that we had were a direct result of the community input that was provided. Now, a lot of people have been concerned.
All right, I'm not going to allow that. If you want to make noise, you're going to have to leave. We sat here for an hour and listened to you. You didn't hear anybody up here booing you or yelling at you or anything. I expect the same respect when my council members are talking. Otherwise, you're going to have to leave.
Thank you, Mayor. So we, in talking with the community and the emails that we received and the community input both at the meeting and in direct conversations, sat down with the property owner, as I mentioned, and the applicant, the representatives from McDonald's, to discuss each and every one of the concerns. Based on that, took the time to go through and review the council policies and look at each one of the areas that had been addressed. It was said multiple times that the Planning Commission denied what is in front of us today. That is not the case. The recommendations in this memorandum and the conditions that are outlined here, none of these items, or maybe a couple might have been, but the vast majority of these items were not even discussed at the Planning Commission. These were things that we have worked together with the applicants to bring some mitigations. Now, on council policy on drive-throughs, a lot of people have said you can't violate this policy, and people have told me directly it basically has the effect of law. And I just wanted to clearly state that council policies are guidelines that we use here, and we are quite often make exceptions to those policies or approve projects. We had a McDonald's or a drive-through with a McDonald's not too long ago that this council approved that did not get approved by the Planning Commission. Now, I want to address each of the areas of the major concerns because these areas of concerns are what led to this memo. Now, first of all was the traffic and parking congestion. You have a memo in front of you that has 4 specific recommendations. These recommendations, someone mentioned that they were vague, but I'd just like to remind my colleagues that they were all presented on a diagram in the presentation from the applicant, and it's the one that has all the little gray boxes on the side, and it aligns with these items here. In the pedestrian safety, I'll tell you, in listening to the members of the public who have addressed us on this issue, you would think that we have blood and guts on the street outside of every drive-through in the city, and I can tell you that's just simply not true. Now, we must have, I don't know exactly how many drive-thrus we have in the city, but we have a lot between the different fast food restaurants and the Starbucks and the pharmacies and all the different things that we have. And I can tell you in my time as a traffic accident investigator, my time as a police officer, my time on the council, I'm aware of no auto pedestrian accidents, let alone a fatality accident at a drive-through restaurant. Now, there's been discussion that pedestrian access to the center will be obstructed by this development. I can tell you that currently there is no pedestrian access through the area where this pad is. In fact, it's fenced off, so you can't access the site. All of the access points for pedestrian traffic coming from either direction, coming from Bollinger or coming from Miller, are still going to be free and unobstructed, and the same pathways will be there. There will be additional pathways if our memorandum is approved, because we have provided for, in this memorandum, pathways to encourage bicycle and pedestrian traffic into the site. There was a lot of discussion about the safety of the children crossing the street, and I'll tell you 90% of the problems with the pedestrian safety is due to the parents who drive their kids to and from school, and you can see that at almost every single school in our city, and we all know the number of schools where we have these problems. Now, the applicant has offered to, and in fact, if this is approved, will be obligated to provide funding for crossing guards at the intersection to ensure the safety of the students, even those who are not going to the McDonald's, but maybe going to the Starbucks or the Subway or the bike shop or the pizza shop or any of the other places that people go into. Including in this memorandum is also enhancements to the bus stop that are immediately adjacent to the site, providing a better passenger experience for those who use our transit system. Also, in addition to the access points, there was mention by the public and also in our memorandum about making clear center directory wayfinding signage, pedestrian signage, and treatments to encourage the proper pedestrian and bicycle use of ingress and egress. Now, the real core of the issues with the drive-through is the distance from the residents. And the intent of that drive-through policy clearly is the sound that is emanated from drive-through. We had the opportunity to see in the sound study that was provided by the applicant that the sounds generated from this project will be below the sounds of the ambient sound of traffic that's already passing by. 35-foot distance is about the distance from me, a little shorter than from me to those flagpoles there. So it is very close to the policy of 200 feet, but obviously short. So we worked extensively to look at all the different ways that we could mitigate the sound that would emanate from this project to the surrounding area, particularly the houses that fall within the 200-foot mark. On page 2 of the memorandum, under noise, you'll see 4 bullet points that specifically address those issues with noise, as well as a number of issues or conditions under the design that not only enhance the building design, but help address not only sound that could travel, but also the visual sight lines for the people who live across the street. There was some discussion about Hope. There's no doubt that Hope provides valuable services not only to the community at large, but has been a long-standing tenant of the space here. If this memorandum is approved, it will ensure that Hope remains at the center. There are plenty of locations in the center for the Hope van to be. And in addition, there is a commitment from McDonald's to hire and employ Hope participants not only in the restaurant, as they do in many of their other locations, but also to perform litter patrols not only in the center immediately around the project, but in the surrounding neighborhood. So I truly believe that with all of these mitigations, and you guys on the council know I don't like long lists of conditions, but I think in this case it's important, and every one of these conditions, every one of these bullet points was suggested from the applicant because of their interest in seeing this approved. There was some testimony about why we would close testimony and continue this item for 2 weeks. And I'd like to just have Laurel address that one issue, because this is something that I didn't understand why they were asking for it, and I asked her to give me a thorough explanation in my office about why we should do that, and I'd like her to explain it to the rest of the council, because it's not how we always do things. So Laurel, if you could address that, please.
Certainly, thank you. You have the choice this evening to consider Councilmember Constant and Campos's memo. If you do decide you want to uphold the appeal and allow the conditional use permit to move forward, staff will need a little bit of time to memorialize the discussion you're about to have. We can't guess in advance which conditions, if it's going to be all of the ones in the blue memo or maybe some of them. You may be putting additional facts on the record that you would like us to consider. So for that reason, and you've heard a lot of public testimony, so really what we would be doing if you choose to approve the conditional use permit is memorializing your conversation with the specific facts, findings, and conditions that you would want to see on an approved conditional use permit. So for that, we would need 2 weeks to prepare. Again, we would not be adding anything new. It would be all of the substance that the community and all of us have heard tonight. It would just be a matter of memorializing it and then bringing it back to you for verification.
And Laurel, normally when we do this, the resolution is part of the packet because they're not as involved or complicated as this particular memorandum. Is that correct?
That's correct, and usually, in this case, in the documentation, you see the resolution for denial, and that was the resolution that the Planning Commission considered and approved. So in this case, we don't know what your action will be tonight, so we stand ready to prepare a resolution that memorializes whatever your decision is this evening.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure everyone understood that, because it's not the normal way we do it, because we don't normally see as many conditions in this type of situation. So with all that being said, I would like to ask my colleagues, once I make a motion here, to support my memorandum that was co-authored by Councilmember Campos, because I really believe that all of the input that has been provided by the residents has been thoughtfully considered. It's been discussed at depth with the landowners and the developer, and these mitigations that you see, quite a number of them, will allow for a project that is far greater improved than the project that originally came before the Planning Commission. So with that, I will make a motion to approve the memorandum dated April 12th.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I begin, I just wanted to disclose that my staff actually met with representatives from Silicon Valley Advisors, also from a representative from McDonald's, and also residents in the proposed project area. I just wanted to, first of all, thank all the folks who came out to speak tonight. Obviously, you shed light on this very complex issue, and we really appreciate you staying this late to listen to us deliberate now. I also want to thank Councilmember Constant and Campos for your memo. I know that Councilmember Constant is not a fan of putting conditions on the applicant. I haven't seen him done that actually at all, and I think this is one of the few times that he actually, being very, just really listening to the residents and trying to incorporate some of your concerns into his memo, so I really appreciate his work on that. I had an opportunity to drive out to the proposed site over the weekend, and I stayed there for about 2 hours with my husband and my 14-month-old daughter, and we had an opportunity to speak with some of the folks who were just shopping at the Orchard Farm Shopping Center. There was a lot of foot traffic there. We looked pretty much all 4 corners, and we saw a lot of homes. Across the street, there's a middle school, and for a Saturday afternoon, I'd say there was more traffic, vehicular traffic, more so than in my own neighborhood. And so I can completely understand the concern from residents in regards to the potential increase of vehicular traffic if this McDonald's drive-through is going to happen. Having said that, I don't have any opposition to McDonald's. I think it's a great business partner. I have a McDonald's in my council district. Obviously, it's not located close to residential homes, and they're doing really well, and we always encourage business because obviously that's going to help our tax revenue base. And so what I'm about to say next is not in opposition to McDonald's, but to me this is really about the quality of life. And I think that most of the folks who came to speak tonight really expressed that they do not want to see a quiet neighborhood be sacrificed into something that potentially would not be the same as they have been living in. And so just looking at the surrounding of this shopping center, I think that there's going to be a lot of problems with vehicular traffic. I think it's going to be a lot of problems with some of the things that the residents have expressed. I'm a big proponent of healthy foods, and I don't shop at Whole Foods all the time because I really don't have that much money. But in any chance I get, I like to, I really like to be healthy, and I encourage our baby to be healthy. And so it was just really heartwarming to see some of the young folks who actually come out and spoke in favor of consuming healthy food. And so again, I don't think that I can support this project. I have to apologize to Councilmember Constant because obviously I know you put a lot of effort into this, but at the end of the day, I think this is the quality of life, and I really want to preserve that quality of life for these residents in this area.
Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Laurel, really quick, so the zoning by right allows a business such as McDonald's or any other type of restaurant to open up on this property. Would that be correct?
Yes.
So really the issue at hand is a drive-through, whether it's a McDonald's or if it was Rite Aid that wanted to tear the building down and start all over again and put a drive-through. The issue really is a drive-through.
That's correct.
Okay. So first of all, thank you for the community for coming out and sharing with us your concerns. I know at times it seems like, elected officials don't listen to what your concerns are, but there's also a lot of other things that go into analyzing a particular project. So, I spent 8 years on the Planning Commission, and I look at this as a land use issue. And one of the things that we're required to do is to analyze a particular project as it, and the impacts that could come with it. And if there's any way of mitigating those impacts, conditioning a developer or an applicant or a property owner to mitigate those impacts, to have the least amount of negative quality of life issues that would affect a neighborhood. So, with this, the memo that was put out, there are a number of tall hurdles that the applicant had to make. And in this document, as Laurel said, that if the council does decide to approve this, the applicant is going to have to commit to making the traffic mitigation, the parking mitigation, the pedestrian mitigation, sound mitigation, and this all costs money to the applicant. So I think it's very important to also understand that it's not coming out of our Department of Transportation, it's not coming out of tax dollars, it's coming out of the applicant. And based on the mitigation measures that we've proposed and will condition the applicant, I believe that it is enough to warrant the drive-through. Now, one of the things that we need to also look at is, look at the actions, the land use actions that this council makes on a weekly basis. There are a number of times that we look at the guidelines that are set forth through our own zoning ordinances and the general plan that we take into consideration to try to make a project as best as possible. There is no such thing as a perfect development. There isn't. And I think the planning department will support that statement. But what we try to do is we try to make a development as best as possible with the least amount of impacts. And you all just sat through a hearing where we talked about the airport and noise regulations. And there are hammers or teeth to be able to go back to an applicant or an operator to say, you know what, you violated your agreement. And what we have here is a conditional use permit. And as an active community, you should use those conditional use permits. If violations occur, you have a tool to come back to the council or the planning commission and file it's a notice to show cause. The notice to show cause to make sure that the applicant is actually complying with the agreements that they have made. So with that, when Councilmember Constant asked me to sign on to the memo, I looked at this as a land use, a strictly land use issue, and I signed on. So that's why I made the second to the motion, and support the motion. So, but I, Mayor, if I go ahead, see.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure so it's absolutely clear in the record that the conditions that are set forth, you had talked about agreements, that McDonald's is voluntarily agreeing to all these items in the conditions in the memo.
That was going to be my next question, Mayor. If I may, if we might be able to have a representative from McDonald's approach and state for the record if they agree to the conditions.
Okay, we'll ask them to come back down.
Good evening again. My name is Margaret Trujillo with McDonald's, and since the memo came out, we've had a chance to review it, and we support the conditions of the memo, and as the builder, we would make sure that those conditions are enforced. And as far as the long-term enforcement of those conditions, we'd work with the local owner-operator to make sure they understood them and complied with them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I want to speak just a minute about the council policy. I don't know how old the council policy on drive-thrus is. It's pretty old. I think it dates back to the time when I was on the Planning Commission in the 80s. I don't know if exactly the same policy or not, but it's the idea that we would have a council policy on drive-thrus because there's all these issues, and we've heard many of them mentioned tonight, and almost all those issues are present in every drive-thru. And so the policy gives guidance to the staff and to the Planning Commission and to the council, but it is not the same thing as a zoning code, and it is council policy, and sometimes when it gets to us, we have to figure out how to make the policy work. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But it's a clear road map for the applicant of these are the issues, you're going to have to deal with them, and if you don't fit within the policy, you're going to have to do something to make it work before you can get approval. And so I'm going to support the motion because the conditions that the applicant has built is going to build into the project that will deal with the problems that arise out of drive-thrus. Everybody knows there are issues. That's why we have the policy, so that everybody understands if you're going to have a drive-through, you're going to have to mitigate these, you're going to have to comply with this. So I think the conditions that have been proposed, that have been accepted by McDonald's, will do that. And so I'm going to support the motion. Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to disclose that I met with the applicant representatives of McDonald's as well. I'd also like to clarify a comment made by Councilmember Constant that the proposal and development in my district, the McDonald's drive-through, was not opposed by the Planning Commission. It was actually supported by the Planning Commission 5 to 1 to 1. So I needed to clarify that for the record. I do have a question for staff, and it's about the intent of the drive-through policy. And Councilmember Campos asked a few questions about it, but as I understand it, in this particular case, it's intended to be more as a buffer or a distance between the proposed use and the residential uses. So given that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, given that the setback, the landscaping, the 4-lane road, the median island in between, the trees, none of that, in your opinion, is enough to suggest for you folks to recommend overriding that condition?
That's correct. Again, we look at each application on its own merits in its own site-specific context. And while we certainly respect all of the voluntary conditions that McDonald's has agreed to, the fundamental issue for us is that this really is a residential neighborhood, and so those distances become all the more important. So while the average noise might be relatively, might meet all of the city standards, we do know there's sometimes the peak noise that happens when someone turns up the radio or the sound system or revs the engine or whatever, and it's that type of noise that when you don't have the 200-foot distance, you're going to hear if you're in the nearby neighborhood. So for that reason, we felt that in this particular instance, we really would not support the drive-through.
Okay, thank you. And I also appreciate the comment about the conditions and recognizing that the necessity for them in this case, and I hope the next time that I do a memo that your open public criticism of the conditions and the numerous pages that I put together, you'll really appreciate the effort and sometimes the necessity for it. And I don't hope to do that again, but again, I can't promise that. As we all know, a number of these land use projects have potential impacts or real impacts or perceived impacts, and our job is to weigh the pros and cons of those. And I'm not opposed to McDonald's. As has been mentioned, I recommended McDonald's in my district. I recommended a drive-through for McDonald's in my district. What I'm also looking at here, as I did in that case, is as I look at it, this process is a three-legged stool for me to look at. We have the Planning Commission, we have planning staff, and we have the community. And I can't see, as far as my role up here on the council, being able to stand on that stool if none of those legs of that stool are supporting this project. Then I'm looking at it saying, what am I doing supporting this project? So with that said, I really want to thank the community for their input. I'd also like to thank the applicant for your interest and potential investment in San Jose. It's my hope that if the recommendation as it stands from Councilmember Constant doesn't stand, that you would still have an interest of investing in San Jose, and if not this site, as I mentioned, I'm not opposed to McDonald's. So I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. And first of all, I want to really commend the middle school and high school students that came. I'm always very impressed. When I was in high school, I didn't know where City Hall was, let alone spending all evening in order to testify before the council. So, and they were all very well spoken. So kudos to them and their parents.
And he still doesn't know where City Hall is. We have to pick him up.
It is getting late.
Oh, my goodness.
It's going to get worse, so let's speed it up.
And I do have one question about the comment or the discussion with Councilman Constant and you, Laurel, about the coming back in 2 weeks, because isn't that, it comes back 2 weeks basically for the resolution to be adopted, correct?
That's correct.
And that's when it's typically on the consent calendar, but there is, I mean, it is a separate action. In other words, although I don't think anyone wants to go through 2 hours of testimony for, the reality is it is a separate action that we can't simply say, you can't come speak on that. Or can't? I mean, I don't know, Rick, but I just...
Yeah, no, it would be a separate action, and typically it is on the consent calendar, but you can pull it off consent and people can speak.
I just want to make clear, it's like any other...
Yeah, it's just not the public hearing.
It's not, yeah, okay, got it. But it's like any other action that would come before us on a ordinary...
The Brown Act allows you to pull an item off and talk about it. Yes.
Okay, just want to make that clear that there's no effort to stop anyone from speaking on it. This closes for the public hearing, which is the primary action we're taking prior to the staff putting together the final documents for approval. And it's been stated that it's not about the drive-through. It's about the drive-through, not about the use. And we can't necessarily say, we'd rather have a fine dining establishment rather than a fast food establishment. That it's private property, and it precludes us from telling them what will be there. Although we can certainly encourage certain things. This is we have a development coming through in my part of town, the Hitachi site, and there's certainly a lot of great businesses. I've suggested to them that that aren't coming, because there's a lot of factors that go into play in private developments. But we do have certainly the opportunity to, and we've had the discussion, we have the opportunity to rule strictly on the drive-through. So even if there's been a lot of emotion and all that, and I frankly appreciate whenever I see the public so concerned about something, enough to organize and to come out and express their concern. And I think just kind of putting things in perspective, that either way, it's not the end of the world. Like if we deny the appeal, there still can be a restaurant there just without a drive-through. It could be a McDonald's, it could be any other use. If the appeal is accepted and drive-throughs in, there's been some, I've been on the council and planning commission now for about 7 years. I don't think I've seen that many mitigation measures put together in that short period of time. And so, I don't know, maybe the events in Boston are just kind of getting to, I'm like thinking like, we live in a great city and that's a great part of town, and we should always be happy and that we have an opportunity to come here and yell at our elected officials. I mean, frankly, that's a great thing about being in this country. And so I appreciate the enthusiasm as well as the organization of the community in expressing how they feel about their own neighborhood. But again, it's about the drive-through. Putting my planning commission hat on, like I saw Javier certainly had his on. That's kind of what I've been focusing on because that's really the decision before us. And there's been discussion about, even some of the members of the public talk about the kind of urban village, and the reality is that I would love to move a lot of our commercial spaces into the urban village. There's some, certainly my part of town, that I'd love to see move in that direction, and I hope that if this particular site moves in that direction, that the community is equally engaged as to how it's going to develop, because an urban village does develop more densely. It brings uses that are much different, and although they may not be uses that encourage driving, they should be focusing on more transit-oriented and walkable communities. It does bring more intense development. That's what's happening in my area with the Hitachi development. It's a little bit more higher density, a little bit more intense than what we're used to, and the public's been a very good partner in discussing what they want to see there and how they want to interact with it. And so I hope that everyone stays engaged with whatever ends up happening on this property as we go forward in the next several years. And then the last thing, again, it's been discussed about the Planning Commission vote and the planning staff. And when I was on the Planning Commission, there were several occasions in which we unanimously voted in one way and the council overruled us. And the reason why, and this is as much for your education as anything else, is that, as stated, it's a policy that the council put together. And so the council has, because it's a policy and not an ordinance or a stricter rule, it really is up to us. And I think everyone's expressing kind of how they feel about the drive-through, really, because the opinions about McDonald's, opinions about some of the other issues raised, although I think that they're really valuable discussions to have for our community, it really comes down to whether the drive-through should be allowed. I think that I've read through a lot of it. I read every email that was sent, although there's so many of them, probably didn't have a chance to reply to them. Had a chance to meet with the applicant, had a chance to talk to and meet with community members. And so, I think taking everything into consideration, I do not feel that there's been enough presented to overrule the decision of the Planning Commission and the recommendation of the planning staff. So I will not be voting in favor of the motion on the table. And I do hope I do hope the community stays engaged, because there's something's going to be put there at some point. And so hopefully the community will be equally engaged as to whatever it does end up there. I hope that, and I appreciate that this is clearly, I think you can see people are struggling, they're really delving into this, and these issues come up all around our city. And I look at all of them on a case-by-case basis, and they're never easy, but I think that Councilmember Rocha put it really well in that I especially because I came from the Planning Commission, I give a lot of deference to the planning staff as well as the Planning Commission and the discussion they had. And in reading the report, they had a very good, thorough discussion, coupling that with the surrounding community, surrounding community's objection to it, even with the number of mitigation factors that I think McDonald's has put in place. I don't think those mitigation efforts are enough to override all three of those factors. So anyway, thanks.
Councilor Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say that I've been contacted by numerous residents, and obviously, clearly, several of them are here tonight. I did take the time to visit the shopping center and drive through the San Jose neighborhoods to get a better appreciation of the site, both on the neighborhood side, since I look at your addresses and I see some of you live close and some of you live really far away, but everyone has their own feelings on the sense of neighborhood. And then I chose not to meet with McDonald's since so many of you had contacted me to meet with you, and I figured why not just review the information, review the memos, review the staff plan, hear the council hearing, and then make a decision. In fact, I'm still getting emails from people that are watching on television, so thank you, JC, who just emailed me. And then it's true that the council often has guidelines, and we try to fit things, and there's areas of gray, because if everything was black and white, I can guarantee you we'd have a very upset world. And then I think we've covered with Javier, Councilmember Campos's questions that property owners do have a right to build out their shopping centers. We don't really have restraints. Question, is the Safeway in that shopping center 24 hours? Or the audience can nod. Okay, apparently it is 24 hours. I didn't expect that if planning staff doesn't shop at every grocery store in the city. And then, Laurel or planning staff, do some cities just outright ban drive-throughs?
That is an option for communities to consider. This city has chosen not to, that if they're located in the right places, drive-throughs can be a convenience and really help a lot of different types of populations.
And then, based on the testimony, I believe Cupertino probably has drive-throughs. I'll appreciate the feedback. Hang on, let me go planning staff.
Yeah, I haven't done a survey of Cupertino's land use, so I don't know.
But some folks in the crowd feel that that's not the case. I'll let someone correct that if that's not right. And then Laurel, besides alcohol and tobacco, which I still see next to schools, do we restrict food types next to schools?
No.
Okay. And then I think we sort of covered it, but the McDonald's at Kirtner and Union was just a different scenario, obviously supported by Planning Commission and planning staff. Was that inherently different? And you sort of spoke to it a little bit, but if you want to just make it real quick.
Yes, the Union Kirtner McDonald's site was inherently different. It's pretty much a commercial intersection. There's residential nearby, but it did meet the policy in that the distance from the drive-through aisle was over 200 feet. So we were able to make the findings, and we did recommend approval in that case.
Got it. And then as we are going to, at some point, convert strip mall or surface parking lot shopping centers to a mixed-use, dense, I would imagine there would be people in the community that might not like that, but how are we going to grapple with that? It's not on the agenda next week or next month, but what's your thought as implementing the general plan?
Well, as we implement the general plan, we'll be doing a lot of community outreach. We're going to continue to engage with our local residents to understand what they would like to see within their urban village, and then make sure that as buildings get taller, that we have appropriate privacy parameters and other things to make sure that we do, in fact, continue to enhance the community quality of life. We may see a few more cars on the street, but we're also hoping to see a lot more people walking and biking and really provide true choice around all of those different modes.
And then back in 1990, there was an application to have a drive-through McDonald's here. This neighborhood, as I understood it, was pretty much already built out. It's not like other areas of the city that have parcels that were undeveloped. What's different today in 2013 than 1990 on the city's process for that?
Well, the drive-through policy was updated in 1992, so that's one thing that has occurred, but largely the policy has remained unchanged. I was not intimately involved in the application back in that era, but it appears that it was a similar set of circumstances. Mike, I don't know if you have any more detail.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say that I was involved in that back in 1990, been around for a while. And so that was done actually when the project was being rezoned to a planned development. It was really to accomplish the construction of a number of new pad buildings that have been built sort of on the edges, on the far corners of the site. And there actually was a pad building intended to be approved on this location, however it wasn't for a drive-through. So the issue really at the time was to try to update a tired shopping center that was in really of a substantial need of a facelift. So, but as far as the circumstances in the neighborhood was built out then, same as it is now. There's been no new development, I think, probably at least on the edges of the border of the site. All that stuff was there when that project was in place and when the considerations were being done in 1990 for the remodel.
Thank you. And then in the memo that's provided by Councilmember Constant and CAMPOS has install rumble strips. Is there anything permitting a city from, instead of something that's more difficult, like an actual speed bump at the end of the drive-through? So that's obviously a bump before you're actually going to go into any area that could there be any living person?
Yeah, there's a couple different solutions that are available. We've seen the road humps, which are not as steep, or the bumps. We'd want to make sure it was placed in a way that wouldn't cause other traffic concerns within the drive aisle between the cars as they're picking up their food. But there are several solutions.
And then the McDonald's came up earlier and presented sound study by the hours and that. Do you feel that was an accurate, fair and accurate presentation?
Thank you. I would say that it probably is. And keep in mind that the identification of it meeting the threshold for single event was just barely meeting the margin. And nowhere in that report did they identify really a specific issue of a car stereo too loud in a drive-through, because that's not there. And so it's difficult to really predict how that would enter into the equation. On a noise averaging from a noise averaging standpoint, it probably wouldn't affect it at all, but it would affect the single event. And so it's difficult to say. They can measure the volume of a speaker box, they can measure the volumes of typical voices based on past histories, but unless they are fortunate enough or unfortunate enough to have someone go through a drive-through with a stereo going really loud, that might not enter into the equation.
So just so you understand, so someone cranking Yanni, that's not part of the sound study?
I believe that is correct. That's not the case.
Okay. Just want to understand. I use Yanni, ladies and gentlemen, because I thought that'd make everyone laugh, and it obviously did. And then... Oh, McDonald's. If I could ask you a question. So you are proposing a drive-through location. My guess is that you have a higher volume of sales at stores that have a drive-through that do not have a drive-through, and are you able to share that percentage, what that means to someone in your field?
So your question, can you repeat it for me, please?
Hi. So you might have one location that doesn't have a drive-through, and you have the stores that's an aggregate have non-drive-through stores and drive-through stores. Do drive-through stores have a higher percentage of sales?
A higher percentage of our customers use the drive-through. That's correct.
Would you say the sales in that store, they have exceedingly more sales per hour, per day, per month?
That's correct.
And is there a percentage you can share, or that's a secret?
I don't think it's a secret. I think each individual restaurant's different, so I can't give you a percentage.
So a range?
It really depends. I'm sorry, I can't give you an exact range.
Fair enough. And then obviously what's been proposed are things that will cost you money, both one time and ongoing. And is McDonald's making the assumption then that the mitigation costs are less than the cost of not having a drive-through?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor KHAMIS.
Yeah, I also wanted to state that I did meet with a neighborhood group, but I did not meet with McDonald's. And I do have a question for McDonald's. Sorry, didn't mean to make you sit back down again. I just want to piggyback on Pierluigi's question. So is the drive-through a deal killer? So if we don't approve a drive-through, will you not build?
We will not build.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had. I also wanted to ask the planning department, testimony here said that there's a 2040 plan, projections that there's going to be a village type of construction here. And if we built a McDonald's, even with a drive-through, would it preclude the construction of a future, village?
It would not preclude it. Again, we see our older shopping centers going through more of an evolution process where maybe structured parking gets added in one part of the shopping center. Maybe some of the existing buildings come down, and maybe we start seeing buildings that have a mix of uses. So perhaps we would have Safeway would still be there on the ground floor, but then maybe we would have a floor of office, maybe medical, dental, that sort of thing, and then apartments or condominiums above that. So we'd probably see more intensity happen. It really depends on the property owner and what the village plan components are. Where does the new park go? There is a floating park designation in this vicinity, so we would need to figure that out. We might want to break up the shopping center to have more streets or pedestrian ways and ways people can safely use their bicycle and walk. So there's quite a number of elements, but the idea is that these would probably evolve over time. and maybe in the long term, a drive-through wouldn't be there. You know, it would also evolve and change as new uses come into the neighborhood.
Thank you. This is definitely a tough decision. I've really empathized with the speakers here today, and I just, you know, I don't want to be an obstructionist to business either. And I know that they try to mitigate this as much as possible. And I'm hoping that if this passes, that the mitigations will actually work and mitigate the problem. And I will be voting in favor of the appeal.
Councilor LICCARDO.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to clarify, I'm almost certain you were asked this precise question, Lowell, but I just want to make certain I'm clear. As we look at page 3 in the supplemental about what would it take for staff to support the application, at this point you're saying that has not been met by the conditions that have been suggested in the memorandum by Councilmembers Constant and Campos?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, I agree. I think this is a very tough issue. I've also met with representatives of McDonald's, the property owner, and my staff has met with members of the community. And I am also proud of the kids who came to speak, but I think they've been skipping out on homework because I recall them being given an opportunity to speak earlier and they hung around, and don't think we didn't notice that. And I want to thank Councilmember Constant for a very thoughtful and deliberate effort to address concerns that were raised, and for a set of conditions I think that are very reasonable. And I also am grateful to the Marchese family for their generosity and service and longstanding leadership in the community. As I think about this, and I've been going back and forth with this in my mind, and I guess when in doubt, the lawyer in me tells me to go back and read the rule. And so I went back and looked at the council policy, and since we're the ones that are responsible for council policy, I guess it's fair for us to eat our own dog food and read it. And Council Policy 610, as I see it, provides a set of criteria, but those criteria are used, there's different verbiage used for each of the criteria. And with regard to location, I'm looking now under Roman numeral 7. It says drive-through uses shall be located 200 feet or more from immediately adjacent or directly opposite residentially used, zoned, or general plan properties. And then the following provision relates to downtown core areas. It just says drive-through facilities are discouraged. And there seems to be, obviously, language matters. There's a difference between shall be and discouraged in terms of whether something is mandatory in nature or not. Now, I agree with Councilmember Constant that this is really fundamentally a rule that is the council's own making, and we have the ability to disregard that rule or override that rule in unique circumstances. But, you know, if we were going to bend the rules, we should do it for good justification. And in my mind, there are really two justifications that would make me want to bend a rule like this. One is because the justification for the rule, or the rationale for the rule, is not the same as the concerns that are raised by the community that wants to support the rule, or alternatively, that this is some exceptional opportunity to the city. And, you know, look, I have nothing against McDonald's, but there's nothing exceptional in this opportunity. And as I think about the justification or rationale for this rule, it's fundamentally about adjacent residential uses. It's fundamentally about concerns about traffic and walkability of neighborhoods and all those things that, for the most part, the community has been raising, and noise, obviously. And I don't believe that if this passes, this is going to be the worst thing for this community, because I think these conditions are reasonably tailored. But I find it very difficult for me at this point to say we should be beating our heads against the wall of the community here that clearly is not supportive of this, when we set a rule and we create a rule, we should follow it. And the reason why I offer that is, look, there's a precedential effect here, and that we're going to be looking at other drive-through uses, and people are going to be obviously pointing to other circumstances, as they have tonight, and asking the council make an exception. And we have to ask ourselves, is this a situation where an exception is really called for? I was a co-chair of the Envision 2040 task force, and I have a responsibility to implement the general plan, I think, a unique responsibility given my role there. And so I have vacillated on this issue now for the last 5 days. In fact, I even told Councilmember Constant hours ago that I was leaning toward supporting his memorandum because I do think it is a very thoughtful, serious attempt to address these issues. But I just think at some point we have to ask ourselves, is this worth beating our heads against the wall for? When the rule was pretty clear at the outset, everyone had reasonable expectations going into this 2 or 3 years ago when this was filed. The businesses, the landowners, the community, the neighborhood, everybody had a reasonable expectation about what was allowed and what was not allowed. So let's stick to the rule, and if we don't think this rule is appropriate, let's change the rule. But I don't see enough grounds here for us to say, let's make an exception.
Councilmember Chu.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank the public members for coming out and spoke to us and stay so late with us. And also want to thank the Councilmember Constant and CAMPOS for a very thoughtful memo. I will not be able to support this motion for the following reason. One was I felt it is too close to school and the residents, so there's a health and safety concern of mine. But the most prevailing one is that I wanted to be fair with 2 of the development in my district in 2 separate locations that I strongly discouraged them to build up a drive-through drugstore, not a fast food restaurant, but a drugstore. And also looking at this proposal, a freestanding building, a freestanding 1-story building with a drive-through hardly fit into the urban village designation. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting the motion.
Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Mayor. This has been a really tough decision. I first want to thank the community for coming out and for your passion and for all of the input that you have given to us. And I think, as Councilmember KALRA said, I hope you hang together and work together on other issues. It's really good to see a community come together and do things that they believe in, and I really appreciate the young people that have come up here. I think it's inspiring to all of us to see them come forward and be so clear and articulate in what they feel. I have nothing against McDonald's. I personally hate drive-thrus, but that is not part of what the decision is about here. I do have a question, and that is if the applicant had met the 200-foot requirement, is that primarily the main issue, Laurel?
That is the main issue for this particular drive-through. There are other site design issues, but we're really focused on the drive-through and the distance to residential.
And I do want to ask the applicant if there's any possible way of attaining the 200-foot requirement that is being asked for in the policy.
Good evening. We did consider if there is a way to move the approved building pad that's vacant closer into the middle of the shopping center where that parking field is. And there were several issues that would have raised. It would have changed the spine and the lot flow of how that center works. It would also have caused concerns by the main anchor tenants with their rights over the parking field in that center. And then also, the transportation department of the city didn't recommend us, changing that flow of the center. So there's no way to get that approved pad that's vacant right now and move it further away from the residential without compromising the lot flow of the center and the other tenants' rights for that parking field.
So it's not possible to make that change?
We tried. We did explore that option, and it wasn't an option.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
As I said, this is very tough for me because I think McDonald's has done a very good job, I think, of presenting a lot of mitigations to some of the problems. But the one thing that just doesn't seem to be able to be mitigated is this 200-foot requirement. And there are residences nearby. I think that is one of the things or one of the main things as I was reading through the Planning Commission report, is one of the things they couldn't get past. And as has already been said, we have the Planning Commission that weighs in, we have the community, and we have staff. And I value our staff input a great deal. And I have met with Laurel. I've met with the McDonald's folks. My staff's met with the community. We've heard from you. We're receiving your emails and reading them. I'm having a hard time getting to the point of supporting this. I thought I would, but as I'm sitting here, I don't think I can. If it had gone back through Planning Commission, which I have thought about asking for a friendly amendment to have this go back through, to have the Planning Commission look at the mitigations, because one of the things I wanted to make sure of is have we actually looked at these mitigations? So, Laura, I want to ask you, have you had a chance to actually look at the mitigations that are being proposed on this project?
Yes, we've reviewed the memo, and we appreciate the clarification that some of these are voluntary items that McDonald's is agreeing to do. Again, it doesn't change the fundamental issue of the location of the drive-through. It does address some of the issues, but there are others that still remain.
And I just, so for me, it doesn't get to the point where I can justify supporting the applicant's appeal, and so I will not be supporting it.
Councilor Constant.
I just wanted to answer one question that Pierluigi asked about Cupertino, and yes, they do have drive-throughs. I spoke with Mayor Mahoney a couple of days ago, and he mentioned that they had just recently approved one near Monte Vista High School.
All right, I think we're done with the discussion debate on the council. We do have a motion on the floor to approve the appeal made by Councilor Constant some time ago. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 opposed. So those in favor would have been Constant, Campos, Reed, and who? Was anybody else in favor? I might have missed, and Camis. So the motion fails on a 4-7 vote. All right, folks. All right, please take it outside. We still have a couple more items to get done here before we're allowed to finish up. People have been waiting, so. Councilor KALRA?
I don't know, do we need a motion to close it out and motion to deny?
No, the motion to not approve the appeal is a denial.
So no further action on that. We'll move to 11.3, which is an administrative hearing and consideration of plan development permit and determination of public convenience of necessity to allow the off-sale of alcohol. Are there any requests to speak on this? I have no cards, although hard to know. Councilmember Oliverio.
Mayor, I just see if planning staff has any words to say on this item.
No, thank you.
Motion to approve, thank you.
Second.
Motion is to approve. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Count none opposed. Motion carries. We'll take up 11.4, rezoning of property between Race Street and Grand Avenue.
Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, for this particular item, we just want to acknowledge for the public record that we have now included the correct legal description as part of the ordinance. So the item before you is ready for your action.
Okay. I have one request to speak. Lori Bird.
Let's try and keep good memory.
Good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Lori Bird, and I am here on behalf of Hanchett Park Heritage Project. We are a nonprofit organization focused on the historic neighborhood of Hanchett Park. We also raise money to fund beautification projects to benefit the neighborhood. I am here to voice my support for the Race Street Terrace project and would like to thank the families and their representatives for proactively meeting with the community to share their plans and address their concerns. Hanchett Park Heritage Project has been working for several years with the city to turn an unused cul-de-sac into a park. We refer to this project as Tillman Park, and the property is located 1 block away from Race Street Terrace. Attached to my letter in the packet on pages 36 is what the area looks like today, and on page 37, conceptual drawings of what it could look like in the future. We think this park would be a great addition to the area as it becomes revitalized. Not only would the park benefit the proposed project, but it would also add park space to a park-deficient area. Along with the Neighborhood Association, we strongly believe that park fees should benefit nearby projects in park-deficient areas, and we are asking that the park fees for this project be earmarked for Tillman Park. Thank you.
That concludes public testimony. Councilor Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to approve.
Motion is to approve. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. That's the last item of business. Any cards for the open forum? Okay, no cards for the open forum. We're adjourned.